The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Wins were in abundance at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. Tour veteran MVL is desperate for a good result and hopes to return to the finals, getting his first win to slide into a five-way tie for first. Day 3 of exciting chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 3 of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup. We've had an absolutely amazing last round with so many decisive results and so many changes at the top. Fabiano was caught by a lot of players after we got so many decisive rounds. Everybody's showing signs that they want to fight for every single point. Will we see the same thing in Day 3? Let's go to the studio and find out with Yasser, Maurice, and Peter.
It's raining wins in St. Louis as 10 of the best gladiators on the planet have come to the Sinquefield Cup to try to win lots of money and important Grand Chess Tour points. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 3 of the Sinquefield Cup. Yesterday, there was just an explosion of decisive results. 4 wins out of 5 games. We now have 5 players atop the leaderboard, something that has never occurred in the history of the Sinquefield Cup after 2 rounds. Will the action change today? We're going to find out right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. I'm your host, Yasser, and I'm surrounded by an all-star team of chess grandmaster commentators, Maurice, Cristian, and Peter. Maurice, I just enjoy being with you guys so much, and yesterday was great fun.
Yesterday was crazy, absolutely insane. And with all those victories, all of them in time pressure, by the way, people were blundering with all of it on the line. We should expect to see more as they are desperate for Grand Chess Tour points.
Absolutely, and today promises just as much excitement, Cristian.
Absolutely. We don't get to see those type of rounds very often, but it just shows that everybody wants to win. Everybody knows exactly what they need to do in order to qualify for those final 4 positions for the grand finals.
Absolutely. And Peter, tell us the results after those 2 very exciting days of chess.
Absolutely. Let's take a look. And here we have it. Fabiano, the only one who survived the bloodbath with white winning all the rest of the games, still up top there with a point and a half out of 2. And he is joined by those 4 victors. Wesley won with white, Pragg won with white, Levon won a very topsy-turvy game he really should have lost.
Right.
And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave ended up beating Sevian after a bad blunder in time trouble.
Levon, the art of the swindle. Tell us about the format for this.
Let's take a look. This is a round robin with 9 rounds of all play, all classical chess. The time control is the usual time control these days, 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then 30 minutes for the rest of the game with a 30-second increment starting from move 1, draw first strictly forbidden, and 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, as per usual.
And our schedule.
The schedule is fairly straightforward. We play 5 rounds in a row. 2 have been played. Today is the 12th and round 3. Then there's a rest day on Saturday the 15th and the gala.
Yes.
And then 4 rounds of exciting chess culminating in round 9 on the 19th. And the playoffs for the Sinquefield Cup will happen immediately after round 9 if necessary. And if GCT playoffs are required, they will happen on the 20th.
Talking about the GCT, Maurice, it's all about making the finals. Drill down and tell us how the players get to those finals and where they stand today.
Yes, it is all about the finals. It's never too early to talk about it, especially now in the last event of the year. And they had to go through several events themselves just to position themselves in this position. So let's take a look at how they actually got here, starting with number 4, Vincent Keymer. As you see him there on that list, right above Javokhir Sindarov by only a half a point. That is absolutely negligible. They're in a hot race as they try to also catch maybe Wesley or Pragg. It's just a bunched up field. As we talk about Keymer a bit, who, by the way, won the most money because he won the classical event in Romania. He started off with a bang, 13 huge points. Then he slowed down a bit in the Rapid and Blitz in Croatia. 5th place, not bad, 6 points. But 9th place in St. Louis, the recently concluded event, got only 2 points there, and that's why he stands in that precarious 4th place position with only 21 points. Above him, in 3rd place, is Mr. Consistent, Wesley So. In his 3 events, well, you'll see the number 3, he loves it, as he has placed 3rd or tied for 3rd in all the events this year. So far, you see there 8 points for Poland, 7.5 for tying in Romania, and then another 8 because of clear 3rd place in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. So he's 3rd place in the standings overall. Someone else who leapfrogged him and had to do it was Praggnanandhaa. And his start, we're going to say, was not great at all. He started with the Superbet Romania Classic event and only got 4 Grand Chess Tour points by tying for 5th. And then not bad in Croatia, 7.5 points, but it was in St. Louis. When he got here, he needed a big score, and he dominated that event and got 13 points, and now he's sitting pretty in 2nd place. And with the win yesterday, cementing the possibility of him getting to the finals. And finally, it's fabulous Fabiano Caruana, the reigning Grand Chess Tour champ. And he's once again on his campaign trying to prove that he is the big dog of this event. And you look at how he got here. He hasn't won a single tournament, but look at those results. 2nd place in Poland, 2nd place in Romania. That's 10 points each. Didn't have a great St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, but 5 points, enough to put him in 1st place with 25 points. Any reasonable result, book it for him to the finals. He's doing extremely well. And to drill down on a few more players, let's hear some thoughts from Cristian.
Absolutely. And when you have the best chess players on the planet competing, you're going to see some incredible matchups. And before we go into what we have today and what we're going to see today, I do want to remind everybody about the marquee matchup from yesterday, that battle of the new young generation, the battle between Praggnanandhaa and Sindarov. And these players are going head-to-head so many times, and we've seen so many incredible matchups, so many incredible games between the 2 players. 2 victories for Sindarov at the Cairns, back-to-back victories after that for Praggnanandhaa in Bucharest and yesterday as well. And by the way, Sindarov has lost only twice since September 2025. Both of those losses came at the hands of Praggnanandhaa, and you can see those final few seconds, stone-faced Sindarov accepting defeat, understanding that there's nothing to do anymore, and he resigns after a crucial battle in this one. So much exerted pressure coming from the white side, coming from Praggnanandhaa, and Sindarov finally cracks. But let's take a look at today's big matchup, and this is the battle of the 2 Americans. Maurice, you called Wesley Mr. Consistent. I would say Fabiano is Mr. Consistent as well. Of course, he hasn't won a single event so far, but he's been doing so well. 2nd position in Poland, 2nd position in Bucharest, and a bit lower in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, but still maintaining the lead at the Grand Chess Tour. 6 victories, 4 losses, and 40 draws between these 2 players, with Fabi leading. By the way, take a look at that. We see a group of frenemies. How would you call them, right?
Off the board.
They know they need to compete against each other, and I'm actually very curious about this particular matchup because these 2 players are so well prepared, and I'm curious to see if Fabi will be able. We know how difficult it is to find ideas in the opening phase nowadays. Will he be able to find something in today's matchup against one of the best prepared players on the planet, Wesley? So, only time will tell.
Thank you, Cristian. And Peter, do the honors. Tell us all the pairings for round 3 coming up.
Let's take a look. And we've already spoken about the All-American clash at the top there. Javokhir Sindarov, coming off a loss, is playing against MVL with the white pieces. Vincent Keymer had a heartbreaking game yesterday against Levon, played exceptionally well for the first 45 moves of the game.
Right.
And then it all completely fell the wheels have come off in time trouble. Here's white against Prague. Jorden van Foreest finally gets a game with the white pieces after his 2 losses with black. And we have Sam Sevian with the white pieces against Anish Giri.
Thank you, Peter. And of course, we have bonus coverage of the Cairns Cup that is being played right alongside the Sinquefield Cup as well. And there you have it, from August 10th to 20th. 10 of the very, very best ladies in the world are competing in. And Tan and Alice are leading that event with 2 victories apiece. As we get ready to start this round 3, we have some very special bell ringers in audience. Well, there they are. Mimom.
The Seirawan.
Seirawan. Look at that.
My sister and my sister Randa, my brother Daniel, and my mother Margaret. They're going to collectively ring the bell. How many Seirawans does it take to ring a bell?
Apparently the answer is 3. And they go. Amazing. Margaret.
Not enough space.
The matriarch of the family.
Right?
Has not been used yet. Please, once you finish your games, if you can all just be completely respectful of the other games that are in progress after you finish, that would be appreciated. If you want to start a conversation, maybe you and your opponent, once you finish, can go in the confession booth and talk in there. Or please, once you've left the second floor, is the time to talk. Please, thank you. We have special guests here, the family of Yasser Seirawan. Margaret, Runda, and Daniel are going to ring the bell for us today. So please go ahead and start the clock as soon as you hear the bell. Good luck. Please go ahead and ring that bell for us, please.
Make me proud, everybody. That's a good shaky. Nice. Nice. And round 3 is about to begin. And Peter, the lifetime matchup, 50 games between...
50 games. I would have thought it could be even more, but 50 is a good round number.
Very impressive. You're going to write a book of best games. I would bet you these 2 players will feature in such a book.
And here we go. We have
And
Nimzo being invited at least.
Is it
and
going to
accepted.
be an F3 crazy Nimzo? Or no, a same.
No, this is arguably an even crazier line these days.
Wow.
The pure Zamish could lead to some very, very sharp positions.
You know, back in the 90s, we actually thought the Samish was refuted. Like it was just a bad opening for white because the double pawns and players like Karpov with their technical prowess were so good at giving white fits. People didn't want to play it.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that's actually kind of close to the truth, frankly. But everything is playable if you dig down deep enough. In particular, if you're prepared to accept a certain amount of risk, which maybe players of previous generations were less happy to with the white pieces.
Right.
But I think this current crop and perhaps it's a bit, I mean, Fabi is now an elder statesman, frankly. But he is very much in keeping with how chess theory is being developed and the attitudes, the modern attitudes to chess theory as well. And
if you don't mind, take a wild guess at what, I mean, what we used to do to refute it, of course, is to play b6, knight c6, bishop a6, and knight a5 and take the pawn and just say, you do your worst. The
lines with c5 are also, I'm pretty sure,
Excellent.
completely fine for black.
Right.
It's a matter of taste, and as you can see already, it's a slight edge. But you can see on my analysis board that the engine already by move 5 starts slightly preferring black, which is incredibly unusual for such an early moment in the game.
Exactly.
One of the reasons Wesley is such a difficult opponent to play against is that his memory is impenetrable. He remembers almost everything, but right now we can see from the early get-go, he got a bit surprised. So perhaps he just did not cover this particular line
But what
in his
line?
preparation today.
Well, line, all that happened was the move a3, and he's sitting on the board. I think the problem is he well knows what we know. This is supposed to be better for black, or perfectly fine for black.
Right.
What the heck does Fabi have in his lab that he's ready to spring on Wesley if Wesley goes in the wrong line? Because Fabi didn't just wake up and say, let me play the Samish against him.
It's a very sharp line. It's a very sharp line. We know that Fabi has some crazy stuff ready for Wesley. Wesley right now is just trying to figure things out and figure a way out of the maze that Fabi is getting ready to launch upon him. So he's trying to perhaps surprise back Fabiano.
Or just refreshing what the notes say. One thing, I think if you talk about the modern players who have switched to
F3,
and this is now back to your main F3 series, but we've dodged some of the lines which could have been available to black if you began with 4F3. So that's actually very much back to kind of normal territory. Main move here used to be d7, d5. I'm sure you can make other moves as well, but I think the bulk of the theory here will be d7, d5, c d5, knight takes d5, d takes c5, and so on.
Maurice, jump in.
You know, my reading of this, I'm just watching Wesley's pausing,
Yeah.
but especially watching Fabi get up from the board.
Right.
If this was, you know, boring theory, we're just following down the regular path,
Right.
stuff that we could do 15 moves in, Fabi would sit and make moves. I get the feeling he knows he's surprised Wesley.
Of course, he has.
Like real surprise.
Right.
And Wesley has to be concerned about the preparation, and Fabi's just cruising around. Move whenever you're ready because I've got a bomb waiting for you. I remember that match. Yaz, you and I were there at the match, Kasparov versus Anand.
Oh, yeah, you're
in the
talking about game
1995 World Chess Championship.
Right.
And that game 10 from that championship where
The open
Gary had the Ruy Lopez on his board back in the hotel, set, waiting, the spring, please walk into this. And every time Vichy would sit there and think about the move, Gary would walk out the room, go back in his back room. As soon as Vichy moved, he'd come back, make a move, walk out. The door would bang behind him.
Right.
Not because he was banging, but because the door was heavy. And poor Vichy would sit there and,
Right.
how do I get out of this mess?
Right.
And there was no getting out of that prep.
Right.
So Fabi, I just suspect, he can't be thinking Wesley has some equalizing line that's just no big deal. Why is he getting up and running around, not running around, but walking around, strolling around, while Wesley's sitting there like, man, thinking, how do I dodge whatever the sneaky bugger has in store for me?
He's just waiting for Wesley to choose. He knows that Wesley is very much aware of what his position entails. He is just waiting for Wesley to choose his response, basically, which, again, can be d5, can be d6 in certain cases, can be b6 as well.
Right.
There's a lot of ways in which you can play this position, and every single response is going to lead to a completely different structure as well.
Exactly.
So it's a very important juncture in the game.
And something I'm not entirely on top of, but you should be, and I think this is a general enough question that I can tap you for it. Is Fabi a habitual player of 4F3?
No, but he
Then-
played it. The thing is, Fabi plays pretty
Of
much
course,
everything.
Of course, but the question is, like, if he played it, I don't know, 5 times in the last year, you pay more attention than
Right.
if he's
I think he
never
played
played
it less than that. I remember even in Norway when he was about to face Wesley, this was an option, but he played something else. He played d4 in that game, and I think we got a scotch. But definitely, this is something that Fabi has been also looking at for sure.
One
It's a
name
very
I
topical
see
line.
on this list, a notable name on this list, is one Grigory Oparin, who is Fabi's second at this event. He played a game and won back in 2022 in exactly this line. So maybe Grigory has given him a few suggestions, maybe a little opening prep.
The thing is, things have developed so much since 2020.
Exactly.
Like the engines are so different nowadays. A lot of ideas have been debunked, and a lot of ideas have been forgotten. And very much this is what preparation looks like nowadays. You just pick a line that was forgotten, hasn't been played in a long time, and then you try to make something out of that.
Yeah.
We're
And,
still, he did play knight c6.
knight
We're still in
C6,
that
okay.
game
Okay.
I'm
that I
very-
spoke
very
about
happy
with
about
Grigory
this
instead of
choice.
d5.
Me too.
Very
By
happy
the
about
way, the best, and e4 banged down. The top game I found in this line is Arjun Erigaisi, playing with the white pieces back in 2023. We're not finding any top games in the last few years, in fact. And now the moves are coming fast and furious.
Okay, I like Wesley's choice, by the way, because he's given up the two bishops. If you had played d5 at that crossroads, well, you open up the position a little.
Yeah.
And this one, Peter, you're going to get a closed position. Black is going to be playing for, I assume, e5, knight a6, b6, and bishop a6.
I'm seeing some interesting ideas here. Perhaps
Please.
one of the pawn moves, g4 or maybe even h4. Let's see what he comes up with.
You can absolutely try some very wild things here.
G4?
In some of these
G4 is a
positions,
move,
although
yes.
probably not with the pawn on f3, you could even, there are definitely some positions in these lines, and I know this because that was part of my prep for the London candidates. I made myself into a Zamish player with the white pieces.
You poor
It doesn't work here because we don't have enough connection to the g5 square. But generally, you have to at least keep one eye on the idea of creating this permanent pin on the h4, the da diagonal, and supporting the bishop by playing h6, h4. And then, once again, we're just not fast enough here because the queen is too far away from the h file.
Right.
And yeah, all of those moves, g4, g4, h4, they will be playable.
By the way, I do want to point out the fact that castle is somewhat of a sideline. Already we're starting to enter somewhat of a sideline territory. b6 was the main line, e5 was another one of the most played moves in the position. Castle and committing to the castle, because sometimes we even see that king go to d7, by the way.
Exactly.
In a lot of instances in this type of structures. And going on the other side, committing to short castle so quickly hasn't been played as often. So Wesley perhaps right now surprising Fabi back.
Huge point.
Because, yes.
Huge point. Getting a line where his opponent may not be familiar, and by castling, although looks like a very natural move in the position, now suddenly Fabi went from blitzing out moves to pregnant pause.
Absolutely.
Wait a second. What about this move? I don't have what looks like the most natural move on the board, by the way.
But it's an early
he
commitment.
Understands.
It's a very early commitment.
He understands the nuances, and he's thinking, okay, what do I do here? So can we say who won the opening battle yet? Probably not. Too soon.
Not yet. But I do see the 131 for Fabi and the 127 on the clock for Wesley. And I think at the moment, Fabi is pleased. He's getting a position that he expected and something that, let's say, Wesley didn't. Lots of other games going on, gentlemen. Let's jump, if you don't mind, to the game between Javokhir and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Who
Absolutely.
has moved away from his Grunfeld even further and further. He's taking further steps away.
Yeah, he's not really. I mean, he still plays the Grunfeld occasionally. In particular, he plays the Grunfeld against Wesley So, because Wesley always gives him the same perpetual on move 25. Has done so, I think. But by this point, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe 7 or 8 times.
Wow.
But this is not Wesley, and therefore, perhaps Maxime did not want to paint as much of a target on his back in terms of giving his young opponent things to prepare for.
If you don't mind, go to the move 7, E4.
Exactly,
We
yeah.
used to call this the Queen's Gambit accepted, Gambit, if you will. White's offering a pawn, and he does so very consciously. Please take my pawn on E4, and let me take
Knight
advantage.
x4 exists, but you have to be very certain of yourself,
a little
because
bit,
Knight f6 d5 you're already in a lot of trouble.
Exactly.
Which means that you have to start making some very awkward moves. Knight d6 appears to be best, but then after something like bishop d3 or bishop b3, your development is a bit hamstrung, and you have to know what you're doing. And MVL, he has been playing QGD for a bit now. This is not a total surprise. He plays b5 quite quickly, which is definitely one of the main moves. And here, both bishop d3 and bishop e2 are playable. And actually, I thought bishop e2 was the main move, but Javokhir very quickly goes bishop d3. Now the other one is sort of on offer. I think if you take it, White is not going to recapture. White normally throws in a2, a4.
Right.
The idea being that if you do take, at some point this rook lift actually gains a lot in strength because there will be targets for it along the 4th rank. And MVL, I think, wisely says, no.
I'm not interested.
Not interested. Rook e1 here is possible, but the inclusion of bishop e1, bishop e7 and rook e1 would be in Black's favor, I think. So e5. And here, interestingly, one thing, this is not a very strong engine, but knight fd7 is at least a worthy alternative to knight d5. But MVL, I think, playing quickly enough to suggest that he's looked at this, and maybe even recently. Goes knight d5. Javokhir goes knight c3, and here we are. This is about as sharp as a QGA position can get by move 10, I think. We should be very happy with this.
Wonderful. Nice battle ground coming up there. Let's take a look at, well, pick another game for us to take
Sure,
a look.
let's continue going around the horn as MVL quickly goes knight d7, also a very logical move, continuing to develop.
Vincent and Prague.
Yeah, let's take a look at this.
Two very GCT Tour finals-minded players. A Catalan.
A Catalan in which Prague, after some thought, made a move knight bd7, which is definitely not the main option, or maybe not even the seventh main option in this position, I would argue.
Right.
But Prague, who I think plays the Catalan with both colors and with black, has looked, and when we were working together, I remember we, at some point, it felt like we looked at the entirety of the Catalan from both colors. Like we were trying to approach it as holistically as possible, and trying to kind of narrow the options down, or alternatively maybe even widen them as wide as possible for black. Knight d7 is not very forcing, and it's an invitation to play a kind of a slower game of chess. And Vincent has just replied with queen d3.
I've played a lot of Catalans in my life too, and queen d3.
It's very direct. We want knight c3 and d4.
Right.
We want it as fast as possible. If we do get it, we're going to be better, probably as well. The way to reply to it sometimes involves playing b6, bishop a6, because queen d3 is kind of an invitation to do that. Although normally, I think you would like to have the pawn on c6.
Yes, I would.
There are definitely some lines, I'm sure you've seen them yourself.
Of course. I've played them.
Some lines like b6, b3, c6, b3, knight bd7, and here there are positions where after, let's say, knight c3, b6, you occasionally get those queen d3, bishop a6, e4 lines.
Yeah. I might even add, I've played b5 against John Grief, a former U.S. champion, as black, and sacrificed a pawn.
Instead of b6.
b6.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely those ideas also very much exist.
Yeah.
But what I wanted to say is,
Yes.
if you begin with b6 here, I think we're quite interested in changing the structure this way, because you cannot recapture with the c pawn.
Right.
And this is not maybe this starts looking like a Queen's Indian.
Yep.
And those positions are not to everyone's taste. They're not horrible, but it's not something that people enjoy all that much, because they're kind of passive and you have to maneuver in your own camp for quite a while.
I feel like I can get a freebie lesson from you here. c7, c6. This is why I avoided queen d3. Knight c3, b6, e4, bishop a6. And I
We are
like
probably back to kind of reasonably well-known theory, right? This is, let me check, but I think there should be a bunch of games starting from here. Yeah, this is
and
kind of 200 games starting from here.
Yeah, and I hate putting myself in this pin. I just didn't feel comfy. How about you? Are you worried about it?
This is very sharp. Yeah. The thing is, you don't really, or at least not anymore. You don't do these things by feel, right? You play this because you've looked at this.
Yes.
And the skirmishness you feel, and I probably would also feel if I knew nothing at all about this position, is kind of irrelevant if you know how to play it, right?
Right.
But yeah, I very much understand your feelings here, because it feels like, you know, one blow against our position here. You know, if black manages to attack something else, we might just collapse on the spot. Yeah.
Knight c5, knight e5 when you're not looking. Maurice, jump in with round 3 action.
Yeah, I actually have been drilling a little bit into the Fabiano Caruana Wesley So game. And
Let's go back.
what I remember about this line is the statement, I don't know where I first read it, but the idea being the c4 pawn is dead. I mean, it's dead. It's a gambit line.
Yeah, forget about it.
The pawn is dead. White has no care in the world about this pawn. White's planning to use the rest of the position, the trumps of the center and the 2 bishops, in order to attack black, if allowed. And so what games have occurred in this line? Well, there's a very important game, actually, after this move b6 that I saw with Giri and Prague. 2 fairly decent players who happen to be playing in this tournament
GC Tour
as we speak. I don't have the event, but it was back in 2022 that this happened. And notably, Prague's rating, Giri was 27-21. Prague was 25-87. A full 180 points, maybe, back in the past. And in this position, from this position, Giri played Bishop E2.
Right.
Bishop A6, and the game went castles. And they're showing the point that the pawn is dead.
Right.
The pawn is gone. And now the question really comes down to, how can you make something of this structure? Giri in that game was not able to. He played rook to B1 to start. And then after this, he shut the center down. Then he tried a demonstration on the king's side, but found his pawn on E4 under attack. And look at the enterprising young man take a second pawn, only to see a piece sack land on the board.
Right.
And then the move Queen C1, hitting the rook on A3 and the pawn on H6. Prague said, you can blow up my king side all you want. You're not getting at me at all. And here came that rook. Here comes the knight to the center of the board. And the attack simply was shut down. Very quickly trades yet another pawn. And then the queen came over and down to C2, two connected pass pawns. No real attack anywhere. And Prague won the game. So this is the kind of thing that can happen to you in this line. If you're white, you think, I'm just giving away the pawn, I don't care. The question is, what's your real attack? Where is it going? How does it transpire? And you see, Anish, no slouch, doesn't lose a lot of games. With the white pieces, no doubt, got beaten by a young Prague, or younger Prague, let's call him. He's still young. But this we're talking 4 years ago when he was all of 16 or 17 years old, just turned 21 2 days ago. So this is a strange line to be playing if you're white. A lot of players with black feel they're okay. I'm sure Fabi's not going to go down like this, but let's see whether or not Wesley can take care of business in that game. And we are talking about the game with Wesley and Fabi.
I must say, that game doesn't inspire the opening, does it? I mean,
Bishop E2 has been played, by the way. We are continuing down a similar path, probably, because
it's the exact same position. Yeah, they're following
Bishop
that Giri
A6,
Prague game right now.
Bishop A6, castles, takes, F4, takes on C4, what Maurice just showed us. Let's pick up some more of the action. Let's check in on Levon, the great Swindler, Aronian.
And Levon, this is interesting because you can approach a game like Levon's from yesterday in two different ways, right? He got basically a full point. He was losing by force more than once in that game and ended up not just saving it, but winning it. And he's playing against somebody who is on 0 out of 2. And you could approach it in a couple of different ways. And Levon goes for show me how aggressive you are, because he plays the Petrov. He has played all kinds of Ruy Lopez his entire life. He's also these days a fledgling Sicilian player, I think, on occasion. He can do pretty much anything against 1e4. But today he goes for what is supposed to be ultra solid, and says, if you want to be aggressive, you can mix it up. If not, I think I'm satisfied with equalizing reasonably quietly.
How did they do this, Peter? Where does it come from?
It's a classical Petrov, white took on e5 and went back to f3, played g4 and bishop d3, and Levon chose, of all the things you can do in this position, Levon chose the old classics. He played bishop d6, castles, rook c4, c6, rook e1. In this position, there is a bunch of, these days it's very fashionable to just leave this pawn unprise. I think h6 maybe is even playable in this position occasionally. But Levon goes rook e8. Knight c3 is maybe not the main move in this position. I think there is a lot of theory starting from both queen b3 and maybe even queen c2 here. But knight c3 is definitely one of the moves you can make. And we get here, takes. I think this is some very old theory, which isn't really supposed to be much of anything for white. But you, of course, still have to be a bit careful because, I mean, currently knight g5 is a borderline winning threat, which you can meet, I think, in 3 different ways. You can play h6, which is never a bad move, but it's maybe not as direct as your 2 other options. You can play bishop e6, which probably will be met by bishop d3 because white obviously does not want any piece trades, and it reestablishes the threat on knight g5. So those 2 might actually flow into each other. Some position like this where obviously black is structurally completely fine, but these types of hanging pawn structures with bishops already on the two correct diagonals, sometimes you manage to launch something on the king side and be happy. And there is also a very concrete move, bishop g4. But Levon has just played h6. We've seen on our screen that he's just played
Bishop
h6.
g4.
Yeah, bishop g4 is definitely playable, pinning the knight on f3 and aiming to protect the pawn on f7 if chased away by putting the bishop on h5 and maybe even g6 later. Was definitely one of the things you could consider. But he went with the more conservative option of h7, h6, where I think white eventually needs to go for this plan of bishop d3 and c4. You can do it straight away. You can throw in h2, h3 for now. Right. But we'll get some kind of a position that along the lines of what I described.
Peter, the players are playing for a lot of money and Grand Chess Tour points. Remind our viewers what's at stake.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the prize fund for this tournament, which is, this year, the classical tournaments are much better paid than they used to be in even previous years when they were very well paid.
At
Prize fund,
$350.
yeah, the prize fund used to be $350,000, and now it's $475,000, which is the same $350,000 which you can see on your screen, $100,000 for first, and 13 GCT points, which is what happened to Vincent Keymer, who won outright in Bucharest, and then 65 and 50 for second and third, 10 for 10th. But there is also, as you can see at the bottom of your screen there, the bonus pool of $125,000, which is created to incentivize aggressive, decisive play.
Which we got yesterday.
Which we absolutely did get yesterday. Not sure if it was directly connected to the additional money or just the players these days are quite, but it absolutely doesn't hurt. Yeah, you're right, Yasser. And the math works like this. This is a total kitty for the bonus money. It will be divided by the total number of wins in the tournament. Using Bucharest as an example, it ended up being, I think, $11,000 and a bit per win.
Right.
And Vincent, winning 3 games, got an additional 35 grand, which is why he's actually leading in the money stakes. When you see the current GCT standings, Vincent, despite being in 4th place, is ahead of everybody in terms of earnings because he got that bonus money in Bucharest. So far, we had 5 wins in the tournament so far, meaning 25 grand per win.
At this exact moment.
But it will continue decreasing round per round.
I'm looking at the position that you have on your board between Jorden and Levon, and it feels to me like white has to be very, very quick in terms of using his development advantage. I want to play 2 moves in a row. I want to play queen d3 and bishop takes h6. So please play knight d7 and just allow me to show me.
Actually, everything but bishop c6 straight up loses to your idea.
Exactly.
There's one defense only.
And
this is extremely strong.
Because queen g6 check, and there goes the bishop on d6.
This is over, yeah. But unfortunately for this idea, there is the immediate bishop e6, which takes the bishops off the board and actually comes very close to immediately equalizing.
And I wanted to play bishop b3, and I'm hoping to play bishop c2, which I think you're not going to allow me.
Actually, I think even with the knight coming to f6, I think I can probably afford to give you this.
Right. Well, this is the best I could achieve. I mean, you didn't have to give me this, but if I don't have anything here,
I liked my setup better. I thought something like, let's say, black plays exactly the same moves, and we do this. Yeah.
Okay.
I think this setup is slightly more attractive. We want to do something like queen d2 or queen c2, put the rook on e1, play perhaps h3. And start fishing for some d4, d5 ideas, or maybe knight e5 and then something. It's not much. It's I'm not going to argue this gives white a kind of a solid edge.
Exactly.
But it's a kind of a typical hanging pawns position, which sometimes could result in, there's a lot of kinetic energy being kind of accumulated in the white position. And if we can find a good spot to play d4, d5, we could be in business with our Horowitz bishops aiming themselves at the black king side. Yeah.
I think as chess players, we truly do admire brilliancies, and at the same time, we feel very sympathetic for our colleagues when things go wrong. For Jorden, this has been a disaster in 2 different ways. Result-wise, bad, but great preparation that gives him nothing. He gave away 2 incredibly good ideas to his colleagues and didn't get rewarded.
In particular, yesterday must have been really heartbreaking for him because, first of all, he showed very interesting opening prep, got a position which I think was arguably maybe even slightly better for him. Maybe not as much as we were trying to sell it during the live show. I looked at it a little bit at home, and it probably never really left the quality all that much, but definitely very comfortable for black, and I think anybody would pick black.
Right.
And then he maybe slightly misplayed it, was still completely fine, and defended the pawn down position really well for like 40 moves straight to end up somehow in a study. Regrettably for him, what looked like a very trivial 1v1 rook ending was just straight up a study, which he failed to solve. And I mean, all credit goes to Wesley for continuing to ask good questions, but yeah, heartbreaking for Jorden.
Yeah, I just feel very, very sad for Jordy. Cristian, do you have... No, not yet.
There's one more game we can perhaps put on our screen to take a look. Sevian is playing white against Anish Giri, and he's playing this kind of a double fianchetto game which began as a... I guess you can call it a reti, but it comes in all shapes and sizes these days. And I myself, I think, had this position a bunch of times, even though I'm not really a player of these openings.
Right.
It's supposed to be kind of borderline forced draw in some cases.
Wow.
Because it actually becomes very, very concrete. Because after knight c6, you're sort of supposed to play d2, d4. You can play knight c3, but it's not very much.
Okay.
And if you play d4, there is this line where black can just take twice. Bishop takes d4, b6 is supposed to be absolutely empty, so you take with the queen. Bishop f6, queen d2, and there is this move knight f4 in this position. I've actually had this on board maybe even more than once.
Wow.
Without knight f4, maybe white gets a little bit of a bite. But knight f4 pretty much forces you to go into this position after g takes f4, takes, let's say you go rook a g1, the bishop drops back. And currently we're slightly more active. We have, rook a8, bishop c8 still out of play. But black has the bishop pair, black has no weaknesses. And if you know what you're doing here, you are, I think, not supposed to be worse with black.
All right. No, Cristian. Now you're all set.
Absolutely, and I do want to talk about the marquee matchup of the round, the fight between the two Americans, Fabiano versus Wesley, because paint me puzzled. I just simply don't understand exactly what Fabi has in mind, but he definitely has something. A bit of a backstory about this line. I recently looked at it briefly because of a game in 2026, just a few months ago, between Maurice Marc-Andrea from France, a very talented youngster with a lot of theoretical knowledge, and an international master, quite well prepared as well. And what impressed me was how easy Marc-Andrea won that game. It definitely feels that this particular line is a memory test, and that seems to be the case why Wesley is thinking for so long. Maurice, you already painted a very beautiful picture about where this game is headed towards. Castle, I'm expecting knight to a5. Wesley is already gearing up towards that pawn on c4, and you're going to have to sacrifice that, and you're going to have to bank everything on the attack on the king side, followed after f4, take, bishop takes c4. Finally, that pawn is off the board. And in that game of Maurizi, he played like this. f5, h6, rook to b1. This is, by the way, still theory. And after rook to c8, rook to b3. This was the critical moment, and he played a bad move. That player with the black pieces, let me just make sure I have his name, Vedant Panesar. I believe he's an Indian international master, quite young and developing in his chess career. But after knight to a5, and this is somewhat of a natural move, already black is in trouble. After rook to d3, why, you might be asking? Because you're not getting your e5 blockage of the pawn structure on the king side as quickly. Obviously, once the rook is on d3, you're not going to be able to do that because your queen on d8 is in trouble. So, without getting e5, he got caught out of the opening. Marc-Andrea Maurizi went on to win quite a smooth game in that one. And the question is, why is Wesley right now spending so much time? Perhaps his memory is fading a little bit. He knows that Fabi has something in mind. I don't know what Fabi has in mind, to be honest. I don't know if Fabi knows what he has in mind. I've been looking through the lines. take, bishop takes c4, knight takes c4, f5, h6 generally, just to stop me from putting that bishop on g5 and setting up that pin is a very natural move in the position. And then we're most likely going to see either rook to a2, rook to f2, that's an idea, rook to b1, rook to b3, that's another idea to set up the rook swinging on the other side of the board. It's all about the attack on the king side. It's all about the fact that I have the space advantage and I'm going to bank absolutely everything on that. At the same time, it's such a risky line. This is a risky line because black is a pawn up. If you don't find the right way, if you miss a bit, well, you might actually get yourself in trouble as white. And very often, white is forced to sacrifice something on the king side. Some bishop takes h6 very often comes in the position, opening up the avenues towards the king. And the best you get in those type of instances very often is a perpetual check. And you have to take it as white. So this is my question. What does Fabi have in store for Wesley? Because he's still playing very quickly. I guess we will find out in just a few minutes once Wesley responds to Fabiano's challenge.
Thank you, Cristian. And just as you were describing that type of a middle game, I was reminded of the 2013 World Championship match between Magnus and Vichy, where Vichy had this white, same-ish-like attack going, bang, 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 bang. It was a super sharp game. Magnus pulled it out at the end with getting him from behind with a queen check to save that game. But it was very sharp and double-edged.
Zamish is very good for that, and this is why I was in particular, just one final point I wanted, and the reason
to include, yeah.
The reason I was very happy when I saw knight c6 was specifically that the choice between knight c6 is a choice between trying to equalize and trying to play for 3 results.
Right.
And for us as viewers, obviously, games where all 3 results are in play are a lot better. And that made my day nicer from the very beginning. I want to switch back for a second and just another game where I'm just very happy watching how it's developing. This is a game between Javokhir, Sindarov and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave where this is a mess.
Yeah.
Now that MVL has played c5, c4, this was his last move. He met a4 with c4, which is very logical, best move in the position. But my point is, there is now not going to be any kind of symmetrical structure in the center. C takes d4 is off the table.
Right.
White is going to be trying to give mate.
Yes.
And black is going to be trying not to get mated and then win the game on the queen side, basically. That I think, is a fair description of what we're going to be seeing.
Perfect, actually.
Because black has a majority on the queen side now. b5, b4 is going to be playable on every single move. I think you probably begin by playing bishop b7, kind of.
Just to stop knight g5.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on the g5 square is incredibly important in these structures. Right. And then we watch. We wait for white to make a move. We sometimes want maybe to play knight 7 to b6. We definitely always consider b5, b4 as an option.
Right.
What we're not doing very easily and very quickly, I think, is castle king side. I think the king is okay on e8 for the time being.
Right.
Because on g8 it might actually present white with a larger target to play against.
Yeah.
This is a very fun position.
Yeah, I would just toss in that if white plays rook e1, probably you don't want to play b4, knight e4, because in some ways you like to have the b4 square maybe for knight on d5
it's possible,
to b4.
Yeah.
You know, here again you're encouraging white.
Even these types of positions are actually playable for black. Let's say b3 and then h6, and we've kind of locked out sort of 3 guys. and then we play. Yeah, It's not that clear how we're progressing ourselves on the queen side, but we are sort of playing with an extra queen for the next foreseeable future. Yeah?
Right, right. A5.
Now, this is going to be very enjoyable to watch.
Wonderful, wonderful. Statistically speaking, Peter, we're going to stop our analysis and answer a salient question. According to the statisticians, who's going to win the tournament?
This is pre-tournament, and as you can see, Fabi way ahead of the field on almost a quarter of the pie belongs to Fabi. Sindarov in second on 17%, and Keymer, who won the previous classical tournament in the series, in third. Also notably, those are the players who begin with white.
Yeah, Levon and MVL not getting any love at a 4% clip.
And then after round one, it became even more Fabi-centered because Fabi was the only winner, obviously, in round one, and he is up to almost 40%. But it's going to tighten up considerably now on the next slide.
Especially because Sindarov and Vincent both lost.
Yeah, and there you have it. Fabi's still way ahead. Slightly shocking, actually, how ahead he is, considering there's a tie for first. You know,
Wow.
he is what, 4 times as likely to win the tournament as MVL, and they're on the same points.
Remarkable.
That's an insult. I take grave objection to this. Yeah.
Exactly, and especially for somebody like MVL, who has come so close to winning the Grand Chess Tour and consistently taking third place in the Grand Chess Tour, only to have 8%. Maurice, jump in and tell us what's caught your eye for day 3.
I'm getting over that. I take that as an insult. Peter's
Right?
fighting words.
Right?
How dare you say you're 4 times more likely to beat me? I don't care that you're number 2 player in the world.
Right.
And I've dropped a lot.
Right.
Doesn't matter. I got
Doesn't
the same
matter.
points.
Same points.
Same points.
Yeah, but Fabi's rough, man. Fabi's a monster. The Fabi game is definitely quite interesting, and that Sindarov game that you guys were looking at. The Prague game is proceeding very slowly, one with Keymer, and you have this position where Prague put his knight on d7, pawn on c6, and it's not entirely clear how he plans to free himself. And now he's, just as I spoke, he played the move b6.
Right.
Clearly, the intention is to bring the bishop into the game. We know, and there goes that break I was about to say.
E4.
We know the break that white wants is to be able to play this move, e4, and open up the position. The big question is going to be, what's the deal with this pawn move you played on a5? Because white essentially played all very natural moves. And the queen may look odd on d3, but it could have been on c2.
Right.
And that would have been very normal. So this break, you basically have to grab once. You don't have to grab twice. But the natural break is c5 over e5. But this c5 move is going to weaken this b5 square. Not that it's a big deal, but it's still that one little tempo loss of the move a5. At least white's going to argue that it's a tempo loss. We're sticklers for things like that. Like I say, I got away with something. That isn't enough to make black suffer. Maybe not. The engine actually thinks, though, that this is a little nice advantage for white, as one would suspect, because this move just appears sort of like sticking your pinky out there quite randomly in the position. So this one, you could grab once, but now your c6 pawn is hanging, so you can't just play knight to f6, which would be the most natural move. Let's play a move that looks fairly natural, this one, and then bishop f4 and knight to f6. The queen drops back. And again, you might want to play this move. A rook lands on the file, and your queen suddenly is uncomfortable. Once again, an extra tempo. Maybe you could have done something else other than the move a5. This position is starting to look very comfortable for white. In fact, this line is quite an interesting one. If you try to just defend your bishop with this move, knight f5 could come landing on the board suddenly, and this cause a little discomfort. Again, game not anywhere near over, but you'd rather be white.
Of course, yeah.
And in this position with, again, that move a5, it may prove to be a tempo loss. So that's why you see Vincent opening up the game right here, right now, saying, let's go. It's a solid position. Maybe you're not terribly worse, but I'm playing for something.
Again, I have played a lot of these positions as black where I've allowed e4, e5. So I have played the move bishop a6 in these positions, and after e5, knight e8, I kind of just roll with the punches. Why do I do that? Because I'm a French defense player at heart, too. And, you know, I've got the light-squared bishop. So, sharp game. Thank you, Maurice, as we go over to Cristian.
An even sharper game is developing in this one, Fabi versus Wesley. And by the way, after a very long think, Wesley made a novelty in this position. In fact, quite surprisingly, did not go for this very forced line, c takes d4, followed by knight to a5, which has been played quite a few times. He understood that perhaps Fabi did have something in that main line, so he really wanted to avoid it. That's why he played the move rook to c8. But right now, things are becoming quite intriguing because I'm basically a tempo up. I'm slightly faster with my attack as white, as in the previous lines that we've seen so many times already. Take. Now, take a look at this. Beautiful center of pawns ready to maul black's position, the black king on g8. And the next move is f5. We've seen the response generally after f5. You don't want to let me establish this pin with the move bishop to g5. So generally the way you're going to approach that, you're going to go h6. And right now I have a very intriguing option. And that is rook to f4. It's very brutal because what I want is to go rook to h4. So let's say you're going to take, and now I go rook to h4. And now you're starting to understand you no longer have time to waste in the position with your defense. You need to do something right now, because if you try to keep the position closed, that piece sacrifice comes in the position and you're not going to survive this one. After take, queen to c1, by the way, a very important move. Setting up queen takes h6 next move. There's no way to defend against that and you're going to get checkmated. It looks very artificial, going rook to f4, rook to h4, and in fact, it does come with its set of risks as well, because after rook to h4, knight h7 being the best move, forces the rook back to h3. Look, I'm banking everything on one idea and one idea only, and that is to take on h6, go queen c1 and checkmate you. And at this point, it does seem, by the way, up to this point, the engine was saying black is better, black is better, black is better. I just got your pawn, you don't have enough. But right now, it's starting to understand bishop takes h6 is a serious threat in the position. Guess what? That's not the only one. I have a lot of ways to get my pieces into the attack. Knight to h5, starting to look at the g7 square. I'm ready to jump with the queen on g4 as well. Everything is coming your way. I've committed everything on the king side, with the exception of my rook on a1, which, by the way, might arrive at some point on that side as well. Once the bishop leaves, maybe rook to f1, rook f3, and rook to g3, everything is committed on the king side for white at the expense of a pawn. But where is black's defense? Do you have enough defenders? Are you fast enough to set up your defense? This is the question that we're going to see answered by the two players in the next few hours.
Good questions, Cristian. Thank you for that. I'm thinking you need a raise. You've just about called all the games,
I always
Peter.
think that.
This is amazing. I mean, in particular, the Sevian Anish Giri game. You gave everything to knight f4, and how are the players doing?
Well, it's still theory. If I had to hazard a guess how many games would be from this position, I think it's probably a couple of dozen. Let's check. More. 37 games from here.
3 dozen.
3 dozen, yeah. Most of them ending in draws. I mean, if somebody wins this, it's white. Black rarely. I think I lost it with white once. But I wasn't.
There is a player.
Yeah. But I wasn't paying any attention. But generally, of course, it has a very drawish reputation because the structure is incredibly solid. And what ends up happening is eventually Black maybe has to give up one of those two bishops for the knight. But
well, I can see that Sam wants to play knight c4, knight d6, munch a pawn on munch the bishop, and play rook d7, and say it's a 2-result game.
Yeah, and this is the dream scenario where Black generally, first of all, gets to say something about it, and secondly, if we look at how this might transpire, let's say you go knight d6 here, I go rook a b8, yeah, you take on c8.
This is
I take, you go rook d7, I play. I mean, king f8 is good enough, right? You take on b7 with something, pick a piece, yeah, I guess bishop.
Yeah. Why not?
Even if I wasn't winning the pawn back immediately, I think some position like this, if I just go bishop c5, bishop d6 trade, let's say we talk schematics, yeah? some position like this. I don't think I'm losing it either with black, frankly.
Exactly, rook on a2, and like you said, you could have taken the pawn on a2, but bishops of opposite color, high.
I just wanted to show a position where you have survived with your extra pawn, but I don't think you're converting it, frankly. I think this is going to be a reasonably comfortable draw after something like this.
Yeah, put your pawn on a5, your bishop on
put the bishop on b4, play a7, a5, and chill. So in order to maybe try for something, you have to be slightly more wily and crafty. After bishop f6, maybe you go knight c4, rook b8, and you try. I saw that some strong players tried before b5 here, just to gain some space, I guess, is the idea.
Right.
But all of this is very ephemeral, I think. It shouldn't really lead to anything much.
Right. Just want to remind everybody that we do, and we will be having bonus coverage of the Cairns Cup that is being played alongside the Sinquefield Cup. In fact, at the St. Louis Chess Club, they have two different wings, if you will. I think it's the knight's room and the bishop's rooms that the players are playing in. But Maurice, jump into the action here in round 3.
Well, we were talking about that move a5. That was the big deal in the Prague game.
Yes.
And you did not want to make a move that might lose a tempo, might not be useful. Prague decided, I'm going to make it useful, but is he right? He played the move a4 in response to the move e4. And the engine absolutely despises this move.
Wow.
I have no idea what's going on.
What a move. I'm wondering if it was really the move played on the board? Because
you checked.
Because the question, and there goes Vincent himself
saying what?
Whoa, bro. And we see the proof right there. A4 was indeed played. Again, sometimes you make a move that has a certain flavor that's maybe not too tasteful, distasteful, right, somewhat. And you think, I'm not going to waste this move. I'm not going to let you get away with just opening up the game, whatever. But there is a massively important line that Vincent could play, but he has to believe it first, that his opponent's not just blundering. And that's the move e5. He's played it.
He's played it.
He's played it.
It's the most logical move.
It's on the board. It's not just the most logical move. It looks like a most crushing move.
Right.
Because after the knight drops back, gift me your pawn.
Right.
Yeah, I think what you might misunderstand from afar is that you think you have d takes c4 here.
Yes.
But then queen takes c4, bishop a6, queen takes c6. I think you're lost. Your knights are so horrible. I think
yes, but that's you say it's from afar. This line does not look like it's from that far out. To just look at this and say, hold on a second, I've given up two pawns. It's two. It's not an exchange sack.
Right.
It's 2 pawns. I've given up the light-squared bishop as well. This bishop is going to be a monster. You can see the pawn formation favors the bishop. And also, this queen is going to be able to back out with ease. So that's not a worry.
And he's gone I thought maybe he wanted to go knight e4, which was also bad, but I think was probably better than this. This is some kind of a slow train wreck in progress. I have no idea what's going on.
This is the question. I'm finding it hard to believe that Prague thinks this is okay. I'd be shocked if the position that you see right there on your screen, which is my board position,
and
is the position that he calculated. You see the live position on the left?
Yeah.
That he calculated this, got to this point and said, oh yeah, no problem.
I want to sack a pawn.
I'm going to sack. I mean, it's 2 pawns.
Yeah, I mean, there's risk taking, and then there's this, and this is it goes very much above and beyond risk taking.
So, guys, the question is, what is that the line he's actually planning? Knight takes. In this position, there is really no other move. Looking around, I don't see another move. It looks like you have to take.
Machine actually doesn't take because it thinks it's even worse than just playing a full piece.
Understood.
Pawn down. But who does that?
So we're looking for alternatives here that make any sense. And again, you look at this position and you say, I don't see anything else. Note that b5, by the way, does not work because of queen takes on c6. Your rook is currently hanging and your pawn is hanging. So you can't gain a tempo on the queen with this move because queen takes on b5 ruins all of that. So that is not a move. What else could be played? Again, looking around desperately for an alternative, we don't really see one except defense, because if you go into this line, you're walking into a position that, frankly, White's going to love to play. We all put our hands up. Pick me, pick me. I want to be white. I want to be white here. This would be stunning in terms of the development in this position. And as much as we are just optically glancing at this and saying we love white, it's not like Vincent's confused by if he has an advantage or not. He's probably confused as why he's being allowed such a massive advantage in the position, because it just doesn't make any sense what Pragg has done.
I think one saving grace for Pragg here might be there are other very good options for white. If you play, e5 98 is on the board. If you just play bishop c1 f4, you're also much better. This is the thing. And Vincent might think to himself, do I even need to calculate here? I'm better regardless. Why not just play kind of normally? Bishop f4 is massively unpleasant as well. There are some lines in the Catalan where you allow e4, e5, but you generally get a lot more on the queen side than Pragg has gotten here. And this is maybe the one thing that could prevent knight takes a4 from appearing on the board. The fact that there are very solid options elsewhere. But Vincent, I'm sure, is calculating knight takes a4. You do, I mean, it's a pawn. You do want to check if you can take it.
And his opponent got up from the board when he played a4, and they got up from the board when he played knight e8.
Yeah.
And we know what that means. That's saying, I dare you, I double dare you to take the pawn. Although sometimes you stare at your opponent and say, you know what, I'm taking this bluff. And as a strong player, that's just one of the things you have to be able to do is stare down your opponent and their moves and say, I don't believe you. I just don't. And I know, Yas, you tell many funny stories. I think it was Ben Larson. Martin Larson's story when you made your whole spiel.
I made a case.
And then he said, nobody believes you.
Nobody believes you.
That's how we are as chess players. At some point, you know, I don't care what your rating says. You can't make that move. I'm going to have to hurt your feelings right now.
Yeah.
Will Vincent feel that way about his opponent?
Right.
It's Pragg after all. It's not just anybody.
Yeah.
Will Vincent go right into the lion's den? He's checking the lines. The great thing about chess, we can see the board in front of us. You only have so many moves legally to play. So unless you have some kind of, you don't have some S-chess piece that just shows up. It's not Bug House, a piece lands on the board.
No.
He can check for himself and look at the variations and assess it very carefully. And I think he's going to take that pawn on a4.
And say, okay, show me.
But I will say this is such a dream scenario for him, considering, I mean, he played the Catalan. It's one of the ways to avoid a whole mass of openings which are currently standing really well, all the Rogozins and the semi-Tarashes and all that. But after the extremely painful loss yesterday, you know, and Pragg can play absolutely anything against the Catalan. He could go for like the main theoretical lines with d takes e4 and a6, which also stand incredibly well right now. And instead, this is what he has by move 11. A really, really solid chance to bounce back immediately after a painful loss yesterday. This is about as good a position you can get out of the Catalan by move 10-11.
You know, I really feel myself in a very, very awkward position because I'm about to argue for a pawn sacrifice. So I really feel out of sorts. But I have actually played these positions as black, sacrificing a pawn. So go ahead, knight takes a4, knight to c7. Just, you know, I'm not, you're going to go, I assume,
let's put
backward.
It back. Yeah, let's put it back.
I'll go b5.
Immediately or
Immediately.
After? Okay.
Okay, just going b5. Please play c5.
Sure.
I go b4.
I have knight e2. It would have been perhaps somewhat playable, but I have knight e2 and then queen, let's say g2.
And yeah,
rook e1, knight f4. This is not going to work out.
This is not going to work out for me. No,
the engine. Look,
by the way,
he didn't do it.
Bishop e3 or
he
bishop
backed
f4.
down, and he didn't even play your bishop f4.
Yeah, that's an interesting square. Yeah, I don't know why he preferred e3 over f4.
And the engine totally.
Now I'm confused.
That's the thing. He's still better, but he was kind of close to winning after
with bishop f4.
Yeah. Even bishop f4, I thought it was a much more natural square. Maybe he is dreaming of some scenario where the knight might go to that square. I don't know. For me, f4 seems a lot more obvious than this.
Me too. Now knight c7. Now you can't take on a4 because c6. If you take on a4, take on c4. take, I
Yeah,
got
now
b5.
now b5 forwards,
Doesn't
yeah.
work because of the knight is defending the rook. So you just lose a piece. So bishop e3, take the pawn or play bishop f4, but bishop e3?
Yeah, that's a bit of a strange one. Yeah, and just to illustrate how the engine was approaching it, it was playing bishop f4, knight c7. It was immediately playing h2, h4, kind of hinting at ideas of playing knight g5. And if you play h7, h6, one of the things you at least need to consider is the idea of playing queen e3 and immediately asking,
Sack.
how worried are you about bishop
I'd
takes
be very
h6?
worried.
And I think you should be, yeah. And this is maybe one of the things you've taken away from yourself, because the same setup after knight c7, let's say h4,
Yeah.
h6, I guess you can still try queen d2.
Okay, makes sense. Let me interrupt you, Peter, as we're going to be taking a break shortly. But we have bonus coverage for you of the Cairns Cup, and I'm going to toss it over to Almira and Nasi. Over to you, Nasi.
Thank you, guys, and hello, everyone, from the Cairns Cup. Almira, we have 5 very interesting games going on, but before we dive into the games, let's remind everyone what the standings are.
Hello guys, let's have a look at the standings, and we have 2 players leading the event. Tan Zhongyi and Alice Lee are leading the tournament with a perfect score, 2 out of 2. What is surprising to see that they have distanced themselves from the pack already after the second round, and let's have a look. So many players are chasing them: Bibisara Soubaeva, Anna Muzichuk, Divya Deshmukh, Carissa Yip, and Stavrola Tsolakidou. Then we have 2 players who have only half a point, Hampi Konero and Vachier-Lagrave. And we find at the bottom of the standings Alexandra Kostyanyuk, the former world champion, who needs to score her first blood.
It just shows you how tough this event is. And let's show our audience the pairings for round 3.
So in the third round, we have Anna Muzichuk facing with white pieces Tan Zhongyi. Alice Lee is taking on Bibisara Soubaeva, and she has this unique opportunity to distance herself from Tan. Vachier-Lagrave with white pieces against Stavrola Tsolakidou. Hampi Konero is playing against Carissa Yip, and Alexandra Kostyanyuk is playing with white pieces against Divya Deshmukh.
And we're going to go around the horn and show you all the games, but we're going to start with one of the leaders' games, and I'm talking about Alice Lee. She's facing Bibisara Soubaeva, who last year defeated Alice at the Cairns Cup.
Yes, that was the only game they played against each other.
As you can see, position is very equal and symmetrical. I'm going to back up and show you how we got here. It was the King's Indian defense with the g3 and bishop g2, but with early c5 instead of typical knight d7 and e5 plan.
You're absolutely right, Nasi. And I was thinking about the revenge. You know, French, they say that the revenge is better tasted cold.
And here I was expecting d5, but Alice chose to take on c5, and that's why position now looks so even. Bibisara played knight h5, kicking the bishop back, now b6. Yes, it looks tempting to do something on this diagonal, but best you can do is just trade the knights, and this is still a very equal position. So this didn't happen in the game. Alice shows queen c1 with the idea to play bishop h6 and weaken the dark squares on the king side.
She shows that she knows the plans in this position. Nazi, queen c1 is a very precise move.
It is indeed, but even with this trade, white is not getting a big advantage, or any at all, especially after this last move, queen b8. Sarah offering the queen trade, everything comes off, and now we're entering an endgame with absolute equality.
Yes, but given the tournament situation, I think it is very important for Alice Lee to preserve her leading position, and here she doesn't risk anything.
I can only agree with that. Now I'll show you one game between Alexandra Kostyanyuk and Divya Deshmukh. Now that is a very interesting position and a crazy opening as well. So I'll start from move 1. It was a Sicilian. Let's wait to see the ladies on the screen. There we go. And you can see Alexandra already looks like she's in trouble. It started as the closed Sicilian, the Grand Prix.
Yes, and this is the opening that I know very well. I played this a few times, and I think that Alexander Kostyanyuk messed things up or at a very early stage here.
Yeah, this is a fun line, but after castles, the main move here is d3. And Almira, tell us, how does black usually continue here?
Yeah, black has this wonderful idea to play knight g4, because if you take on g4, then black strikes in the center, immediately plays d5, and I think that black is already slightly better here because they have a pair of bishops.
So after knight g4, white can't touch the knight. What do they usually play instead?
Well, you can play queen g3 or start with bishop b3. Maybe queen g3 is even more interesting, but let's say I played bishop b3. So d6, h3, knight e5 or knight f6 maybe also very interesting, let's say. And then if you reroute your knight to a better square, let's say knight c6, you have this interesting continuation because you've played h3, but you can continue and you can play h4 here.
Let's show this, and you can still press the black's kingside. Very interesting, and it's also funny how this knight, you'd think it developed from here, but no, it came all the way from g8 to c6. Well, none of this happened because Alexandra, maybe she confused the move order, or we don't know exactly what happened, but she played this move h3, not allowing knight g4, but turns out it's already a big mistake. Divya found the best move e6 in response, with ideas now to play immediately f5, or in some lines even d5, but once f5 comes, it asks the question, what is the queen doing on f3?
Yes, you open the f file, you have a lot of squares for your knight, which seems a bit vulnerable on h6, but after f5 you can reroute it through the f7 square, you can take knight f5 if white takes. So I feel that this position is already dangerous for white move on the move 9.
Which is incredible. And here, if you continue with the most natural moves like d3, black plays f5. I just want to show these fun lines. I'm sure Yasser will enjoy this because white wins a pawn. But after f takes e4, queen takes e4, wait for the move here. You think it's d5, but it's not d5. After d5, white does have this very cool in-between move, knight e6, and this a crazy line with so many pieces hanging. But after the end of this, we reach this very fun endgame. Discovery checks, knight c7, let's take a full rook. Rook comes to f2. Now we have to be careful. We can't step back to safety because after e3, I think this pawn is very dangerous. So white would have to walk in the center, king e3, and this position is impossible to evaluate.
However, with the queens off the board, I think that at the end, white will be on the top.
It seems that way because this knight will come out and white will keep the material advantage. So all these fun lines could have happened. Instead of d3, Kostyanyuk played queen b3 just to avoid f5. And here, I was expecting d5 move, but I see that Divya has chosen b6. What do you think of this move, Almira?
But first of all, we need to explain why d5 was such a powerful idea, because you sacrifice a pawn on d5, but however, you look at your pieces.
Especially the king in the center.
Exactly. It's a very thematic move when you know the ideas in this opening. So, and look at the knight on h6. Now it's somehow it's proven itself very useful because it protects the pawn on f7. You know, you cannot take bishop f7, and after rook a8, what else can you do? You cannot castle. So maybe you can play.
Develop.
Yes, you can play d3 here. Yes.
I was worried about bishop e6 here, and I may never be able to castle on this pin on e2. It's gonna be the demise of white.
Bishop e6 is a very strong move, so I think that what else can you have?
I think practically black is just winning here.
Yeah, you will have to play rook f1 here. Just let's make this move on the board to illustrate how bad white's position is. King f1.
King f1.
Oh, yes, somewhere you need to get out of the spin.
You can see on our graphic the accuracy level tells the story. Black has played with almost 99% accuracy, while Kostyanyuk is below 90, which usually tells you that there was some big blunder already in the game.
And as I think the worst white's piece here is actually the queen on b3, because you need to bring it closer to the king,
But he
back
can't.
to the defense, but you cannot.
But he can't. So after Divya played b6, which is also a good move, she didn't choose d5, but she wants to play bishop b7, attack the pawn on e4, and maybe later still go for d5. It looks like black's for choice. And we're only on move 10.
Yes, that's why chess is so interesting. b6, preparing bishop b7, d5, opening the position once again, and eyeing this pawn on g2, Nadia, yes, at some point, because you can also play bishop b7 and f5.
Yes,
There
you
is
can
also
still play f5.
an opportunity.
I'm loving this pawn on d4. It's taking up so much space in the center and on the queen side, and I'm struggling to fix white's position. Yes, of course I want to play d3 and open up this bishop, but then I'm cutting off the queen and the bishop completely from the king side.
Yeah. Nadia, one of the standard ideas here would be to play c3. I
Just
don't
to get
know
rid
if
of this.
yes, I don't know if it works here. What would you do
Bishop b7.
after bishop b7?
I'm eyeing this pawn on e4.
And you cannot take cd4. Yes, you will
Oh,
take
this
on
would be
e4.
very ugly pawn structure. But if you play d3 here, I think you might get trapped here after d5. Look at this. You don't
A6.
see this very often.
Maybe knight d4 is the only playable option here after c3, I think. Nadia, yes, let's just have a quick look.
Knight d4?
Knight d4, because if you give up the bishop on g7, then
You
I
feel
will
like at
have
least you
something,
achieved
yes,
something,
yeah.
right? But I would probably take on e4, castles, and so many options for black. I mean, to be honest, I just want to play for a checkmate.
Queen
Why not?
g5.
Queen g5. But you know what? This pawn structure looks so bad that I think this is also playable for black.
Nazi, you know, I think that I'm not going to be shy and name it. I think this might be the opening catastrophe.
I'm 100% with you, Almira. I think Kostyuk's really struggling in this event, starting with 2 zeros, and today coming in with the white pieces, confusing the move order and ending up in much worse position. Of course, it's not over yet. We're again only on move 10, and hopefully she will get some chances to fight back. But as of now, Divya looking very good.
I agree, Nazi. Maybe we should quickly have a look at the game between Carissa Yip or Humphrey Conero, or
We don't have much time left, but on every other board, it's equal positions, and Alice Lee, one of the tournament leaders, is definitely heading towards a draw. As you can see on your screens right now, it's just a knight endgame, knight and pawns, and unless someone makes a huge blunder, we do expect this to end in a draw. Almira, I think for now we don't have too many exciting games. Positions are very balanced, but hopefully they have more action going on at the Sinquefield Cup. Back to you guys.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Question is, does anybody believe Fabi? He's sacrificing a pawn for the Kingside initiative. You, Cristian,
I believe
you've
him.
been shown.
I believe him. Seems
you
like
have
Wesley
to.
believes him as well. I have to
You're his
believe him.
buddy.
Get up.
You're his podcast mate.
Look,
You're his second in
I'm
tournament
sure he
events.
looked at this. I'm sure he looked
You
at this.
gotta back him up.
I believe him. Look, he's taking risks. Let's be very frank about it. This is a very risky option. You're sacrificing a pawn. You're banking everything on that attack being successful on the king side. Will it be? Well, I mean, it's not that easy, especially against such a well-rounded defender like Wesley, to be able to prove that. But at the same time, Rook to c8 took both of them out of their theoretical knowledge, and right now we have a fresh game in this one.
Okay, but let's be clear. Wesley is he's telegraphing bishop takes c4, robbing white of the two bishops, and you've got to play f5, e5, bishop g5.
That's right.
Or some kind of move. So, Peter, if you don't mind, do the honors. We're going to start with f5.
I think we're starting with f5. We're expecting h6, although I note on my screen that the engine suggests you can actually allow the spin. It's incredibly risky.
Yes.
But you can actually allow the spin and immediately play g7, g5 here.
Nobody does that, though.
Yeah, it seems very, very risky, but somehow the engine suggests that there's no immediate winning blow for white here. You can play queen d2, but we can play king g7, or arguably king h7 is maybe even slightly more precise, but the idea is now you do have to start paying attention to some g6, g5 counterplay. But nobody does that. And one thing I wanted to check with the engine and then show to our viewers, because in some positions, people used to respond to f5 with knight e8, avoiding the spin altogether, loses immediately to a very typical idea of f5, f6.
Ooh,
kind of
nice.
telling black, please put it back, and now I will pin it.
You.
And now I will pin it. And this is just winning very often, because that pin, with the f5 pawn gone, you can play h6 now, but you will just get mated after takes, and knight h5, and the position collapses.
Perfect.
And that is a cute little idea, which I wanted to show to our viewers.
Maurice, jump in on this one. Do you believe, Fabi?
You know, I don't know that I believe this. I don't like his body posture. But the thing about Fabi, though, is the guy can win games.
Yeah,
and he knows how to win a lot of games. And even if he doesn't have the position he exactly wants, he's been known to pull a rabbit out of a hat many times. And we look at these unbeaten streaks, the longest active unbeaten streaks on the tour. It features two of the players we're looking at right now. But one MVL is lording over them all. And his last loss at the Sinquefield Cup goes back 4 years to 2022 when he lost to Aronian in round 6. Since then, he's got 30. That's 30 undefeated games,
and
which of course we assume
game.
We're talking classical games. We're talking the Sinquefield Cup. Fabi hasn't lost in a while either, and neither has Wesley. So I guess this assumes that this game is going to make Fabi into number 20 and Wesley number 14. We don't know. We don't know, but they are very difficult to beat. And Fabi is somebody who also knows how to put the brakes on. So even if this doesn't work out, he'll find some line that maybe equalizes. But man, I don't see this.
His brakes may have been filed today. His brakes may have been filed today.
Maybe because
aren't as strong.
We know when you play A3, and then F3, you're saying you have my pawn. I got plans.
Yeah.
This position, we're going to find out those plans because it's not like these plans haven't been tried before. And F4, F5 has been tried before in history of chess.
And I can tell you that we did some serious work in this type of structures in 2024, a long time ago when this became somewhat popular because of the Ding Nepo match. And Nepo used to love this type of ideas, Ding as well, of course. And they had quite an intriguing discussion, and everybody was analyzing this. The thing is, these positions are so tough. Whenever you train with somebody for weeks at a time, you generally, the way you do it, you look at something, you analyze it with the computer, you go through the lines, and then you play games. You play blitz games.
Training.
You know exactly what you're supposed to do, and yet, very often, 5 moves later, you're completely lost. Completely lost, with white or with black. I was playing a lot of games, and then you look at them with the engine, and you're realizing that you don't understand anything about the position, or that you simply cannot handle the complications, especially with no time on the clock in blitz situations. But it just speaks volumes to the fact that this structure is so difficult to understand and so difficult to master. And right now the clock is ticking for both of the players. By the way, for both sides. White is attacking, but white is taking risks because you're giving up a lot of material along the way.
Thank you, Cristian. I believe those insights absolutely, that you work really hard with engines, you play a few training games, and you realize doing just a few moves you're lost. But in this exact moment, Fabi is thinking, and I actually really don't see another move in F5. E5 just doesn't in my opinion,
E5 makes it so much easier for black to play. E5, you pretty much always go 98.
And you just help your opponent, frankly.
In a way, it becomes simpler for black to play. You probably play F5 here because you really do need to open up this bishop.
Then you start to worry about a queen trade.
He's played a 5 on our screen just now.
Yeah, so I wanted to say that, first of all, I don't see an alternative to F5. Why did he take so long? Secondly, I am not allowing bishop G5 under any circumstance. I am not playing knight E8 for that beautiful trick that you showed us. So these two moves that they finally played, to me, were absolutely forced. And this is a key moment for me. It's rook F4 absurd. It looks absurd to my eyes.
On the topic of breaks and Fabian knowing where to pull them,
when to pull
this
the
is maybe the final bailout you have, because it appears to me, having looked at what the engines are suggesting, that if you go E5 here, D5, D5, black can play knight H7. Queen takes D1 exists already, but you can begin with knight H7 because white can't really avoid the trade anyway. You play F6. This probably gives you enough to equalize.
Really?
But this is, you abandon ideas of winning the game completely if you do this, because black can get the queens off, and after takes, I can take on C4, FG7, King G7, and what you're trying for here, I think, is some sort of a perpetual.
For a draw at this point.
Huh?
You're begging for a draw at this point with white.
This is your perpetual
You're hoping somewhere knight F4 check will be a draw.
Right.
And that's your absolute best case scenario. You're not really dreaming of anything else.
Okay.
So if Fabi for some reason does not know and or does not believe in rook F4, H4, this is maybe the final moment in the game where he can actually pull the handbrake and say, you know what, your slightly newish move order doesn't seem like I can refute it. Maybe it's time to stop. But one thing I wanted to point out is, when we talk about the GCT standings, and of course they will come to our studio and they will all say, we don't care, we're playing Sinquefield Cup, this is the most important tournament of the year. But the two players who began the Sinquefield Cup at the top of the standings in the GCT standings are all on +1. And the two players chasing them both lost yesterday. So obviously it's too early to say things, but in as much as you can say things, I think Fabi, Pragg and Wesley should be feeling very, very safe right this moment in terms of qualifying for the finals.
Right.
Because they're already a full point ahead of the two players who could potentially overtake them. And a point in a classical tournament is a lot.
It's not 1 point, it's 2 wins.
Yeah.
Because your opponent makes 2 draws, you have to make 2 wins to catch.
Exactly.
Right.
And I think what I wanted to say is, it kind of frees you up to express yourself. Fabi doesn't really need to worry about things. If he wants to play risky chess, it's probably not going to jeopardize his qualification for the finals in any way. He is very safe on 25. So if he wants to gamble today, he has license. Because his tournament situation is, I think, safe enough.
Well, I think the question of whether he wants to gamble or not, I think has already been answered by his opening choice.
Precisely,
I think at this point, he's not thinking about simplifying the position with E5 or allowing the simplifications. He's looking for a way either to return to what he knows from the other main lines, but now with rook C8 is somewhat different, right? Because black is not forced to take on C4 yet. He knows that E5 very often is the way black defends against the progression of the attack on the king side. So through that system, I think he's going to come to the realization that rook F4 is indeed the right path towards a crazy position.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to discuss is, let's go back to what we were looking at prior to this. We were discussing. Hang on a second. Let me find that position. Let's say we go knight A5 here, and we come back to that position that both Cristian,
the main line, yes.
Both Cristian and Maurice gave a bit of a lecture on. We were playing rook B1 here. At 5h6, we were playing rook b1 here with the idea of a rook lift via b3 towards f3 eventually, or maybe even g3, once knight h5 lands. So
and it has been played. It's part of the theme.
Yeah. So what happens if, let's say, you go rook b1 here? I guess the big difference is black can take on c4 with the bishop and then rook.
Yeah,
and deny you the c4 square altogether. Let's say we maybe even throw in the 6c5, as we often do in these types of positions. And if you go d5, yeah, I think the biggest problem is you can take, and after white takes, nobody's taking with a knight.
The rooks are not, your rooks as white are not coming to the queen
Exactly.
side.
I think I just wanted to illustrate what the difference is, because including rook c8 and postponing the capture on c4 gives black this additional option of not letting you lift the queenside rook towards b3, g3. And without that, and also with the pawn on e4 already hanging and the c file already being opened, as you can see on your screen, the bar suggests
Nobody believes you.
Not enough compensation.
Exactly.
I'm going to tell you, we've seen hundreds of games. We've actually followed Fabi.
Yeah.
Hundreds.
Oh, yeah.
Right? There's no question. And Cristian, you know him better than any of us here as well. That look, the way he's looking at it, he doesn't seem like the determined, I got you kind of Fabi look. There's something in it that just the way he's shifting also a little bit more frequently than usual in his chair makes him feel that maybe either he forgot something or something's not clear, something's bothering him a little bit. And the fact that Wesley, who's very respectful of this very dangerous opponent, has gotten up not once, a couple of times, maybe 3 times already, walking around saying, not really clear what it is you're doing to beat me up here, but I think I'm about to take your pawn. Mm-hmm. And you have to show me what the attack looks like, because we're looking at it, we're not exactly finding it. And he's deep in the thought process right now. We've been talking for a lot of minutes. Fabi's not finding a compelling plan.
Well, the thing is, I think he understands the position. I think he's looked at this type of positions, and you have to. Look, you have to look at this type of positions for many, many hours. And probably last night was not the only time he looked at this type of position before a game. He understands that that pawn on c4 is done for. Right. For a long time, this was a conscious decision he made when he entered this variation. Right now, he's trying to recall practice games that he's had in this type of structure, the way he continued in those, and the way to make it work right now in this particular case, which is new for both of them. I'm sure it's new
just
for
quick
Fabi.
interruption. We
It's
saw
new for
Wesley
Wes.
walk by there and exit the room. We just saw him go out in back of Fabi.
Maybe he's going to check the Cairns Cup games. Maybe he can find something similar. Sometimes you look at those type of situations. You see some other game that's similar to the one you're playing, and you're trying to get some ideas from that. I don't think that's the case.
Well, you might find yourself inspired if you see somebody attacking
This is what they used to do at Chess 960, right? Very often. They analyze and then they wait to see what the others are playing and whatnot.
The opening. Yes. Let's jump into something very concrete, Peter. Rook f4.
Yep.
Because here we go. Bishop takes c4.
Yes.
And now we stop. Because do we want to take on c4? Or do we
I
want
think
to play
we do.
rook h4 immediately?
I think we do, because we need to stop bishop takes c2 followed by knight b3. If we go rook h4 immediately after bishop takes c2, actually this gambit works even here, shockingly. You can actually still do this.
This is a rook.
Yeah, knight takes a1, and in this position bishop takes g7 appears to be enough for perpetual.
For perpetual.
Wow.
Yeah, you sacrifice everything and
rook
you get
c1 check. Now king
Knight
f2 loses to rook c2, which is very relevant. You have to go knight f1.
Knight f1.
And now king takes g7, and white has a perpetual with rook g4 check.
sacrifice
Giving up
everything.
absolutely everything for getting rid of all of their pieces just to give a perpetual here.
Let me pause you for a moment, because we have a confessional sighting. I think Prague has gone in, and let's hear what Prague has to confess.
Yeah, it's a different setup than Norway, but yeah, coming to the game, it's quite interesting. It's fighting positions. I'm not sure about knight c7, but you know, he's gonna go for like some knight g5 and try to attack while I try to create some counterplay on the queen side. It's going to be a fight again, so we'll see.
I apologize. I missed most of that. My sound.
He didn't answer the important question. All he did was just tell us what was going on. He said, yeah, the guy's going to play knight g5, attack on the king side. I'm going to attack on the queen side. We want to know if a4 was a bluff. That's what we want you to confess.
That was the good one.
And he didn't give us the answer to that question.
Honestly, I expected the confessional just be a confession that, yeah, I completely forgot what the file says. And, yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing today. That did not arrive, no.
What has arrived at the board, by the way?
Well, after knight c7, the expected h2, h4 did land, bishop a6. White actually could, and the engine says should have played knight g5. You have to take. You pretty much never can afford playing g7, g6 in these structures. So takes, bishop takes g5, let's say queen c8, and the engine was playing something like rook fc1 and claiming that now with the bishop pair and continued initiative on the king side, you can still push for h5, h6. The question where black's counterplay is coming from is still very, very relevant here. The engine hates this for black.
I must confess, space, two bishops, what isn't there to like for white?
Yeah. Instead, Vincent went for a slightly more conservative move in rook fd1, giving black once again an option of playing h7, h6, which I think you should actually avail yourself of. It's about time. Let's not dangle the carrot in front of Vincent for too long. Yeah.
h6, queen d2. Didn't we look at something like this, Peter?
We did, yeah. But you can, you probably will have to allow bishop takes h6, but you do get something for it on the other side of the board. And bishop h6 is not mate. The problem is you can ignore it.
It's not mate, huh?
Sorry, not bishop b5, of course. That was a bit of a mistake. Yeah, you can take on h6, against which we will... Actually, the engine doesn't even ignore it. I thought you can kind of pass here and play b5. But the engine says, now that the bishop is on c4, I can bring it to d3 and I'm not going to get mated, and says this holds for black. It's risky, but it says it holds.
Point. Yeah. That's a very good point.
I thought the suggestion would be to play something like b6, b5 and claim that there's counterplay. But the engine does like this. Says with knight e4 coming in, a lot of dark square weaknesses, g5 is now perpetual square for some piece or the other for white.
This looks like a fight we're going to really enjoy. Cristian, jumping over to you and Javokhir and Maxime. That's a fight we're enjoying as well.
Absolutely, and looking at Javokhir's games, especially after the loss of yesterday, is so important because then you understand his psychological makeup and whether he will be able to immediately bounce back with a strong performance, and that seems to be the case right now, especially after the opening phase. Peter, I think you were already predicting quite an explosive game after this move, bishop to c2, and we were looking at ideas of a bishop to e7 and the continuous castle, h6, and so on and so forth. But we got another commitment from MVL, and that was b4, which is indeed a novelty, but Sindarov was ready for it. Knight to e4, b3, and it makes sense that you're ready for it. It is one of the most natural moves in the position to pretty much entomb that bishop on b1. h6, a5, blitzed out by Javokhir, so he was still within his preparation at this point, which is, again, it's a fresh position, so it's quite impressive that he still knew exactly what to do. Queen to c7, bishop to d2, queen to e2, bishop to e7, rook to c1, and queen to c6. And I think this was the critical moment in the game, in the early phase of the game, because most likely what MVL was perhaps expecting and anticipating was this knight to go to g3, get ready for knight to h5, get ready to meet castle with an impending attack on the king side. But instead of that, Javokhir has something else in mind, and I really like the next move that he played, and that is bishop to e3. You might be wondering, why am I looking at this pawn on d4 with the bishop on e3? It doesn't make any sense, but what you actually want to do is bring the knight back. In fact, you're not going to g3, to h5, that's one avenue, but what you're trying to do right now is to go to d2 and start looking at the pushed pawns on the queen side, the pawn on c4 and on b3, which are indeed going to be in danger right now. And if I manage to capture one of those, guess what? My bishop on b1 already finds new life in the position also. So I really like this move, bishop to e3. This seems to have stopped MVL in his tracks. And I'm looking at this one and I'm starting to wonder, how are you exactly going to defend those pawns? Perhaps castle, followed by knight to d2, queen to b5, but even then I just pick up the pawn on c4. How exactly are you not going to be a pawn down? And then once this bishop on b1 finds new life in the game, it seems like white, I'm not going to say that Javokhir already has a decisive advantage, but he's really enjoying his position right now. It seems to know what he wants to do, and it doesn't seem like MVL is on track to equalize this position. MVL might be in trouble in this one, guys.
Sorry, but just because that final position that you have,
yes,
knight b. I want to play bishop d5. Yeah. I want to play knight b4 and bishop d5 and take advantage of what I think.
But I will just return with the other knight on d2.
Right, and bishop d5.
Bishop d5, sure, you can go bishop to d5, but guess what? You're going to lose that pawn on b3 as well. Rook to c3, it's not easy. It's not easy. And at some point, like, where's your compensation?
Exactly.
Again, where is your compensation?
Structurally, black looks very healthy, but you are going to be 2 pawns down.
That's the problem. Look, I understand. You have the bishop on d5.
I've got a good structure because I don't have enough of a structure, right?
The thing is, you have control over the light squares, right?
Yes.
And you have this beautiful long diagonal that perhaps you can create something with. But I can always put my pawn on f3 later on, and that's going to kill your whole counterattack on the long diagonal. So, I don't know. I don't see it. I feel like Javokhir just simply knows the position better. And I do think that he has the upper hand in this game at this point in the game.
Thank you, Cristian. And what did you say, Maurice, that we have 3 players who are sitting on unbeaten streaks and MVL as the leader? He might be in a little bit of trouble after this strange move, bishop e3.
And well, a trend only continues for as long as it lasts.
Until it stops.
Deep thoughts, yeah.
Yeah, right. Thank you for sure.
But we'll see. We'll see whether or not they're able to maintain those unbeaten streaks. It's a ticking time bomb. Sooner or later, you're going to lose a game. And we might be seeing that happen to 2 players today. Maybe. We'll see. I do want to point out another game. A very exciting explosion happened, but it may lead to nothing much in the game between Foreest and Aronian. And Foreest, Jorden decided to play the move c4 in this position and expand a little bit. The Injin's not impressed at all by White's position and felt that Levon actually could continue with a move like bishop g4 and play for his own ideas. No big deal if he had done so. Instead, Levon decided to crystallize the position in the center by playing the move b5, indeed a pawn sacrifice. After takes, bishop to d5, now knight to e5, takes and takes. White is up a pawn. Black has multiple ways to equalize, not be better. He sacrificed so that the center would collapse. And he played the move queen to b6, now hitting the bishop on b5 and the pawn on d4. His opponent hasn't moved yet. Actually, he finally did play the move queen to a4.
Defending both.
And he's defending both in this situation. Now, it's up to White to show, black to show, why'd you do this exactly? Yeah. And Levon, I would imagine, must have seen this move, queen to a4, both of them frozen in thought and concentration right now. There are different ways to play this position. One way is to move the rook and attack the bishop. And now the bishop has to drop back somewhere. Let's put it on an active square. And now the move queen b2 continues the challenge. The queen's attacking the rook on a1, the bishop on d2, and also keeping an eye on this pawn on a2, so that after this move, you can actually get your pawn back. It'll be a passed d pawn against a passed a pawn. This is a super sharp choice by Levon. If the queens come off, however, when we get to something like this, it's probably not a problem for him. It's just a position. It looks like black's pieces are perfectly placed to blockade the d-pawn, and neither side looks like they're going to go anywhere special. I would like to point out rook a1, bishop d5, and rook takes a7 is something that might come to mind very quickly. Your back rank is okay for now. There's no rook b1 mate. But rook b3 will chase this piece back. Rook b2 will chase this piece away. Let's put it on e3, and now rook b1. And suddenly there's a little bit too much discomfort happening inside of White's camp, even though he's ahead of pawn. But look at those black pieces. I mean, they're just perfect. And it's not so easy to see how White untangles. And even if white did untangle. This reminds me of something.
Marshall Gambit. Marshall Gambit.
Is it the same thing that happened to Levon recently? Who got their rook on the A file with compensation?
Yeah, there's some different similarities with that game. He did not end up losing to Javokhir.
Javokhir, the game he played Javokhir, right? Exactly.
In the
so there we are. There we have it. This one by Levon. He feels very confident. And there are other ways to play as well with black.
This looks very, very clean.
Looks comfortable for black in this position.
Peter, in a head-to-head matchup, how does Jorden and Levon fare against one another?
Shouldn't be very many games when I'm taking Levon before seeing the score. Actually, no, shouldn't have.
I'll take Jorden.
Yeah, and we'll both be right.
Yeah, we'll both be right.
But yeah, the main takeaway is they haven't played very much against each other, and so far, entirely peaceful.
In my mind, they had some taught to steal games, but I thought that they had some decisive games between them. We were both wrong in this case. 1 hour and 4 minutes for Levon, 40 minutes for Jorden. It's not the most exciting game, but just do check in on the Sam Sevian Anish, because that was that theoretical ending you have been telling us about.
Yeah, this is, I'm assuming, still, no, actually we've gone away from previous theory. And the engine says you can make any number of reasonable moves. It looks like rook c7 is a threat, but actually, just to illustrate, if you play, let's say, g6, white goes rook c7, you just play bishop d8, and it goes back.
And say, go away,
so
go away.
You can ignore the quote-unquote threat of rook c7 quite safely. You can also go rook e8, but rook e8 feels a bit awkward. I do like ideas of playing g6 or h6 just to... Although rook e8 has the idea, of course, of bringing the king closer to the action, which is also very, very sensible. And as per usual, 96 never worries us because we pretty much always go rook d8. And yes, the option exists of taking on c8 because even though the d2 rook is hanging, you perhaps don't particularly want to engage in this much sharper endgame. Even this might be okay for black, but why allow it? I think much cleaner is to play simply takes.
By the way, h6.
h6 was Anish's choice, and bishop takes b7, rook c7, or really any square, or rook d8 even.
Yeah.
And we've spoken about this.
Yeah, you were contemptuous.
You can continue happily with white for another 50 moves, but your actual winning percentage is not large.
Yeah. Maurice, jump in.
Massive emerging development in the game with Fabi and Wesley.
Let's do it.
What is it? Fabi has not moved.
Clock time.
Fabi's time is ticking down, and he's aiming. It's only 14 moves in the game. Let's make that as a note. It's only 14 moves, and he's at 37 minutes, almost closing in on the 1 hour mark. And he's, again, I know Cristian's saying he was maybe trying to remember his theory or the blitz games he played. Whatever he's doing, you better hurry up and do it already because his clock is going to be a factor as well. We saw 4 games yesterday, all featured mistakes in time pressure.
Yes.
All 4 losses featured real errors with the clock ticking down, varying degrees of mistakes. But the clock was definitely an influence in all of them. And the more Fabi sits and looks at this position, this is not your walk in the park, run-of-the-mill draw, just going to make a couple of moves, and the game is over, easy, okay, I can bail out. This is work. This is real. And he better find something concrete pretty soon because it's only going to take another 5 or 6 moves to suddenly find himself with only 10 to 15 minutes on the clock in what may be a complex position, a pawn down. So I've also been talking quite a bit now, about a minute or so, and he has not budged.
It doesn't look like he's
I want to
moving
say, with every passing minute, the likelihood of e4, e5 here increases.
Really, just to bail.
Yeah, because if you're not unsure about rook f4, h4, leaving yourself 15 minutes to play that position is probably not the way to go.
But the thing is, even the bailout is not that easy to calculate.
Yeah, it's not straightforward.
That's the problem. Like, you're not guaranteed that e5 just makes a draw.
Show us the bailout once more. What
e5,
what
d5,
he's considering.
d5. I think knight h7 and queen d7 are pretty much the same position anyway. So you begin with knight h7, you play f6.
We take on d1.
You take on d1, we take with the rook. Now, there is a move g7, g5, which avoids the breakup of the king side. But then we get some kind of a position like this where knight on h7 is incredibly stupid. We're about to either go knight d6 or maybe in some cases go knight f4, knight f2, knight g4 and try to pick up on h6. It's a sharp endgame, but appears to be playable for white. Or alternatively, you
This
can...
is the bailout?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a bailout to me.
It's not one of my bailouts.
I see what you mean. Or alternatively, you get this position and you hope that after knight f4 check, Wesley goes king g7.
King g7.
King f5 does exist, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, a good...
There's nothing particularly wrong with king f5.
The good news is that if you get this position, maybe you see bishop g4, which seems to just get ready for knight f4. Knight
Yeah, you can
h5.
begin with bishop g4, which is maybe an improvement.
Yeah.
And then,
This feels more like a bailout than that whole
although,
g5
I mean,
stuff.
for the time
Even
being...
this is not a bailout.
yeah, like for the time being, we are playing an endgame pawn down, right?
That's right.
Once the c1 bishop is gone, knight f4, knight h5 is no longer perpetual because h6 will not be hanging.
Agreed.
On the other hand, the engine does say 0, 0, 0 here, despite black being a pawn up, because I guess the white pieces are better. But yeah, none of this is obvious.
Right. And finally, the most three result game, rook f4. Let's just look at, because he's got to be looking at bishop takes.
Knight takes, rook takes appears to be weaker. Yeah, who knows, but appears to be weaker.
Rook h4. Now, I mean, he's got one idea, bishop h6.
Well,
but it's a very good idea.
It's a goodie, yeah.
Guys, Maurice hit us with a piece of information that we kind of brushed off, and that was they're at move 14.
You brushed off information that I gave you?
For a second. Just look, you were giving us a lot of information, a lot of great information, but move 14, guys.
Yeah.
And Fabi has 33 minutes. And guess what? Wesley's calculating on his time right now.
Of course.
He's spending Fabi's time to try to calculate and find his response against rook f4 and e5.
Yeah,
Those are sort of the
This
candidate
is a very
moves.
nice graph that we now have on screen right now, the timings for the last moves.
Yes.
Wesley did spend 10 minutes on rook c8 and 8 minutes on c takes d4. Right. Fabi was playing extremely quickly up until knight a5, but now 20 minutes on f5, and anybody want to hazard a guess how long it has taken him to respond to f5 h6?
Must be about 30 minutes, 25 to 30 minutes.
I think it's a bit lower than
Less
that.
than that.
I was going to guess 12 because he spent 20 on f5. It was amazing.
No, it's
I-
definitely more than that.
I think maybe it's above 20, but below 30. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't have an exact number myself as yet, but he has gone into sloth mode. Maybe not the right word for it, but he has slowed down dramatically. Maybe it's turtle mode. He needs a move. I mean, this is not going to be funny. And I told you, you know, as commentators, we've seen so many games, so many body postures, so many gestures, gyrations from the players. You intuit something different than sitting there in the chair yourself. You don't have to talk about, well, what if I looked like him? No, we watch him all the time. We've seen when he's won games, when he's lost games, the various looks. He's not as obvious as somebody like Hikaru or Gary, where they just tell you everything. But he does have subtle mannerisms that suggest certain things. Right now, he looks a little bit confused.
There was a deep sigh from Fabi just a few seconds ago. A deep sigh from Fabi.
He looks a little bit lost.
Does not signal.
Sure what. I prepped this with white. I blitzed out moves. I walked around, and now I'm frozen in my chair, and I can't find anything.
The thing
This is not a good sign.
he
at all.
knows rook f4 is just a gamble. There's no way to calculate everything after rook f4. So deep inside, you understand that rook f4, you're burning every single bridge in the position that you might still have. You're setting up that rook on h3 for God knows how long. And then you hope that some sort of a sacrifice is going to work in the future. None of those are guarantees.
Yeah, and
So-
And
just
Fabi doesn't talk like that.
Yeah,
I
that's the
never hear
problem.
Fabi say, I'm going to put my rook up there and gamble and hope the sacrifice works. You might think somebody like Sindarov or MVL might confidently go for something like that. Fabi calculates.
He wants to have a conclusion at the end of it.
Correct.
And he doesn't see the conclusion at the end of it, is the problem.
Yeah. Exactly. We're looking, thank you, Peter, taking us through what...
I thought maybe rook g4 was making a draw here, but no, it doesn't. I was kind of hoping to invite knight f6, rook h4, knight h7, and
that would
I thought maybe this
bail.
is a bailout, but no, rook g4, you've actually, you're now seriously worse after king h8 and rook g8, and looks very aggressive, but it's fizzling. There's no follow-up.
By the way, exactly here, I would pause you and I would say, wow, White's made great progress from the current position.
We
his
can create
rook's on g4.
We can
his
create a
knight's
threat
on
of mate
h5.
in one.
Yeah, his knight's on h5.
But regrettably.
Aren't we going gangbusters? And you're
No.
saying no.
No.
Just
the answer
simply
is just
no.
no. Yeah.
Wesley just glanced at Fabiano's clock. Right now, both of these players are starting to understand the clock is going to be a major factor.
Intimidating
in this game.
factor.
Major factor.
Okay, sorry, you got to go back to...
He's moved.
And
E5.
it was not...
E5. Yeah,
it was not rook f4, because that was not a long move. And you were saying the longer he takes, the more likely it was he was going to play e5.
Could we ask production to bring up that very nice timing graphic on screen, because I do want to know how long it took him. 27 minutes. I'm betting 27 minutes.
I thought he was at 48.
I'm going higher. I'm going higher.
I'm going to go 18.
No way. No.
I'm going 18. And the answer is?
That's
definitely not correct.
That is not
31 seconds. It's not correct.
No, it's simply it hasn't registered yet.
I was closest.
It hasn't registered yet. I have it. I have the same 31 seconds they have.
Okay,
And
so
it's not.
they're
not
playing tricks
quite
with us.
Maybe 31 minutes. I think it's
No,
somewhere
no,
close to 31.
31 seconds, I think, was Black's last move. I don't think it has come up yet.
Yeah, maybe it's going to take some time to kind of re-register things.
Yeah, no, it's not here yet. We'll see it.
As exciting as this is, I just want to bring up the game of Javokhir and Maxime, because Maxime, after the move bishop e3, he basically says, look,
Well, he had to castle. Yeah, we looked at this.
I'm
and
giving you my address.
There's no real
Address
way
for
for
my
Black
king,
to continue without castling, because knight d2 is coming regardless, and
You might as well get a safe
you,
king.
You
or
might
hope
as well. Yeah,
for a safe
you might
king.
as well. So he played castles, and now
Yes.
White can attack the pawn on c4 in two different ways.
Yes.
It's important actually to understand why knight fg2 is not as strong, because I think it feels more natural to do it this way.
Agreed.
But c4 c3 is very strong in response.
The
Using the fact that if you take with the knight, you kind of get mated on the g2 square, which is unfortunate.
That's nice.
Yeah.
The other one is equally nice. If I take with the pawn on c3,
That's a
b2
very-
came out of nowhere.
Yeah, very visual thing to show as well. Yeah, and that's a very unusual fork for a black pawn. You do
This
have
early in the game as well.
You do have knight takes b3, and you're not
Yes.
losing. But black, first of all, the engine suggests f7, f5 now is playable, which is not obvious at all. But what is much more obvious is that we can go c takes b2, queen takes b2, queen b5. And these types of positions, despite white being a pawn up, they are somewhat playable because the white pieces are in a tangle. It's going to be difficult to organize.
Faster, Peter. I could have taken your queen. You
You
take
could
my
have.
rook.
We will come back. I was hoping to come back to that for a second.
Oh, sorry.
In the other line.
Right.
And this is maybe one of the lines which shows the difference between the two knights to d2. Because if you go knight e takes d2,
All right.
black pretty much still has to play c4. I mean, queen b5 exists, but c3 is more critical.
Okay.
Knight takes b3, c takes b2. Now, once again, queen b2, queen b5 is completely fine for black because you end up, yes, you're a pawn down, but your light pieces are better.
Right.
Minor pieces. I don't know why I keep calling them light pieces. B takes a1.
Yeah.
Knight takes a1 is strictly required. Black will take with the rook on c6. And in this position, I think if you give black a move, black is completely fine. But regrettably, there is queen d3.
Exactly.
And this is why having knight on f3 and not on e4 is actually in white's favor, because we do have this all-important tempo
Mate
to
one.
create a mating threat on h7. Black plays g6,
That's
bishop
not
takes
nice.
h6, and now you're two down.
Yeah.
This position remains actually potentially defensible.
Really?
I mean, the evaluation of +1 in a position two pawns down does suggest that maybe this is not lost.
Wow.
But obviously, like, you play h4 and you clearly pick white.
Exactly.
All right. What was the guess about the number of
I went
minutes?
18.
You had 18.
I went
I've
about
heard 30. I heard.
I went 27.
27. What was yours, Cristian?
About 30 plus.
The longest 31 sec, 18 minutes for me.
Cristian is right. 30 minutes and 16 seconds.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, every dog has a day.
Chris, don't hate on the guy.
Finally.
It's easy to hate on him because he's so good looking.
I know.
But don't hate on him for this one. He actually got something right for once. He's proud of
Thank you
himself.
very much.
Thank you very much. For my award,
I had to
I'd
make my way out
exactly
the
the,
say hi to
the
you guys.
presentation and the envelope and the big check.
He wants a trophy.
I want the confetti. Why don't we have confetti in the studio? We got everything else. Maurice,
We went to see a fight and then a chess game broke out.
Well, E5 did happen on the board.
Right.
And Wesley took immediately and is trading queens. So Wesley not hesitating in this line. No doubt a line he did look at. And knight h7 on the board as well. So very quickly, Wesley decided, I saw this line too. Definitely a bailout
Attempt.
You know, when you played the A3, F3 line with the white pieces, that's not to go into some endgame a pawn down.
of course not.
That's not to watch your center collapse. You played it because you're bold, you're aggressive, you have fights on your mind. You have bad things you're thinking about, bad thoughts. I want to murder this guy in his bed.
Evil intentions.
And now you're realizing, it's so easy to kill him after all.
Let me back up.
Oh no, let me find a way to equalize this position.
Yeah.
And quickly, because my time is ticking down. And even those 30 seconds he gets on every single move, they evaporate pretty quickly when you stare at an endgame where you're definitely a pawn down. It's about to happen. Your C4 pawn, that poor
It's
pawn
gone.
that we knew was dead from the opening, is going to die in about probably one more move.
Right.
Okay, maybe it's two, but that pawn is dead, and you are defending now a position. You don't have any hopes of a 3-result game. You're hoping to save your tush in this line.
I couldn't agree with you more, Maurice. By the way, Peter, you were showing us a variation that went with F6 and G5,
Yes.
which was kind of a monstrous move, frankly. And now that I realize it, F6, there is knight B3. I don't have to actually win the pawn on
Yeah,
C4.
but then I think white should be kind of okay with just FG7 and rook B1. I don't think we're in. Do you want to play rook D8 or king G7? But in both cases, I think we're kind of okay.
King G7, let's say.
Rook B1, rook C1. Yeah.
Rook B1, and just this. I mean, everybody has a terrible structure. I understand.
That is very true.
Yeah.
Rook C5 takes C5. If that landed quickly enough, would have been very strong. But I'm guessing Rook D7 is kind of majorly unpleasant for black.
Just in time to
Rook
get.
E5, Rook A7, and we end up. White is actually better here because you have to make this really ugly move, Bishop C8, and now I can maybe even go after the second one.
Gotcha. No, this wasn't.
Rook
what I
C5 is,
wanted.
of course, completely unnecessary. You can play Rook FG8, you're not worse. But,
Right.
But then White, I guess, gets enough time to stabilize somehow with some knight H5 check.
But you know what I mean. There are three very weak pawns: E5, C4, A3.
Let's mark them, yeah.
That you know.
Pawn islands. Black is winning the game of pawn islands.
Exactly. You play
With two
H6
against.
to G6, and you've got Capablanca's dream of, you know, I'm playing against the pawn islands. I win, you lose, kind of situation.
Yeah.
So, but okay. And then the Frankenstein G5. Could you show me that one again? Because you called it a bailout, and I wasn't sure what who was bailing.
Interestingly,
what?
the engine says you can even play something like A3, A4, I'm assuming with the intention of meeting Bishop C4 with simply Bishop H5 and planning to go Bishop A3, giving yourself squares on the
Well,
others.
here again, I have knight B3.
This is
don't
so
I?
strange that this is not worse for White.
You're kidding. You're absolutely kidding.
Knight C1, Rook C1, White appears to be better.
Stop it.
I do not understand chess. Nothing new there, but
Stop it.
knight on H7 though, like you can sort of see how ideas of getting my knight.
So
to
if you go
C6.
Bishop D5, what's the
Bishop
problem?
to D5.
Bishop D5, just knight F1, knight E3, knight G4.
Knight F1.
Slow but unstoppable.
Wow. Chess is hard, Maurice. Just that's an amazing knight to G4. You can't defend H6. You lose.
Yeah, chess is hard indeed, even for players who are world championship candidates. Chess is hard. A challenger, it's hard because Javokhir just moved the wrong knight.
Ooh. Let's have
And
a look.
he has completely transformed an advantageous position to one where he will have to dodge bullets. You'll take a look at this position. We were all looking at the move knight e to d2.
Knight e4.
Securing the knight on f3, blocking that diagonal, telling black, go get compensation for your pawn. Instead, he used the other knight, the f knight, and moved it to d2. Leaving that knight on e4, it looks like, well, what's the difference? Why should it be such a problem? Well, the problem is the move that MVL played, which is c3, played on the board, sacrificing a pawn. Not this one, where we already talked about that nasty, ugly fork.
Right.
No, the other one, the one on b3, which has been captured. White is currently ahead a pawn in the position. You might wonder, well, what's the point? What's the problem? Well, there are a couple of ways to handle this position. We saw taking on b2 as one way, but there's a much sharper way in the move f5. And this one is why you understand the knight on e4 should have been gone. The knight on e4 would be out of, well, would be on f3, actually, and you'd have this position, which is a completely different position entirely. Now, you can't move your knight because this knight's going to move, and your pawn on g2 is going to hang to this mate.
Checkmate.
So, time to capture.
Right.
And after this capture, now the correct move is knight 7 f6. Don't think you're getting away with anything in this position, because after rook c3, we got a whole tempo on your queen. Oops. And sorry, you're not getting anywhere. This one, we just come back and smile, laugh at you, actually, for trying this line. But the sharp move, and by the way, it's not the only way for him to play with that move f5, but he could take like this. And now if you take on f6, bishop takes f6, and there's this sword of Damocles hanging over your head. Where's the knight going to move? Threatening mate. What do you move in order to hold the position? Bishop to e4 actually looks like a very reasonable move, blocking off the diagonal. And now, again, this capture is always in the position, but MVL can play for more with the move queen d7 and say, now my bishop is attacking your bishop through the knight. You need to be careful. There's threats over here. There's any kind of discovery. It's actually, though white is up a pawn in this position, it's black with all the initiative. Wow. And what a fantastic position. A chance for MVL to take it to his opponent. He's down the pawn right now. We see that. Is he just going to back down, or will he be aggressive? Cristian, you have some thoughts on the matter.
Absolutely. I don't think he's going to play f5. First of all, I just want to preface this with that statement, because after f5 take a look at this move, and you show the very natural knight takes f6. This is some absolute madness, bishop to d2, and in fact, if you calculate this, you need to understand the next few moves for black, because if you don't, then you're just somewhat busted in the position, and that is knight takes e4, queen takes e4. Now I'm ready. I'm looking at that h7 square. I'm looking at checkmating you. And guess what? You're not even defending against that. Not knight to f6, dropping back to go towards h7, but the next move is absolutely mad, and is the only move in the position that, in fact, saves black and gives him a slight advantage, and that is knight to f4, just allowing queen to h7, after which white is completely lost, because there's no way to defend against the big threat on the long diagonal against the pawn on g2, right? This beautiful battery between coordination between the bishop and the queen on c6. You're in trouble as white. So all of these crazy ideas, first of all, can be just simply canceled after knight takes b3 if you go for the simple take on b2. And to my eyes, this just looks easier to calculate for black and easier to understand. Queen takes b2, queen to b5. It's very obvious at this point that you have enough compensation. There's no coordination between white's pieces. You do have this beautiful bishop on b7, the knight centered on d5, ready to potentially jump to b4, followed by knight to d3 in some lines. It just simply doesn't feel like white has the upper hand despite the extra material. So I do think that after some thought, I'm sure he will consider f5. I think MVL is going to go for the simple approach, c takes b2, and going into this variation. Still, a fascinating game in this one, a fascinating struggle between these two players.
Oh,
Two
ye of
enormous-
little faith.
Two enormous crossroads right there.
Exactly.
I gotta say that.
And you know, by the way, let me just have the position on my board. You don't have to come to me, Director, but I just wanted to make sure that it was on my board. We talk about, there was old days, we talked about the best move in chess.
Right.
You're always looking for the best move. Bobby Fischer's like, I'm going to find the best move. But the engines have shown that the words best move don't really apply to chess. There are some times when it's mate in 3, there's only one way to do it. That's the best move. Those tactical, very clear lines. But there's so many chess positions, and it's the vast majority of chess positions, where there are alternatives that barely register any difference in decimal points between the choices, but may have starkly different implications for the way the game goes. And this is one of those positions, guys.
The characters are completely different.
Completely different. MVL could take on B2 and play very solidly, as shown by Cristian, or play the move F5, and you go down a completely different madness variation path, as he showed. Now, I will say, the engines here might argue with me and say, shut up, Maurice. We do have a best move, and that's F5. But engines play like this. Humans tend to avoid unless you can see with clarity. So I think intuitively, I would agree with Cristian in terms of the move takes on B2. Why go for the unclear complications? But we do have a situation where MVL has to win the Sinquefield Cup.
Exactly.
He has to win the Sinquefield Cup.
To make it to the finals.
If you could say, well, I'll just make some draws with black. And you got other gangsters all around who are going to be doing the same thing. And you look at his situation in the standings, you see there, MVL's name is in the dark at 14.5.
He needs 13.
He needs 13. 10 is not going to cut it. The first 3 players, they're going to get past 24, at least 24.5. If Wesley came in dead last in the tournament, he's getting 1 point to tie you. Wesley's not coming in dead last. Let's just be clear on that. So those 3 will be gone. The only player he can think to catch, Vincent, the 2 players, Vincent and Javokhir, both of them not doing so great at the moment. If he can pick up 13 points, they still have to get some paltry points. But, you know, getting 5, he'd be at 27. If Javokhir gets 5 and Vincent gets 4 or thereabouts, then he passes them.
Exactly.
And he's playing one of them right now, so he can perform double duty, knocking this guy out.
Right.
So will Maxime go for it? Will he look at F5? Will he say, I've been in the top 3 of this Grand Chess Tour 8 years running, and play for it with F5? Or will he back down? I'm going to trust my Frenchman, one of my favorite guys on the tour. I think he's going for it with F5. Maybe wrong, maybe it's wishful thinking, but it's time. It's right now. And I don't think all that posture, to me, reading that posture, it's definitely a move he's looking at, but he has to be sure enough to make this gamble. But I get it's Maxime. Come on, MVL. Let's see you go for it. It's not our game. We just want to see some fire on the board.
F5 or queen, or takes on B2 and queen B5. Peter, weigh in. You got to split.
I wanted to stick up for my fellow
old guard.
And yeah, I think for somebody who's played, if you play the Grunfeld for the entirety of your life with black, you dream of positions with dynamic counterplay, with messes on the board and everything. And the tournament situation also definitely enters into it. This is a very, very, if he has a chance of
Let's get the live position, please.
Knocking Javokhir.
You don't have the right position. On the board right now.
Knocking Javokhir down to -2, while also potentially leading the tournament outright with the win. It's such a fantastic outcome for him. And I think, I mean, he clearly sees a 5 exists, because if he hadn't, he would have taken on B2 already. There aren't really very many other options.
Right.
And I think the kind of a player he is, I feel like he badly wants to play f5. If he really thinks it doesn't work at all, he won't. But a kind of an unclear mess, I think, would be okay in his mind.
You mentioned Grunfeld player. He's also a Najdorf player
as well.
And those kind of positions, it's just you play free and clear. It's not somebody who plays maybe a solid French.
Now that you mention it, look at the similarities to a Najdorf that he has. Pawn on e6, f7, bishop on e7, knight on d7,
Yes.
long diagonal for the bishop.
Oh, this is totally in his wheelhouse. We will know his frame of mind based on the next move.
Right.
How he decided to approach this event. And if this moment, it's a critical one. These are the kind of moments that win tournaments.
Absolutely.
And will he go for it? But the thing is, as you mentioned, Peter, that time ticking down. The longer you wait, the less likely you are to play the crazy line. You just say, you know what, I'm not going to do it. I'll just be solid. And he wants to play the move.
Big moments. I just have to turn our gaze back to the game between Vincent and Pragg because it looked like that had blown up.
He's just about to play f5, and he did.
Done. Do I get to? I'm gonna stand and get my shine now, Cristian.
Just a second.
You had your shine. Yes, sir.
Where's
Indeed.
the confetti?
Where's my confetti? Where's my love? I don't even get a camera on me. What's this?
Wow.
Come on, I had a moment.
Right.
Cristian got his camera.
Right.
And Tom is just being cheesy with the camera now. What is this?
Give the man his flowers.
I don't even get.
Give the man his flowers.
I don't even get a solo. I know I have a camera. Oh, thank you.
With the confetti. You can imagine the
Guys,
confetti.
do I get money?
Graphics.
I
Graphic.
want money.
You talk to the graphic
I'm just
people.
saying.
Then they cut you a big check. Says what?
F5, Cristian. Got you on that one.
You guys are terrible. It's time for our bonus coverage. Let's send it to Almira and Nasi and the Cairns Cup. I'm sure they're having as much fun as you guys. Go, go, go.
Thank you, guys. I hope you're enjoying your games at the Sinquefield Cup. I did have a chance to take a look, and they have a lot of fun games today. Almira, I want to jump to one of the most exciting games we have going on between Hampi Conero and Carissa Yip.
Let's do it.
In the current position, both players are at 34 minutes, keeping up with each other on the clock. But look at the position. If we can pull up, White's queen is on f5. Looks scary. And after this last move, bishop a6, first let me back up in this position. The knight on d7 was hanging. Carissa had three options: either play bishop c8, a passive backward move, another passive backward move, knight b8, or this tactical move, bishop a6. First, let's ask the question, isn't the knight just hanging on d7? Let's try taking it. Bishop takes d7. What she had prepared was an in-between move, bishop takes e5. If you take back, queen takes d7, another in-between move, and everything just works out great for black.
Another beautiful intermezzo.
Very nice.
Yes.
If we try taking with the knight on d7, bishop b5, take the rook, I take your rook, and we actually consider this to be a good option for white because black ends up with hanging pawns, and white could put a lot of pressure in this position.
Yes, and I think that this was probably the best choice for white in this position. However, Nazi, I just saw that Hampi Conero decided to take the bishop on a6.
And before we get to the live, there's also a very interesting move, a4. Because if you take on b5, I get this fantastic outpost for my knight on c6. And I would be very tempted to go for this.
Of course, so bishop e5, I'm accepting the challenge, and I'm going for your pawn on b5, knight e8.
Oh, yes, sir. If you're watching, be proud of Almira. She's hunting my pawn on b5. But you know what? I am focused on the king side, f4, and I'm doing the rover.
I think that I graduated from Yasser's Academy with summa cum laude. Yes, knight c7, I am going for this pawn.
Rook f3.
And I wanted to defend at least a little bit. Queen e7 and to stop
Yes, because if you go straight for knight b5, I think there's too many threats all at once that black won't be able to defend. So you do have to make at least one prophylaxis move like queen e7.
And rook g3, I wanted to parry this with f6.
I think that's your only move, but it is a good one. It slows down my attack. You're threatening f takes e5 with a tempo, and I probably have to take.
So knight f6.
And at least I have this good square for my queen, so let me post my queen on g6 and then hope to bring the knight over in the attack.
The thing is that you are not even threatening queen a6 because I will take on e3. I have a few tricks of my own. So I wanted to take on b5. Okay, let's do
just
it.
to show what Almira just said is that I'm not actually threatening taking this pawn because black has queen takes e3, another intermezzo. And if the queens come off the board, of course, the king is now completely safe. I won't be able to checkmate.
Just, yes, to...
You want to take the
Yes,
pawn now,
I want
right?
to take
Finally,
the
the
line
pawn
on.
is yours.
But maybe the attack is still very dangerous here.
I would start with bishop e5 to defend this pawn so I can go knight f3 next. And I'm
queen
threatening
h6.
queen h6 now. Yeah, certainly have compensation for the pawn. But maybe just play king h8.
But knight f3, the move
Yeah,
that you
this
intended
is-
to play anyway, and knight h4, knight g6. Yes, this position is looking very dangerous, and I'm not sure that Carissa wants to be on the black side of this position.
Not her style for sure. So this could have all happened on the board if Humpy played a4. She just played bishop takes a6 and is going for a more positional option. Taking on d7 and just dropped the queen back on d3 with a tempo. And if you go back, let's say rook a8,
Maybe
she
now
wants
she wants to
take on c5. You can no longer even...
Oh, but then I will take on f6.
Exactly. Are we... Well, there's tactics. I'm not winning a pawn. I can tell you that much because of bishop takes h2. But I don't need to rush.
You know, when we were commentating with Vachier-Lagrave, when we would have such a structure, especially after bishop f6, g takes f6, he would tell me, I destructured you. This is a new term.
Destructured you, that's nice.
Let's say an innocent observer is passing by and he's telling me, I destructured you. What is going on in this room? But you know, it's all about h6, f6, and f7.
That's a great chess word. I'm going to start using it now. And yeah, white can start with something like g3, and the black's pawn structure is not great, to say the least. So we're currently in this position after queen d3. Maybe Carissa will find another idea. So let me try rook a7. And after d takes, take with the bishop.
I will still take on
take
f6,
on f6.
yes.
And this is not a better structure.
And you have
Might
knight
even be worse.
you are much worse here. Like knight f3, rook d1. The isolated pawn is already a target in itself, but those ruins, antique ruins,
Forever ruins, right? This is a long-term disadvantage. So Carissa still has some problems to solve. We have another very interesting game going on between Divya Deshmukh and Alexandra Kostyniuk. So let's turn our attention to this game. Last time we looked at it, we're about discussing this position, right? After bishop takes d4, pawn takes, and again, bad pawn structure. That's the theme of today. Knight comes to f5, but Alexandra did find d5 a way to get rid of this pawn.
Yes, Nazi, and we were thinking about this move, queen h4, because as beautiful as it looks, you cannot keep this pawn forever on d5, and all I want is to open this diagonal to free my bishop on b7. So
if I were to take,
yes,
I might as
exactly.
well resign. After I open up that bishop, everything's coming at my king, and there's no way to survive this position. Knight d4, and game would be over. So I can't touch this pawn, but I'm also uncomfortable with the pawn on d5.
maybe you should simply play d3 here. We were thinking about the move also rook c8 previously. I wanted to mention that even though that Alexandra is having a very unpleasant position, Divya had to give up her dark square bishop, you know, to obtain this very unbalanced position, but which still favors black. But she needs to be very careful. Yes, if this bishop
If this bishop somehow
gets to
ends up on
h6, yes.
good squares, then Kostyanyuk will have a compensation. But for now, this bishop can't even develop on f4. I liked your move, queen h4. It stops my bishop from developing on active squares. And here after d3, you have a couple of options. You could win another pawn. You could play knight d4 and just take on d5.
Yes, but I'm so reluctant to take on d5 with a pawn or even with the bishop.
I'll tell you what, if I go queen a4, then you can still take with the bishop. Because let's show this tactic. Knight e2, this queen is very sneaky on the 4th rank. So because of that, after knight d4, I would have to go all the way back to d1.
And the thing is, like, I don't want to take on d5, but I might as well take it. Let's try.
Yeah,
try
it's
it.
an extra pawn after all, and you still have two very good pieces, and this bishop has potential still.
Of course. Then maybe I will play knight f5, knight e6, d4, yes, with the idea of opening this big diagonal.
So looks good. Let's go around the horn and check some of the other games. We'll start with Anna Muzychuk against Tan Zhongyi, who's also a leader in the event, 2 out of 2. Tan Zhongyi had a fantastic start, but today she has this position where the only imbalance is knight versus bishop.
And Anna is trying to play in the style of the masters
From the past.
Of the past, like Botvinnik. He loved the structures. I've studied so many games where he used the knight and the rook, trading the queens and weakening the opponent's structure, and that was enough. You have those beautiful squares, e5, c5. The pawn on a6 is also a target, of course, but you have to be careful right now because Tan Zhongyi managed to invade the 2nd rank.
Absolutely. Her rook is so strong on c2 that I would be willing to trade pieces, even though less pieces we have, smaller the advantage gets for white, but I want to get rid of this rook on c1. And just to show you, I don't think I'm blundering a pawn. I had this idea of rook c6. And then if you completely abandon your king side, maybe I have something like this. And
Wow, but if I take?
creating some ideas.
Rook
Start with
c7?
rook c7 or queen e5. Something like this. And I was hoping I would have checkmate, but as you can see, the chess thermometer here saying it's equal. So somehow black is surviving this.
However, it's a very interesting idea. You know, you don't have enough pieces,
bishop
maybe.
d7,
Yes, that's
yes.
like it's once again you
Then-
need to parachute a piece from shogi. Yes.
Something like this, and maybe I'll have to settle for a perpetual check. But Anna Muzychuk's also down to 12 minutes against Tan Zhongyi's almost full hour. So I think this game will fizzle out in a draw.
Okay, Anna Muzychuk is a very solid player, of course, and she is playing only for 2 results in this position, so we
Yes.
have to understand this.
Let's go to another game. We have Vachier-Lagrave against Stavrula. There's still a lot of pieces on this board, a lot of pawns. It's a closed position and a lot of knights on the board. Do we play knight c5 here and be happy with a very pretty knight on c5?
Yes, we were so happy to have this c5 square in Nazi. However, this is a very instructive game because to master this structure is an art in itself, because you have a wonderful center for white. However, black is dominating on the dark squares, and you know those knights. You know it takes 2 to tango, so it takes 4 to tango here. Yes, so we will see if the space advantage will procure Vachier-Lagrave a long-term. Like play.
Yes, I think maybe she should switch to the king side
yeah.
because on the queen side, Stavrula is dominating for now with these 2 beautiful knights.
But you should never take, I think, yes? Here,
yeah,
so
don't touch it and just let them take on d2.
And
Position is still quite balanced, just they're playing on the opposite sides of the board. And of course, last but not least, Alice Lee, who started the tournament with 2 out of 2. She's currently playing Bibisara, and we still have that 4-knight endgame. Not much has happened here. But you can see Alice is not rushing to make a draw. She's still considering some options and looking for some maybe pawn breaks to open up the position?
Well, there are not too many options here, and as you can see, Bibisara left the board because I think she is feeling rather confident that the position is equal, of course.
Holdable.
Yes, holdable. And we have those 4 knights once again. So, but how can you improve White's position? Because you cannot take on g5.
We can create an imbalance with something like this, and if you take, then okay, I can say I have more space now, and that's something. But thing is, my king still can never enter. My knight cannot enter, and I just don't see how White could break through.
Nazi. I think that after knight b5, you can simply play king e7 and
just
hold.
ignore it,
yes.
right? Yes, and we do expect this game to also end in a draw. Well, thank you for hanging with us, and now back to you guys at the Sinquefield Cup. Thank you.
Win is, important, but the most important thing to play good chess. You will feel it when you didn't do any mistake, when you solve everything, when you calculate. So probably, if you don't do big mistakes, you feel you are playing very good chess. Sometimes you are a little bit unlucky, but in my opinion, it's fine. If you show your great chess, one of the tournament, you will for sure win.
You can kind of feel it both in the middle of the game. You can feel it how easily decisions come to you, how easily moves come to you, the clarity of thought that you have, and you can see it in the results of the games for sure. When I play my best, it feels like I'm not taking too much time. I'm not deliberating too much over decisions, but I'm not rushing my decisions, and it's a kind of flow. I don't need to overthink things, and I also don't feel panicky. So it's a mixture of factors, but that's usually when I feel like I'm playing my best chess.
It doesn't really matter if you win or not. I'm happy when I play good chess, so you can kind of tell by not making blunders, not making too many mistakes, also converting your advantages.
I don't know, when I feel sharp during the game, it's not always the case. I don't always feel like my best physical shape during the tournament, but when I had a good night of sleep, when I feel like I have the proper amount of energy, I feel like it makes a big difference in my play as well. And generally you kind of feel during the game as well, by the amount of stuff you're seeing. Sometimes you feel like you're just not seeing anything, and sometimes everything is just clicks, and why that is, I don't know, but you can kind of feel during the game how you are, but why, I don't know.
Yeah, I think more than winning, you kind of feel the flow in your moves. You're seeing lines well, you're calculating well, the moves are flowing to you. And sometimes even after all this, the game, the results doesn't go your way, but it's then fine, then you know that you're playing well, and it's a matter of time you can get back. I think this sense of feeling is what every player, enjoys. You're in a flow when you're playing a game. That's I think the best shape any player can aim for.
I guess it's mostly when I feel that I'm working out the problems of a position so it can be many things, but simply the feeling of calculating well enough, being kind of assured in the variations I'm navigating that, I'm not missing anything, and I'm pretty confident that I'm going the right way, or I have a feeling that everything seems clear, where in situations where it shouldn't.
I guess it's about really not making so many mistakes. Not missing so much. If you have the feeling that you're quite in control of the game, I would say.
I think it's really important to realize there's a difference between a good result and a good level of play. Usually they go together, but often one supersedes the other. I think generally if you're a strong player, you kind of feel that you're playing well. And for me, often that can be very inspiring, even if the result isn't good yet. If I feel I played well, my brain is working very well, maybe I didn't win because my opponent played very well too. But if I feel I'm in good form, usually the results follow quite quickly after that. you sort of just feel it. You know, everything comes quickly to you. You're taking good decisions. You're putting pressure. Yeah, feels good.
Usually, I know when I'm calculating very well, very quickly. If I'm seeing things kind of clearly in my head, I'm not second guessing myself. A lot of the time when you're spending like 20, 30 minutes on a move, yes, you're calculating, but sometimes you're kind of fooling around in your head. And when you kind of cut that time in half, even if you're not winning the games and you're calculating well, basically you feel that you're playing your best.
Actually, winning doesn't really tell if you're playing your best chess. For example, you can have like a very solid tournament and still feel like you played your best. You feel the quality in your play is just, the gap is so little between the best players in the world. And to win, I remember a friend of mine who has actually been introduced to the Hall of Fame, Boris Gelfand, this year. He said something that was actually profound, and I totally share that. He said that winning in the modern chess is some sort of a miracle because the level is so close that somebody has to make a huge mistake or something magical must happen for you to win a game.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup. Thank you to Almira and Nasi for your bonus coverage of the Cairns Cup. But first, let's take a quick look at our standings coming into this round 3.
And they are as follows. Half the field was tied for first with Fabi, followed by Wesley. Well, not followed, tied with Wesley, Levon, and MVL. On a point and a half out of 2, Anish, Giri, the only person on 50%, and then 3 players on -1 and Jorden on -2.
Oops.
There's probably going to be some shakeups to that.
Well,
judging by how things stand. And let's take a look at the pairings first. And we see there up top a game between 2 players who are tied for first, the players who played 50 classical games against each other before today.
6-4 in favor
and
of
out
Fabi.
of those, by the way, 4 in 5 games they play end up drawn.
Right.
But maybe not today.
Maybe not. And Javokhir, Maxime, huge games as well. Let's jump into it. Let's jump into that game between Fabi and Wesley.
Fabi has 6 minutes and 9 seconds left.
Say what?
And is also a pawn down.
Move
with 18 moves. With 18 moves to go.
That's bad news. That's really bad news. And with an objectively borderline losing endgame right now.
Wow, and this
borderline.
Really straight out of the opening into those middle game positions, and Fabi played terribly,
we were discussing this off air, waiting to come back, and the move I don't understand, and really the only decision so far that Fabi made that I do not understand at all is his choice to play bishop c1, d2 in this position. Had he played f6, I think he would have been okay. Even low on time, even against a player who is as good at converting chances as Wesley is.
Right.
I think he would have been okay. But bishop d2 just dumps you into this pawn down endgame. Rook d7, rook a4 currently on the board.
Which is an ideal response to rook d7, by the way.
Yeah, you protect a7, you attack a3. I guess if you could somehow teleport your rook all the way to c7 straight away, you would be okay. But if you play rook c1 here, knight g5 seems very, very strong. Now rook c7 doesn't really create much of a threat. Black can play a7, a5, and there's no particular counterplay on the king's side. And then we will continue improving. And the way the computer improves here is it tries to provoke f5, f6, actually.
Interesting.
And once it provokes f6, you no longer have to worry about the 7th rank, because f takes a6 is never really a topic of conversation. Fabi played rook b4, which is a kind of a gamble. I guess he wants rook takes a3 and rook g4, rook f4. I don't quite understand what this is, because if rook g4, rook a1 check, king f2, and maybe he missed rook f2, rook a1, rook a5, but the point obviously being that we lure the king to f2, and now f e6, f takes e6 is check. And white does not have time to give mate with rook g7, rook h7. But there must be other things that win as well. The immediate rook a5 is actually still very, very strong, because f e6 we can take on e5. Even
we don't even
that is not going to be salvageable for white.
Right, we don't.
This is really bad news for Fabiano.
Really bad news.
Right now.
Pure desperation, that last move. And look at...
rook b4.
We always have to stare at body posture as well. We saw Wesley kind of lean back there. He said, I got to get the long view of this one. Am I missing something? What's the point?
Right.
Before he finally went into more concentrated thinking posture. And the way Fabi played that last move, the speed with which he played it, he didn't glide it to the b4 square the way you would if you just got plenty of time. He played it understanding, I don't have a lot of time on my clock, and I just need to make a move that I think I've come up with something. But we can see from the eval bar, this is not a good one.
If you don't take on a3, because I thought, okay, rook a5 doesn't really throw much away, but apparently if you play rook a5 and give white a very important tempo to play h2, h3, it's not that bad. So
why would you not take on a3?
Yeah, but
though?
Why would you ever not immediately capture on a3 if you have a chance? I don't see that happening.
Let's put this game on pause.
And sorry, before you do that, Yas, I just want to make note of how much time Wesley has right now at 46.
Woo!
Because Wesley has a lot of time on the clock and doesn't need to rush. We've been talking about good time management when your opponent is in time pressure, and you have to forget about them. You just have to play the position, not the clock. And there's no reason for Wesley to rush or try to gain any time or be even nervous. He just needs to sit. He might spend 10 minutes and take on a3. We'll see just how long he takes, because what he's doing right now is he's saying, I respect Fabiano Caruana. What is he thinking about before I just take this pawn as he would against me and say, listen, Maurice, you're an idiot. I can just take it. But Fabi, wait, I'm playing somebody.
To say that, but he might think that.
Yeah, exactly. But he's playing somebody real. He knows it. And this guy's legit gangster number 2 in the world. Am I really just about to go up a second pawn for what in the position?
And I have a huge edge on time. I quickly wanted to get to what I think is going to be a fight of the future. Vincent, Keymer, and Praggnanandhaa. I think, has come out of the opening looking very, very well indeed. I mean, this. If I said to you this was a French defense, Peter, French defense, you would believe me,
this
right?
still looks like a Catalan specifically because of the bishop on f1 and the pawn on g3. But yeah, you could believe that. And Vincent has gone, I think, a bit astray. We were somewhat critical on the break of his decision to avoid sharp tactics earlier.
Right.
But queen c2 is completely fine. I was a bit critical of the decision to go knight e2 because I thought knight a4 seems very logical, keeping an eye on the c5 square. But even after, let's say, knight e2, rook e8, I think you pretty much always begin by putting the queen on g2. And then you wonder if I need to play knight f4, because the knight on f4 does provide black with counterplay, aiming for knight b5, knight c3. He played knight f4 straight away. Prague, of course, jumped at the opportunity to play knight b5 and knight f8, bishop f1, and now knight a3. And this is clearly an improvement for black, because we're getting the light square bishops off the board.
I'm saying I have a French defense, and I've achieved my strategic objective to get rid of my bad piece.
This is definitely the best position Prague has had in this game, let's put it like this. It's maybe not still entirely equal, but it's getting very close. Because the usual anecdote about Bent Larsen and knight on f8 is, I think this is where we come back to that. You just don't get mated with a knight on f8. And you can play queen b6, you can go rook e8, c8. Without the bishop coming out to d3, you probably really aren't getting mated on the king side anymore. Structurally, you're not doing that poorly. This is a big improvement.
And if you put the queen back on d8 for just a moment, and I play strategically high-stakes chess, bishop takes g5, h takes g. No, I'm not taking the pawn on g5. I'm playing queen b6 now. And I'm trying to say, I want to leave you with the bishop on e3. Am I overstating my hand?
I think there's a switch. I think there's still no mating attack, but it switches to attacking the pawn on b5 and also swinging the knight over with the c5 square.
Yeah, no, that's
and the bishop
sufficient.
might be required for that.
Yeah, that does require the dark.
Because if you do it here, it's much less potent because c5 is quite nicely covered by the bishop on a7.
Agreed. Cristian, things are certainly heating up in this round 3.
Well, I just want to add another layer to this game in particular, because I do feel like, look, it's pretty obvious what Keymer once out of this position, these knights are starting to look towards the e6 pawn, the f7 pawn, the h7 pawn as well. It's becoming critical for black right now. And he had two options. Bishop takes g5, but then you see that you cannot capture back with the queen on g5, and you sort of start panicking because you just open up the h file. And if I manage to get this king out of the way and the rook on h1, things are going to become dire. Of course, I was just mentioning that you cannot take on g5 for the simple fact that after knight takes d5 and the discovery attack on the queen, you're going to be resigning once the bishop on g2 opens up as well. The very natural response by Pragg was knight to f8. The problem is, and again, it feels like Vincent is a bit hesitant. He did not spot the critical moment yesterday when he had that g5. He did not spot another critical moment at this point. At least you need to stop and consider this crazy move, knight takes f7. But it's something that you're looking at, right? You've been preparing for this type of sacrifices. King takes f7 and knight takes e6, a double knight sacrifice.
Ooh,
because
nice.
If you take with a king, after queen to c6, you just simply resign. King goes back to f7, bishop takes d5, and you have absolutely no cover for the king on f7. So, of course, you're not going to do that. You're going to take back with the knight, but then I go queen to f5. And then if you go back to g8, queen takes e6, first of all, you lose the bishop on a6. I reestablished the material, well, the piece balance in the position, and you're completely lost because you lost a couple of pawns in the process. So what you have to do after queen f5 is, of course, block it with queen f6. You look at this line, and at least you calculate it. You need to calculate this line. You have a couple of ways you can continue. You can take on f6. Also, you can go queen to h5, which leads to a lot of crazy situations. Taking on f6, now it seems that after queen takes f6, bishop takes d5, the game flares anew in a completely different situation with a completely different material imbalance. You should calculate this. You have 25 minutes, you know what you want, you know what you're gunning for as white, some sort of a sacrifice on the king's side, and you have it. You are allowed to do it. And Praggnanandhaa was more or less forced to accept it. But you are allowed to do it right now. You need to stop, think, and perhaps make that decision to take on f7. He did not, and right now, from what you guys already sort of saw, after bishop takes f1, knight a3, by the way, great move by Praggnanandhaa, bishop takes f1, the position simplifies. And you just simply don't have the same vein as white right now. It seems like Pragg has equalized in this game.
Thank you, Cristian. A missed opportunity and a great opportunity. Knight f7, knight e6. Really, if you think about it, white was all set up for those sacrifices.
Yeah, this is what we were
Peter.
playing for, so to speak. And,
wow.
It's not a particularly usual type of combo. It's in terms of pattern recognition, you don't see those particular double sacrifices very often, in particular in situations where you see them in openings where black committed cardinal sins against development and nobody is out.
Right.
But when black seemingly has everything quite well under control, maybe he just didn't realize it existed. But I think if he wins yesterday, it probably occurs to him because it's he's just in a much happier frame of mind.
Right.
And his mind is working a lot cleaner.
Missed opportunities, but let's move quickly to the game of Javokhir and MVL because
absolutely
we saw MVL play f5. Was he rewarded for his bravery?
Well, sort of yes and no, because it's completely fine, and he is looking for ways to perhaps play for a win. But Javokhir, bishop d2 is such an inhuman thing to even begin considering that I think Javokhir's reaction is very, very natural. He took on f6 and put something in the way of the long diagonal battery.
Not to get
black
mated
has.
on g2.
Yeah, and Cristian mentioned queen d7 as an option, and it's pretty strong. It's definitely something you should consider, and it seems like white might need to play very, very precisely. There is, hang on a second, bishop takes f6. I now realize why it wasn't on my screen earlier. MVL did not take with the bishop. He took with the rook. And now the game will progress differently. White played bishop e4, and now queen d7 is not as strong at all because the bishop on f6 was much stronger than the rook in those lines. And you pretty much need to play knight f4.
Which I
and
think
now
he's
a very
done.
Yeah, he's just done that. Now a very forcing variation will ensue. Javokhir needs to take.
Queen is hanging.
After
with
queen
check.
takes e4, he needs to take again. There are no choices.
Right.
After bishop takes e4, he probably needs to play bishop b5. All the other, I mean, bishop b3 exists, but why would you ever put it on e3 when you can put it on e5? And now, interestingly, the engine says, you can just ignore the fact that the rook is hanging. And white is not necessarily even takes it, although probably it eventually does after, let's say, knight d2, the bishop goes all the way back, you take on f6. But Machine says there is enough compensation here for the exchange because the pawn on c2 is so strong.
As a Grunfeld player, you appreciate.
That white actually needs to be a bit careful. Knight f3 appears to be holding equality, but black is untroubled. But you can also, of course, after bishop b5, you can begin by playing rook g6.
Which is much more natural.
And now white has a choice. You can go rook takes e3, rook takes g2, king f1, and now with the bishop potentially coming back to g3, this is not that horrible. You can go rook f8, bishop g3, and a very sharp position ensues in which black probably wants to try something connected with h5, h4, for instance, maybe even immediately h5, white goes rook e1, sorry, not rook d1, of course.
Right, rook e1.
Rook e1, we will play bishop d5. Rook e5 appears to be the only move available because you need to challenge you need to be able to meet h4 with rook takes d5. And this somehow ends up being a draw after black has an intermediate g takes f2 here. Let's say knight d2, e takes d5, and the engine says zeros, which is the engine always says zeros. Nothing shocking here.
What a melee that was.
We have a flurry of moves, and they're going down this path.
You're kidding.
They made all the only moves so far, and now Javokhir has to choose bishop e5. I think he will. Because, as I said, like when choosing between e5 and e3, I struggle to formulate a reason why you would pick e3, unless maybe you think you need to be able to play knight c5 later. Maybe that's the argument.
But I love what you were saying about that pawn on c2, the impact that pawn makes visually. It just freezes the two white rooks on a1 and c1.
And it was so much easier to play with clarity for MVL because knight takes on, bishop takes on f6 was definitely stronger than rook takes on f6. But bishop takes on f6, you have to see bishop e4, queen d7.
Queen d7 is
we may talk about that right here that you have on your screen.
It specifically moves, backward moves when you're trying to attack. Difficult.
Very difficult, very difficult. And the other line promises natural play, forward movement, everything in the aggression that you would like to have. While this, you're still down a pawn, but with enormous compensation.
Well, the charming thing about this position, with the bishop on f6 and not the rook, the desirable knight c5 gets hit by rook takes c5.
Exactly.
And you take on b2. The bishop is suddenly the hero, all-star.
Absolutely, and that's a huge point here as well that he did not assess or he did not look at too carefully. But finding the move queen d7, I think that's a 3,100 level move in time pressure as well.
And because it's gone, I will just note briefly that on my screen currently the engine says the only thing that arguably doesn't lose in this position is a very strange move, rook c1, e1, which would have been a challenge for Javokhir to find.
Wow.
And we can even continue with quiet moves in response, like when the engine goes queen f7 and says you still have nothing good to do.
Wow.
In the meantime, Wesley found the entire sequence with rook a1, rook a5, and should now convert to a full point.
My goodness.
Just briefly, I will bring this up while Javokhir is waiting.
That would be just
briefly. We can look at this. This is going to be massive for the tournament.
Remember how Wesley won the Sinquefield Cup? He did it with that minimal. I'm going to be +3 undefeated.
+2.
+2. Pardon me. It was +2.
10 years ago he won it. And he did it, and he won the tour as well. He had his fantastic year, and he won it with a +2 score, which is absurd to think. You're just going to win it with +2? That may be a tie. But he's going to be +2 after 3 rounds. There's going to be 6 rounds left.
Extremely likely from here on out because there's really no counterplay. The best you can hope for is maybe something like rook f4, wait for black to take on e5 and take on a7. But this position is just utterly lost. Knight f6, the rook comes out via c8 or d8. Black actually, I think, launches an attack against the white king very soon. Also, 2 healthy pawns.
The knight on d5 is going to protect the pawn on d6.
Also, you put your rook on g4 a second ago. Why'd you put it on g4 if you're going to change your mind and put it back on f4?
Well, he was hoping to create threats, but the threats have now disappeared. I guess you can try knight h5, but knight h5, knight g5, and if you play h2, h4, regrettably, ef is even stronger.
Yes.
Fabi is down to 2 minutes and 33 seconds in what is a completely lost position.
This might be one of his worst games of the year. I mean, I'm not hyperbole. This is
and
not...
his Sinquefield Cup streak unbeaten streak about to go out the window.
First of all, he was white. He chose this very risky same-ish. He got the position presumably he wanted, and then he just went splat. Bishop d2, and he didn't provoke any defensive reactions, really. Wesley said, okay, you attack my knight, I move it to h7. What else are you attacking?
After those long thinks, a 30-minute think as well. And now he's looking to the left. That is a man of a look of with a look of resignation. He knows this is over.
He has
nothing in the position that makes any sense. And and there's Wesley coming back. It's 1 minute and 39 seconds.
Wow.
This is indeed, as you mentioned.
It's honestly a look of somebody who is wondering if I should continue.
Yes, that's that look. That's the look of resignation.
Yeah.
There's 2 pawns. You may lose another one. Or even if you don't, it doesn't matter because this position is just a matter of technique for Wesley.
Grim.
Even if I added 25, 30 minutes to your pawn.
And he has just made
He played f6, yeah. The cleanest is g5. I'm assuming g6 also wins, but g5 is a bit stronger because you eventually might want to play knight f8, knight g6.
That would be nice.
Those arrows are no good.
By the way, I mean, the drawings that Cristian makes your arrows look good.
Those are works of art.
No, they really aren't. I mean, John Madden, who was better. G7, G5 on the board, just as you predicted, Peter.
Rook e4 played by Fabi after g5, but now you just go rook c8 and then knight f8, g6. And
but here's the problem. I mean, none of these moves by Wesley require anything extraordinary. They're just the most obvious, most direct, clear moves. Your knight on h7 is terrible. Let's put it on g6.
Yeah, let's put it on a good square on g6 and also increase the pressure against the white structure. And as we keep on coming back, we're also 2 up.
And we're 2 up.
And we're 2 up, yeah.
And
I think somewhere here, yeah.
So h4, knight.
I think maybe you try
F8.
this. Maybe you try rook d5, rook e5, rook d8 check, and you make a kind of a somewhat strenuous argument that this pin is never going to be broken, but it will. Because you eventually either lose the f6 pawn, or black actually sort of wins something on the queen side.
And causes a distraction by just pushing his a pawn, and then eventually getting out.
With that g3 knight on a slightly better square, maybe you could dream of something happening here, but no.
Wow.
Fabi just simply got punished.
Yeah, he played
the gods of chess simply punished Fabi in this one because he went against his nature. Rook f4 was his nature, his fighting spirit, the way he always goes for an advantage, a win, in the opening phase, taking risks all the time. He tried to bail out with e5, and it wasn't a clean bailout. That was the problem with that one. It was never a clean bailout.
No.
He just accepted the worst endgame. He knew that he's worse in the endgame because you're losing the pawn on c4, and then he was just simply unable to continue on that path. He just got punished.
You know, I hear you, and at the same time, I want to say, when you played a3 and f3, that's the whole point of the position. That's why we don't play a3, f3.
That's the nature of the position.
That's the nature of the position itself. Even if you are a fighting player, you could be a conservative player. I don't care who you are. If you put a pawn in a3 in the Nimzo and then you play f3, it's because you're losing the c-pawn and you're going for a big attack. You leave that path, then you are not playing the position.
He spent 31 minutes on that decision.
And then he sat there. You're supposed to look at it and go, if I'm going down in flames. In a blaze of glory, because that's how you're supposed to play this position.
Right.
Let's go. Instead, he played solidly in a position you're going to lose your pawn, and this is what happens. And this is why this position is not one that most players play with white. This is not the way people play the Nimzo.
Yeah.
And this is why people play the Nimzo with black, by the way. Because of lines like this.
Yeah.
The whole point of the Nimzo.
They bend and bend, but don't break.
But don't break, and give me the double pawns. It's a permanent weakness.
Right.
This is how they played when Nimzovich first made the Nimzo.
That was why I was saying in the 1990s, we kind of gave up on a3 and f3 and just said, you know, the risk was too great. A well-prepared defensive player. I mean, Samish can catch a lot of weaker players, but the top grandmasters just know how to defend these positions. Let's jump to some of the other games, if you don't mind.
I just want to say that we have more exciting things, and this one will probably last the longest. But Sam Sevian is making significant progress against Anish.
No kidding. Well,
I don't know if he will win. It might still not be enough. But this is about
bishop is of opposite color.
This is about as good
as it could possibly get.
As it can, yeah, because I think you can play. I was looking at bishop d5 straight away. Unless rook takes e2 is a draw. Yeah, okay, rook takes e2 appears to be a draw. My point was, if you play f6 and white goes bishop c4,
now we've got
I really am not sure this is holdable long term. It's extremely unpleasant.
White king might worm its way to e4 and
yeah,
f5.
we play e3, we liberate the rook. If you play bishop e5, the rook is currently slightly stuck, but I will play f4. I will bring the king up to f3. I will put the pawn on e3. The mouse is choosing this moment to stop behaving like a mouse. And
spasm.
I think you very often lose these positions.
Why
even
don't
though
you want to start with e3?
You could also do that.
And then continue with
you could also absolutely do that. Yeah,
100%.
So the problem for white here is that rook takes e2, if it allows me to do it. Rook takes f7. Yeah, see. Doesn't.
Hey, look, I mean, watching you struggle brings joy to my heart.
I know it does, yeah. And now very specifically bishop c5 with the intention of meeting rook f7 with rook e5. And black holds this move by move.
Yeah. The rook is hanging, the bishop is hanging,
yeah.
h5 pawn is hanging.
Obviously, if the h5 pawn falls, black will not lose this. 2 against 1 with black having even a passer on one side is not going to be a problem. So we don't have time to do this yet, and if we play to e3...
I guess g6 or g5 seems to
be...
g6 just seems to be a bit more forcing now.
You feel slightly iffy about playing g6, but it's much better than being forced to play f6, that's for sure.
That's your point.
So I guess Anish is still reasonably well in control. I may have oversold this a little.
Okay, but Maurice, give me some action. What's happening in the MVL game, because we know that MVL can sacrifice an exchange.
Not much actually happened after bishop to e5 by Javokhir. We're seeing the rook g6 line should play itself, and you guys analyze that position.
Right,
so right now MVL is just looking at it, and he might have felt rambunctious when he played that move f5, fight, mixing it up, sacking a pawn. But that endgame is not what he was looking for.
Here we go.
And he has played the bishop d5 move.
He didn't play c2.
Instead
he didn't
of
play rook g6.
Rook g6, which,
wow.
Wait a minute now.
Say what?
This is a very interesting move, but the problem with it is white needs to give up that knight on b3 now. But you get a position, whichever move order you prefer. Let's begin with rook takes c3.
Okay.
Rook takes c3, b takes c3. This gives black an option of playing rook g6, although machine says white is better there. So I guess you take, and white takes on f6. And we get this position
two bishops
where,
versus a rook.
Yeah, rook and 2 against 2 bishops, which is probably a draw long term. But because the bishops are somewhat restricted and the pawn on e6 is a bit vulnerable, the engine says white is better. The engine says gf6, rook b1, you're actually maybe in trouble. It prefers to take with the bishop. Rook b1, bishop c4. White goes, let's say, f2, f4 here. And plus 0.40-ish, I assume, is a draw here. But it starts liking white. I thought rook g6 was more
which is extraordinary for me because, again, these players calculate really, really well. But at the end of the calculation, you have to come up with a judgment. You know, I've got 2 good bishops against a rook and 2 pawns. I prefer the bishops. Maybe this is one of those exceptions.
Yeah.
Where the rook, because...
I think it very much depends on whether you can tie the rook to the protection of the a5 pawn, and I don't think you can. I think the way this plays out, let's say you play king f7.
Because you want to
white goes rook b7 check.
Yeah.
I am really struggling making moves today.
Brings joy to my heart.
Yeah. And if you continue moving forward, rook c7, and then...
rook c7?
Yeah.
So I
Let's
have
say
to
bishop
drop the
d3,
bishop
I guess.
in.
We can play king f2.
Just before I get
Bishop
to
d8. And now rook c5 exists. You can also try trading a5 for e6. You can begin by playing rook c7, c6 here.
So
and
if we take the pawn on
bishop a5, I will throw in king e3.
Just ask my bishop to go back to b5. Okay.
Bishop b5. And interestingly, it doesn't even take on e6 here. It goes rook c5, and it starts giving white a large advantage. I guess because the bishops are very, very passive. Bishop b6, rook c8.
Okay,
and now I am beginning to push the c pawn.
That's
no, this
remarkable.
This is very counterintuitive, but it's an indication of how this might pan out if, let's say, white plays well, or white is being played by an engine and black doesn't play well.
Yeah, but for sure in Maxime's wildest dreams, when he goes into this position, he's thinking, I've got two bishops and a passed pawn. He's not suddenly saying, I'm seriously worse.
And he's also not going for unclear. I mean, he's also showing that he's willing to go into unclear lines.
Yeah.
Look at the clock.
But it means bishop d5 was a fail, actually.
From an accuracy standpoint.
Yeah, rook g8, rook g6, pardon me.
Rook g6 seemed very, very logical.
As well
very
as
good.
c2.
No, but rook g6, if I want to argue, rook g6 does lead to just a position, right?
Yeah, rook takes c2.
And that's not what he wants.
Here
And that's
we
not
go.
what he wanted when he played f5. So he may be in that flow, that state where he's saying, I've got to play something unclear, continue in that vein so that I can win this game. He's not playing to draw.
Interesting point here. If Javokhir wants, he can go knight g2. He's not forced to give up the knight. You can play knight g2, and then you get basically one of those positions we were describing. Black has to play c2.
And c2, yeah.
Yeah, and there are equalities available to white with knight f3 and b3, but white is not better. So now Javokhir, he's on 6 minutes.
He's taking on c3.
Yeah, and I think he's taking on c3, yeah. I think he will consider knight g2, realize he's not better at all, and say, no, I need to play for more than just the two results.
And by the way, knight d2 also does invite bishop g5, doesn't it?
Let's check. Bishop g5, knight f1, the engine says we're doing well. Bishop c1, ugh. Mouse, come on.
No, torture, Peter. Come on.
We need a touch screen for Peter.
Yeah, we must suffer. And now, interestingly, it's important to begin with f3 somehow. If I begin with knight e3, I'm allowing bishop b4. This is the reason. We need to take away the e4 square from the bishop.
The pawn on c2 looks good, but I might end up just being tethered.
Yeah, you have to make an immediate draw with like rook c4, knight e3, rook takes d4. Rook takes c2, rook b4, and you probably will hold, but it's not.
But that wasn't
it's not going to be
for the advantage.
An
that
enjoyable hold, yeah.
Right, that MVL was looking for. Great stuff going on there. We've got the Prague game, Maurice.
But I got to say first, the Wesley game.
The Wesley game.
Because we know Wesley's winning.
Yep.
We know he has a massive edge on the clock. And I mentioned about how you manage your opponent's time pressure. And Wesley, it's different because he has a winning position. So he can stop and just look.
And enjoy.
But he's not caring about Fabi's clock. He's looking for the most precise way to win on the board. As Fabi suffers the worst position and the terrible 2:23 left on his clock to make 11 moves. Wesley's trying to make sure there is no counterplay, trickery, ideas, nada for you. And he's going, and the reality is he could make almost any move and he's winning, but he's going to make the move in this moment. That's a real lion playing right there, not somebody who's rushing and I just make some moves and see what happens. He's going to make sure that Fabi has exactly zero chance. Now, there's another game we haven't paid too much attention to.
Before we go there, I just want to say the head-to-head between Wesley and Fabi. These two really know the measure of each other very well. Wesley were to get a win here. He narrows the difference. You know, you had +2 on me. Say goodbye. That was only +1. And Maurice, go ahead. Back to the game.
50 games between
50.
them. 5-0 games. They've sat across each other. This is classical chess only.
No.
Never mind all the rapid games and blitz games that they play.
You know they're going to write books, My Best Games by Fabi, My Best Games by Wesley. And games between them are going to be featured in both of those books. I'm afraid for Fabi that this one's going into Wesley's best games. But go ahead. You were about to show us another game that.
Yes, the game with Levon.
Levon.
Yeah, he played this line that we thought was really nice, and then after Queen B2, Rook E1, all was fine, all was fair. Got his pawn back. His opponent went after this. He said, "Okay, you know what? If you want it, you can have it." And then this happened, and he took. This one was not the most accurate move. There are other moves defending the bishop with the knight, but instead he took, takes, and he played Rook C8, and this is the move the Indians were not happy with. There is the move Rook to B4, and after takes, and takes on A7, the move Knight F5 presents a bit of a problem for White, as Rook D7, G5 is a move. I got to say, you're down a pawn and you walk straight into this, so you must not be too happy. But Rook C8 actually is a worse version of this line, because after takes, the move Levon probably thought he could play was this one. But the Indians arguing that after G4, knight takes E3, the most natural move to try to get into a rook and pawn ending, could be problematic even after this. To me, though, I think a lot of us would feel we could draw this position.
Yeah.
Pretty easily with black.
Especially with White's king cut.
With the king cut off, how do you get your king to work in this game? The same can be asked of black, however. How do you get your king to come into the game? This ending, even with the move H4, I got to say, I would feel as though black had some decent drawing chances.
I think we flipped off your board there for a moment. Let's switch back to the Jorden.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, we should be on my board
and it's
than any other board.
By the way, Levon saw the knight F5, G4.
Yes, this is the analysis I was pointing out.
Yes.
So this position, I would say...
Jorden's got chances.
He's got some chances, but I think this ending was not so bad. But we've seen Levon avoid, and he did so quite well against... Yes,
that
against
was
Javokhir.
Incredible.
Where he said, I don't trust that ending. I think I have better chances elsewhere. So here he has chosen to play this move, but the engine, I'm going to say, hates this one as well, even more so.
Really?
The move Rook A5, stopping knight F5, but allowing this knight C4 and saying, this version of the ending is much better. The king is able to walk up the board this time, unlike the other version we just saw. Right. So this one, Levon is definitely in some trouble. His opponent should not hurry, however, but it looks like he's just going to play quite logically, bring his king up to G2.
I like that move because if you go knight F5, rook A4, king F3, get the king into the game. And
only one side is playing for a win here.
Exactly. It's
Levon definitely in trouble. His third game in a row. He managed to survive the first, win the second.
And now
can he pull another Houdini? We've seen him do it time and time again. Someday you think, you can only have so many lives. I know it's 9 rounds in a chess tournament and a cat has 9 lives. Can Levon produce some of that?
He's a dog person, though.
He's a dog person. The Art of the Cheapo. I'm asking for royalties on the title. But he is amazing. I want to go back to the game of Javokhir.
Yeah, we've had a lot of development.
Oh, pardon me. Let me do that. Cristian.
A big sequence just occurred in that game between Sindarov and MVL, because we were looking at this rook takes c3 line. At this point, rook takes c3, take, and bishop takes b3, and this material imbalance. But Sindarov had a completely different thing in mind, and quite a computer-esque move. Take a look at this, knight to d2 in this position, trying to save the knight. Of course, you cannot take because of rook takes c8, that's a problem. But what you need to contend with is the fact that there is a bishop g5 sighting, and now if you take on c3, this is a completely different situation because my bishops are active. You cannot go for this one. I'm going to pick up the pawn on c3. I'm going to pick up all your pawns in this position. In fact, you are busted as white. So he needed to have something else in mind, and he did. He played the move knight to f1, from d2 to f1. And by the way, he has 3 minutes at this point. He needs to play fast. He needs to take his decisions fast. And allowing this pawn on c3 to survive. Look at this. Bishop takes c1, rook takes c1. Not only that, it stays on c3. It goes all the way to c2. And next move, I'm going to be defending it with the bishop. You really need to be sure that this works. And it works only because of one reason. Not the simple knight to e3, to allow this bishop to stay on this diagonal. h7, c2, and now the pawn on c2, you're going to have difficulties targeting it. But the next move of Sindarov was tremendous. And I think this is what Maxime missed. The move f3 in the position. There's no way to get the bishop on this diagonal anymore. That's it. This bishop stays either here or on b3. The problem is on b3. You're no longer having this idea of targeting the pawn on b2 with your rook and getting to my weaknesses. So right now you're sort of stuck. Also f3, guess what? It accomplishes another idea for white, and that is it opens up the avenue for the king, and pardon my arrows, they're not very connected to each other, but they're still going towards the pawn on c2. I'm going to get my knight on e3, and I'm going to focus all of my forces on that pawn on c2. In the meantime, unfortunately for you, you don't have a way to swing that rook towards my pawn on b2. So right now, it seems like Sindarov, with very little time on the clock and under a lot of pressure, has managed to assess this position and calculate this position better than his opponent, MVL. And in fact, he has some chances to get a real advantage in this position. MVL needs to pay very close attention to the next few moves because he can end up in big trouble in this endgame.
Thank you, Christian. Picasso would be proud of your artwork.
Thank you.
I'm not sure about anybody else.
I have some updates on our central clash between Fabi and Wesley, because Fabi and I eventually figured out what he means, because I thought, why is he doing what appears to be losing to the most straightforward moves in the world? This is the current position. Let's wait until the diagram appears. Wesley did play knight g6, and I noticed the engine does not go h takes g5 in this position at all. And I was trying to figure out why. If you go h takes g5, suddenly, after rook g4, rook takes e5, and knight e4, it becomes, you can start seeing the outline of not winning this game for black.
Knight d6.
Knight g5 is sometimes a threat. Knight d6 is, I think white wants to play something like king f2, g3 to avoid rook f5 check ideas, and then start taking on g5 with the knight. Regrettably for Fabi, I think the simplest is just to go knight takes e5, gh6, and king h7. And then you just calmly collect. Because like, the counterplay is done.
Knight on g3 looks
knight
horrible.
on g3 looks horrible. We can take on h6 next move and then go king g6 takes f6. And this wins very, very cleanly. You can also win by playing, let's say, you can throw in rook c2.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah, life is suffering, in particular suffering with the mouse.
May I say, Peter, I think your mouse, you could just touch one square and touch the next, and it'll
yeah,
make
but
your life a little bit easier.
it doesn't even scroll properly.
Yeah, give him good advice like you would give me.
I wouldn't give you this advice. I don't really like you that much.
Yeah, rook c2,
Peter,
rook c2 followed by rook
that's
a2.
my man.
Rook c2 followed by rook a2 is very strong as well.
This looks fabulous.
It's just important not to make what I would assume is the most natural move in the position, which is, you know, I can recapture the one that I'm not attacking with every other piece.
You just took, yeah.
And you know when you would do that? If you decided to play quickly, because the guy's in time pressure.
But he is not, and he's doing
Wesley
it right,
is at a pace right now. He says, I'm not worried about anything but the most accurate move, and I'm looking for any chance that he thinks he might have.
Right.
And he played rook c2 check. Yeah.
But by the way, the rook c2 check is so compelling because we live for these rooks on the 7th rank or the 2nd rank in this case.
And if you interpose, we will trade a pair.
Oh, then you're
now,
and then we will,
there's no play at all. You know, now I'm happy to play hg5.
Yeah, knight takes e5 appears to still be cleaner than everything else, but now you can also do this, because after knight e4, rook e5, let's say.
Yeah, the absence of the rook.
e3, yeah, without the rook on g4, you know you're going to win this position eventually.
100%.
Even if maybe this is not the fastest, who cares?
Yeah, it's a certainty. You're absolutely right. Whoa, so rook c2 and now... And Fabi has how many moves still to go?
10.
with 2 minutes on his clock,
Yeah, but
hopeless situation on the material.
You can't even
as well.
suggest a good defense because there is none. You have to play the most tenacious defense, which is not clear what that is.
Yeah.
You also have only 1 minute and 46 seconds left on your clock. We're seeing the Grand Chess Tour reigning champ and the tour leader at the moment
going
potentially
down.
take a fatal one on the chin, because if he loses this game, Wesley goes to +2. We talked about how difficult it is to catch somebody who is essentially 2 wins ahead of you.
Right.
You don't play him anymore, so you can't affect his result by
Yourself.
individual encounter. So you have to hope that somebody nicks him, and if not, you've got to win 2 games more than he does in the
Just to
next
catch him.
6 games just to catch him.
Right.
And that, sorry,
That's a
we all
thankless
know,
task.
extremely difficult, especially when you're coming off a loss as well. You're licking your wounds. You're not feeling very good about yourself. So a big, big moment.
This is the Sinquefield Cup where people don't give you points.
No,
to get a win, to get
You would,
2
you would
wins.
think not, although
what we're seeing right
on
now.
this particular evidence, sometimes they do. Yeah,
Yeah,
it sounds
exactly.
harsh to Fabi, but today really has not been his day.
While
in
we
any way,
were
shape, or
on a
form.
break, you yourself mentioned it, Peter. People are going to have to stop gifting points to Wesley because
what-
it feels
yeah.
like he got an easy.
It's one of the least productive things you can do in Grand Chess Tour classical tournaments.
Right.
Just gifting unnecessary points to Wesley has led to Wesley winning many a tournament on the GCT. He is extremely good at converting every single
advantage.
half a chance and kind of never losing and never really even being in trouble.
We are expecting Wesley, who's taking his time, considering the moment.
Yeah, Rook A2 is-
A5, A2.
Yeah.
That's not his fault, by the way. I mean,
No, if your opponent's going to
wanna-
give you an advantage, thank you very much.
Happy birthday, I'll take it.
Right on.
Happy birthday, Merry Christmas. Take all gifts. We're accepting
Right.
all of them.
Exactly.
And here again, such a strong opponent indeed. And how is he going to survive these rooks just coming after him?
And once I see your analysis, Peter, once the knight gets to E5, it does such a fabulous job defending the king, defending F7, defending the king, but giving the king escape. And by the way, knight F3 check and rook G1 mate doesn't.
It does a fantastic job of everything. Really.
Everything.
And
offense.
White
and-
does have a chance to create a situation in which only one move doesn't lose. Once here and also once here, because you kind of have to take on F6, but also you will take on F6.
Right.
Knight E4 check, King F5, and regrettably for White, we appear to
Can't
have won a
grab
rook
rook.
for like one move, but
Right.
it doesn't really survive.
Oh my goodness. What's happening, Maurice, in Javokhir's game? Because that pawn, Javokhir has ice blood. I mean, he just allowed the pawn to get to C2, and he defended brilliantly.
Yes, and I think again that flow that
Maxime
Maxime wanted, that go,
F5.
positive direction, caught him. It was very hard to make a retreating move. There was even one position. I'll actually get to it in a second. Let me just talk about one I'm looking at on my board right now, and then I'll get to that really quickly. It's the game between Levon and Jorden, and Levon has been dancing with his knight and playing quickly as well, but Jorden playing with confidence as he's saying, I'm up a pawn, and guess what? I'm also ahead by a king.
A king?
Because your king is not working at all. My rook is great. I have a great bishop. Your only hope, and the only thing he's resting on, is the ability of the knight to blockade on light squares.
Right.
And so he just played the move F5, and this is his hope for a defense, that he'll be able to keep the king out of the game while maintaining the blockade.
Levon is objectively busted.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Levon is objectively busted.
But objectively, yeah, it's a passed pawn, a better minor piece, even though that knight looks very good. You could play a move like bishop to G5 saying, you better keep an eye on this knight. So we go to the only square. And now we can't get up the board just yet, but we can sneak around the other way. How is your king and the rest of your pieces, in fact, going to stop this king march up the board? That is going to become crucial quickly. Before we go into that MVL game, though, we're hearing that Fabi looks like he's about to resign, and not surprisingly, Wesley's probably not giving him a chance to resign by getting up from the board.
He didn't give me a chance to resign.
Natural born killer right there, yeah.
Bring that situation of Fabi up on and tell us
after
why.
rook a2, Fabi went rook b8 check and then back to b7, trying to at least win the f7 pawn. And a number of things win here, of course, but the cleanest is just to give yourself a square on h6, which cannot really be attacked by any of the white's pieces. And now you switch to your own mating attack on the other side of the board.
The offense is coming. Rook takes g2. How are you going to deal with that?
I guess you play knight f1, rook g2, king h1, but
Okay.
you know this is losing. It's not very attractive. Like rook f2, king g1, and now you can switch the knight on. You can go knight f4, knight h4. All
Knight
of those
f3
moves.
check, and mates appear magic.
Black
Whoa.
is up a lot of material and also giving mate on the king's side. So yeah, this one is not long for this world.
137 left and ticking down. He will do what? I mean, he has to play knight f1. Nobody wants to play knight f1. But he knows he's looking around desperately for something. He has a passed pawn 2 steps away from promoting, but it might as well be 100 steps away.
Yeah.
Because the black king is just right within range. There's no way to push the pawn somehow. Make your rook disappear out the way so you can have a threat. Even if you did, he has a rook waiting for you. So it doesn't matter. On the f2 square in this position that we have here.
Hate to repeat.
But if we go back to the live position, Peter, just pull up the live position on the board. 50 seconds left for Fabi. I get the feeling it's now that he resigns. You make a move like knight f1 just to watch your position fall apart.
Yeah. Well, I hate to repeat myself, but this is really one of the worst games I've seen Fabi play in many years. I've watched him over U.S. championships. He's 5-time winner of the U.S. champion, Grand Chess Tour. On the white side,
he's actually made the move.
He just played an opening which invited risks. He sacrificed material to attack, and he never made any really aggressive attacking move that I saw. Knight f4 and knight h4 is resigns on the spot. I mean, it's just, I'm going to mate you with my 2 rooks and a knight. It's terrible. It's terrifying.
Well, you're going to have to sack your rook.
Yeah.
You sack the exchange to get rid of the knight and then hope there's no mate.
16 minutes for Wesley, putting the finishing touches. We've kind of lost track a little bit with the Vincent, Keymer versus Prague game.
That one is pretty well. There's a lot of time left. We'll have plenty of time to catch up with that one. But right now,
you think Fabi's about to resign after rook f2 or?
Well, it's whether or not he resigns. But again, I love cold-blooded killers. He's such a nice guy with all the smiles, Wesley. Although he did come in here and start using some blue words,
I didn't,
if you will. It surprised me.
That's not the Wesley that I knew.
Not the Wesley we know.
Wow.
I mean, he was throwing some bombs out there. He said, wait a second, Wesley. This is a family show we're trying to run here.
What about Disney? We got a Disney grade.
No. Wesley said, I kind of maybe changed stripes a little bit. I need to hurt somebody's feelings.
It was the cow chips, all right?
And now rook f2 on the board, and the knight is the last of the pieces needed. It's kind of a funny fact. This knight was on f6, went to h7, went to f8, played, looked like somewhat defense, knight g6, and it's going to be the bomb, the killer that enters at the last moment to finish this game off.
It was a little bit of a ballet, yeah.
This is going to be the first victory with the black pieces in the tournament. Probably not the last, but the first. Black came close in a bunch of games earlier, but...
No, it was Vincent who lost with the black pieces. Sorry, yeah.
Fabi just raised his eyebrows there again at 30 seconds. You know, sometimes you just have to resign and say, okay, that was a bad one. It's time to go.
Maurice, commentator's curse. You said, I got this wonderful note that I wanted to share look at these non-losing streaks. And it might be that too. 10 seconds for Fabi. He knows he's busted. But okay, King G1. And now, is this your knight F4 or knight H4
Yeah,
moment?
which do you choose? They are exactly the same.
I've always believed in centralization. Knight F4.
I guess knight F4 there is rook E3, which stops the immediate mate, although you can play G5, G4 and then really insist on that.
That mate is about, whereas knight H4, what's the drawback of that one? No drawback. Rook H4.
I don't really want to call anything here a drawback. You're going to be fine, whichever.
You know it's bad when the commentators start wondering.
Yeah.
Which one is the most killer move?
Most incisive. It's deadly. But I have to say, knight F4 would be my own personal choice. But yeah, the position's just so gone. Oof.
Yeah.
Oof. By the way, knight F4, rook F4, G F4. Just going to play F3, aren't I?
Yeah.
F3 and rook G2.
You also just take with the rook just to make sure you remind your opponent that the passer on F6 is not really
not going to go anywhere. And
really
that knight on F1
anywhere.
is staying tethered to the first rank as well. Wesley just enjoying the moment because this is just a dream
Fabi's
come
just sitting
true.
there thinking, just make a move so I can shake your hand.
No.
I want to run out
How
the
many
door.
times I have to tell you, young men?
Right.
You make them suffer. You do not play quickly. It doesn't matter. He has only 36 seconds. You've got the art of suffering.
I'm just saying that's what Fabi's.
No. I know that's Fabi's thinking.
Yeah.
But listen, make them suffer. Take your time.
You would love Bent Larsen. Bent Larsen tells me the story. He's playing Jan Smekel, and Jan Smekel, Czech Grandmaster, was notorious.
Oh, there's a resignation.
And that was it.
Sorry, you got to tell the story in a
Right.
second. But you see there, again, a lifting of the eyebrows, a slight lifting from Fabi saying,
What?
That was not
Hang on a second.
the kind of
Now that
game
we've seen
I
the
wanted to
handshake,
play.
We need to switch to.
We will switch,
Keymer
certainly.
versus Prague.
But let's just watch. Let's just put a final point on this one.
Yep.
As Fabi's just getting up and out of there as fast as possible. We will have Wesley So in studio in a moment, but this is huge for this tournament and possibly maybe not so much for the tour.
But for this tournament.
But for this tournament, as Wesley is cementing his place in the finals. Last year, he missed the finals by half a point.
Right.
And he felt the pain of that. Now, this win goes a long way. Of course, there's 6 more rounds to go. But we know Wesley So. It's hard to beat him games. And he just needs to score a solid amount to put one of those two, Vincent or Javokhir, out of reach.
Exactly.
And right now, he's leading the whole tournament.
Right.
Anything that resembles third place, he's in, no matter
100%.
what. I think he's thinking first, but definitely a terrible result for Fabi.
Yeah.
All right.
Set us
Big
up.
news you've got, Peter.
Yes.
I do have very, very big news.
Breaking news.
We kind of stopped watching this because it became quite balanced, the game between Vincent and Prague. All 4 rooks came off. Prague eventually, I'm just waiting for the diagram to appear so that we don't force our viewers to think about blindfolded positions they haven't seen in half an hour.
It's good for them. It's good. It's good training.
So you can already see the outline of sort of complete kind of French equality, but what you still have to pay attention to is things happening on the king's side. Machine says you can go queen a2 here, which I think if it's a legal move you can make, you probably should make.
Mm-hmm.
But he went knight ba8, g5, he went queen c6, queen d1. You can honestly ignore g takes h6, but he took on g5, fine. And I thought, okay, he will just play bishop b7 straight away because you need to challenge that knight on g5.
Right,
you can't
get rid
leave
of
it. He went knight a3 here, planning to go queen c2. And now he's kind of lost after knight g3. Not even kind of, he is just lost after knight g3 because queen c2, queen f3, you get mated.
I get mated.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And if you play bishop b7 now, the big difference is, first off, the pawn on d4 is not hanging, and second off, the queen is free to go to g4.
Inviting.
If you compare it to this position, queen g4 is kind of illegal, and knight g3, knight takes d4 is also not
big
great.
difference.
Yeah, there's a marked difference between this position and
and
this position. And Pragg had 6 minutes on the clock,
And
maybe
he
even
went
7.
knight A3.
I really have no idea what this is.
Wow.
And it's not like knight g3 is a difficult move either. After bishop e7, the engine suggests knight takes f7 exists, which is maybe something he could have...
Ironical, because it existed earlier.
But like, even if you get worried about king takes f7, queen b1, although black is not worse here, there's a very safe bailout available with queen e8. If you become obsessed by this being dangerous, I mean,
I like the bailout very, very
much. You go
much.
queen e8, you're never going to be worse. I have no idea what this was. 6 minutes for 4 moves, and
you might have tossed it with 1 move.
You just can't allow the white queen to join the attack. I don't.
No, it's a slip, is what it is.
Yeah,
it's a slip. He thought he had queen c2, didn't look deeply
at
this,
queen
the
g4,
move queen f3.
Queen f3, sorry. Yes.
And he made a slip. And also, part of it, if we take a look, we see that there's a little bit of time pressure, not that much time pressure for a player of his class. But that was definitely just a straight slip, thinking he's going to play queen c2 with a nice game ahead.
By the way,
this is a shocker.
Again.
What a chance for Vincent.
Right.
When the pieces are just going to flood the zone right now.
Yeah, I don't want to engage in hyperbole, but in some ways, because of his loss yesterday to the wild card Levon Aronian, this game just became absolutely vital.
And the game with Javokhir and MVL is petering out, as Javokhir has let go of some of his advantage.
Oh, really? Okay.
So for Vincent, he's in a one-on-one battle for the finals with Javokhir.
Right.
Javokhir just lost to Pragg yesterday.
Yep.
Javokhir's at -1. If he stays at -1 and Vincent wins this game,
getting to
again,
50%.
We're seeing the separation start to happen, and he just needs to get the same number of points as Javokhir in order to qualify for the finals, because he's the one with the half a point lead. So he just needs the exact same points.
Right. Yeah.
So this would be massive with of course 6 rounds to go. A lot can happen, but this is huge for Vincent's chances. The player who won the classical tournament, the only classical tournament played so far this year in Romania. So this is really forte for him. He's right up his alley when it comes to classical chess.
Yeah, and I kept an eye there out for the Javokhir MVL game. More and more I'm looking at it, that seems to be triple zeros now. I don't even think that...
Quadruple zeros.
No, I don't think there's anything left there, I think MVL holds this very comfortably now.
Yeah.
He actually had to collect himself, because he played himself into some trouble and then I think made a bunch of what looked like only moves in a row.
All right, and here we have it. How many moves have these two played?
This is move 38.
Move 38.
I guess maybe you try calculating f6, but regrettably for you, after ef6, gf6, I think you're probably much worse after knight h3, but you're also losing to queen g4 straight away.
That was my question.
fg5, queen takes g5, and I have to start running, but if you run, you lose. There's also this knight on a3, which would have been very useful if you could play knight b5, d6 here. That would have been a move you would have liked to make. But it's unfortunately unavailable now that you played knight a3.
Thank you, Peter. And Cristian, what's going on in the game?
Just played knight d7, by the way.
We actually missed an absolute bomb in one of the games that we weren't paying attention very much to. Sam Sevian versus Anish Giri. Peter was already saying that Sam is putting some pressure on Anish. But take a look at this moment. Anish just played rook takes h5. And Sam Sevian had a winning move right now with only a minute on the clock. If he would have found the move f4, you cannot take with the king because you're going to lose the bishop on d6. You cannot move the king anywhere close to the bishop to continue defending it. And if you take with the g pawn,
what a skewer.
Well, suddenly rook to b5 lands on the board, and the rook on h5 is going to be captured. An absolute bomb that would have finished the game after rook takes h5.
Puzzle rush.
If Sam Sevian would have found it. He missed it. This was move 39 with a minute on the clock. Right? He played bishop takes f7 probably extremely quickly. Rook to h4 and e3 made the time control, but missed an absolutely incredible opportunity. And this one just finished in a draw. Sindarov versus MVL finishes peacefully.
What a miss.
What a miss. And that's the point. We've talked about, quote, cheating in chess. you don't need to tell me the moves. You just need to tap me on the shoulder and tell me you got a moment. And if somebody had tapped Sam on the shoulder and said, look, double check, he would have found F4 in an instant.
You gave two words too many. Look was enough.
Just stop,
Just
tell me to stop, Hey!
There just anything.
And he would find it in 5 seconds. That's it. Once you say it,
it's Sam Sevian. It's going to get 5 seconds.
The moment you brought the position up, I immediately saw what he meant. And I was watching the game, and I didn't see it because I wasn't really aware that something wrong was happening.
You don't have to give
Just
us the whole combination.
Wow.
You just have to say, it's there. It exists. And thank you, I see it.
Oh, my goodness.
What
F4?
F4. Wow. That's a gorgeous.
Oh, he's going to have nightmares about that one. Well, Sam, after this game is over, if it's only a draw.
It was a mutual blindness, by the way. Anish allowed this with about 15 minutes on his clock. He just took on H5.
Peter, we do have a move, knight d7 by Prague.
Yeah,
no
and,
f6,
the cleanest way to
queen
win.
c2.
The cleanest way to win is to play queen g4, because if you play queen f3 and allow f7, f6, this is now. I mean, white is still much better, but
this isn't.
You can but he plays queen g4.
Stops f6.
Exactly, that freezes the pawn on f7 and creates a basically unstoppable threat of h5, h6. If you do nothing, if you play knight b5 here, you lose to h6.
Because after g6,
g6, queen h4, I guess, is or
not
h7.
even h7.
Yeah, h7, king g7, and
I thought you were going to take on.
Yeah, that is also
on f7.
Very clean. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Ouch.
That is also pretty clean.
That is the best.
Queen g4, I guess
on
maybe
the board.
You try maybe something like knight b1 or queen c2. But the moment you play queen c2, now I can switch back to playing queen f4.
Give me the pawn.
f6, and without the queen on c6, knight takes c6, with continued threats on the king side. It's not just that we want a pawn. We still want to play h6. We want, in some cases, I guess, queen b8 might be a very strong threat. No, this is just horrible for black.
Right.
Horrible.
All the attack is one-way traffic.
Knight f8 and bishop b4 will become a move.
I guess
let me in here, coach. I'm ready.
I guess you try queen takes b3, but then the engine takes on f8, and if you take on f8, it goes queen b8 check. And once again, it's not just the pawn; it also creates mating threats on the other side of the board. So, no, this is just absolutely horrendous.
Yeah, I love those ultimate move contests where Garry Kasparov's team with Rex, Gary's team would be losing. And exactly at that moment, Garry Kasparov had to come in. And he said, guys, what are you doing to me? He's the one who's forced to resign. Those were some of the highlighted moments for Gary being with us. But queen g4, that just looks like a killer move.
Queen c2 played by Prague, and you have to play queen f4.
But that's easy because your bishop's under attack.
Actually, even queen f3 with the intention of meeting f6 with knight takes e6, queen takes d2, queen takes d5 is
not the way.
Is also incredibly strong. Knight b6, queen d. You can actually see this as well. It's not difficult. The king is going to be completely safe on g2. There is a couple of checks, maybe one check somewhere. You can try queen c1 and hope for a blunder.
Peter, our opponent attacked our bishop. Defend the bishop. Queen c2. He attacked our bishop.
I'm not against
the mean man. You defend the bishop, then you take the pawn on e6, and you're a hero.
Yeah, shockingly, king g2 is winning in this position.
What?
And if you take on g2, there is, I'm assuming, h6, and we give mate on the other side of the pawn. Yeah, nobody does that, though.
Nobody does that.
If you do that, you probably get disqualified.
Get disqualified. But Maurice, we have a very special guest, our tournament leader.
Our tournament leader, and the way things are going, he may be the sole leader after having 5 people tied for first. It is Wesley So. Wesley, congratulations on winning the game. We've got to say, first of all, let's talk about the opening. Were you surprised to see Fabi choose this path?
No. Well, yeah, not really.
That was a no, yeah, and not really. Which one is it, Wesley?
No.
See better, no.
No, yeah. Because the thing with Fabi is you need to expect the unexpected. So I think it's, as I said in Romania, maybe better not to prepare against him, because every time I prepare, like e4, he plays d4. If I prepare d4, he plays e4. And I knew he would play something sharp because the thing is he's well prepared and he plays all this very risky, very aggressive, super aggressive. He's a really brave player.
At some point, though, he seemed to really slow down. We were saying maybe it was after the move. Rook to c8, was he confused? The plan is pretty straightforward when you have white. The pawn on c4 is dead. Go kill the guy on the other side. Yeah. Were you concerned at this point by the position?
Yeah, for sure. Because it's... But I was looking at this position for the white pieces a few months ago. I was thinking to play the US champs, but then it looks so risky. I think the main line is you take right away on c4. So maybe I confuse him like knight a5 and then take d4. So maybe I confused him by playing. But then I couldn't remember anything, so I just started calculating. And I thought h6 looks pretty good. There's this bishop c4, h6, g5. I didn't even see that. But yeah, here he started to think for over half an hour.
30 minutes and 15 seconds to be exact.
Yeah, and he decided to bail out with e5. I'm really curious to see what he thought happens after rook f4 because I was really concerned rook f4 was the critical move. I think I remember some ideas like this when analyzing this with white. And then takes. Yeah, takes, and then I'm not even sure. Yeah, for example, if you take with the rook, you're already worse. Take, I think you need the knight there on c4 to control squares. Yeah, and then here you can move the rook. Okay, yeah. And maybe rook g4, rook h3. Okay, rook h3. And then it looks quite scary for black, but I think black is okay. And you play rook g8 and you pray. But yeah, I think I'm really curious to see what because he thought for over half an hour. And then when he played e5, it clearly just a way to bail out.
But did you feel relief when that happened? And when you looked at e5 and said, not that one.
I think Yasser and I were relieved. I mean, you're not going to get checkmated no more.
Trade queens, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm not going to get checkmated no more, but I think this endgame should be a draw. I thought, I was looking at this. f6, take, check. And then I was just going to repeat with king g7 because king f5 looks insane to me. So I thought he would go f6 and then end in a draw this way.
But, I know he doesn't want to hear that.
Yeah, I would just repeat because, I mean, who would play king f5 here, right? Yeah, for sure. But so I think this endgame should be very holdable. Even here, I think it should be holdable.
I don't think the engine thinks he's going to survive this position. Rook b4
was too much.
Was definitely too much, but
yeah. So yeah, I'd like to dedicate this win and yesterday to the Lord and also to my mother, who's always been very supportive, and I wouldn't have a career without her. So yeah, great stuff. And beating Fabi with black is just unimaginable, of course.
You played 51 games now of classical chess. I don't know if you knew that against Fabi.
51?
51. Classical. 6 wins for him, 5 for you now, and 40 draws. So you're almost neck and neck. You got to beat him the next one to make it a full 50% result.
I'm looking at that. That's insane, 51. I would never have guessed that. 51 classical.
Well, you've probably played 100 blitz and rapids with each
blitz,
other.
Rapid, online, probably
even more.
At least 200, over 200.
Right.
But classical 51 is a lot. But I mean, shout out to Fabi. He's a really great and he's an amazing player. And the way that he studies openings is really insane. Like he can play 1,000 openings and today didn't work out, but I'm sure he'll bounce back. So.
All right. Well, you are now the current leader of the tournament.
Yeah, the bonus too. Yeah.
You're calculating bonus money already?
Yeah, that's the only reason why I want to win. Yeah,
exactly.
I was so disappointed in Romania. I had no wins.
You didn't get enough.
You had no wins in Romania.
No wins in Romania, and then Keymer got 3 or 4 wins. So I was like, I want that sweet bonus.
Hang on a second. You finished clear third on 50%.
Well, I got a free point from Perugia.
Yeah.
But they didn't give no bonus.
no bonus for the freebies.
Yeah, it's nice to. Yeah, shout out to Grandchester for all this bonus. The players were discussing. We said we should have bonus for Rapid and Blitz as well.
You guys are greedy.
Wesley.
Totally spoiled.
And we were even doing the math because there's 27 games, so we should have 3 times the bonus as well.
Wow. Okay.
Good luck with that one, Wesley. Good luck with that one. I don't think.
And think about the commentators too, as you're talking about bonus.
Hey, we can split.
We get a bonus every time they make a draw.
And we have to
watch it.
And we have to call it.
Yeah, I like that.
Congratulations, Wesley.
Yeah,
thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys. It's yeah, and shout out also Peter Svidler, you're one of my favorite players ever.
I don't know. This guy's dropping love everywhere. And who's your favorite commentator, by the way?
I don't know where this.
Oh, yes. I got favorite commentator status.
Oh.
What you got for you? He needs some love. Yasser needs some love.
I got to reach into my pocket. Come on.
Everyone's favorite uncle.
Everybody's favorite uncle, okay.
I'm gonna reach for my wallet now. Thank you.
And you don't have to say anything about Cristian. He doesn't count.
Christian's
I didn't even see him.
he's in the background.
But yeah.
He's here. He's here.
We are going to take a pause, and as we take a pause, we're going to send it to Almira and Nasi for bonus coverage of the Cairns Cup.
Thank you, guys. We're going to update you on what's going on here at the Cairns Cup. We have 3 very exciting games in progress, but we do have 2 results.
Yes, Nazif, so far 2 games were drawn, so let's have a look. Alice Lee drew Bibisara Saubaeva, and she maintains the lead in this event, and Vachier-Lagrave Babu drew against Stavrola Tsolakidu. However, her co-leader Tan Zhongyi is still playing against Anna Muzichuk, and we have 2 crazy games going on, Nazi. So Hampi Konera against Carissa Yip and Alexandra Kostyanyuk against Divya Deshmukh, 2 absolute thrillers.
I couldn't agree with you more, Almira, and let's jump into Carissa's game because they just made the time control. And you can see Carissa's not too happy with her position because I'm going to back up and show you what they just went through. I'm going to pick up a couple moves. She managed to get her pawn from h7 all the way to h3. And if you just look at this position, it looks like black is winning, just completely crushing. But Hampi, even with just 2 minutes on the clock, found the absolute precise moves. She starts with knight d4, allows the check, goes king e2. Now, here was the critical moment where this sneaky move c3 was very strong. I'll show you the idea behind it. Yes, you're threatening rook b2 in one move, but what if I simply take? Now you pin me with bishop e5. I can no longer use my knight for defense. And now my king will be completely exposed in the center after you take and attack me with your rook, and this queen will just pick up everything on the king side. c3 wasn't found. Carissa played bishop e5 instead right away, which now allows white to play knight f3, by the way, only move, but Hampi found it. And here we were considering rook d1 with the idea that if you take, then I have rook b2. But Hampi could simply retake with the queen, and you no longer have any winning ideas. You can still keep playing this, of course, but white will survive because let's not forget, black king is also completely open, and white will always have some perpetual checks.
Yes, even here, queen d8 is a perpetual, of course.
So Carissa made a smart decision to keep both rooks on the board and played rook b8, threatening rook b2.
And Hampi stunned us with a move which appeared on the board, knight e5. And I immediately asked Nazi, what is happening after rook b2? And actually, white is winning.
Look at this beautiful tactic. So looks like white's about to lose a queen. No, no, no. I tricked you. Knight goes back to f3. Yes, you take my queen for a move, but I'll be able to win your queen back in just a move with rook g1, and I'm going to be happy peace. This queen is trapped on g2. So that was absolutely beautiful by Hampi. Knight takes e5. Carissa realized this. She retook the knight, and here was the critical moment on move 38. Hampi was down to her last minute, had to find the only move, queen f5. Let me show you why. If she played the logical move rook b1, it loses to e4. After this, the position is really kind of split in two, and your king side is just destroyed.
And black, of course, will take on h2 at some point, and
white's paralyzed.
Yes, white is completely paralyzed.
But Hampi again found the only move, queen f5, and after rook b2 check, this was another critical moment.
Here, Hampi made the only move, rook d2, with a few seconds on the clock. She calculated precisely, and she entered this position knowing that her king is going to be exposed. However, there is no mate here. We couldn't find it.
Well, if only the king goes to c2, then there is no mate. If she steps back, let's say king e2, of course, Carissa's rook's going to come to b2, and this is instantly game over. If you go king e1, Now this pawn.
C3 is alive.
Big helper C3 with the threat of queen D2 and absolutely crushing position, and no perpetual because king can hide on F8. But after queen D5, now Hampi has 30 minutes to find the only move, which is king C2. And if she does find it, this position is, according to the engine, it's equal, but still anything can happen.
Yes, and you can sacrifice this pawn once again. You can play C3. How can you save this game after this move? By the
I think
way,
I have to start giving you checks.
Oh.
I'm not touching this pawn on C3, but I see that you're threatening mate in 1 with queen D2. Rook B2 is also an unpleasant threat, so I think I have to go on the attack and go after your king.
Yes, there's going to be perpetual Nazi. And I just had one question. Just in the position where you played C3 before, I wanted to...
Here?
Yes, to check the line why white cannot take on C3, so I wanted to show it on the board, because probably you'll play...
Oh, thank you for mentioning this, because it's a very nice tactic. And I know Maurice loves geometry, so he's going to appreciate this. Rook B1 check. You can't move the king because mate in 1. And if you take my hanging rook, look at this. Queen H1, and I take your queen on B1.
Beautiful.
So even though Evalbor now says it's equal, still anything can happen in this game. I want to show you one more exciting game we have here. It's Kostyanyuk against Divya Deshmukh. Look at this imbalance. Black has an exchange for bishop and a pawn. Not even a pawn, it's just an exchange. And this pawn is almost a queen. But it's still not that simple. Alexandra was losing even more before, and she kind of fought her way back.
Yes, Divya's advantage was almost decisive at some point. And Alexandra found a few ideas to keep the game going.
Her two connected passers definitely are stressing Divya out, because she wants to include. And one more important note, the king in the endgame is a very important piece, maybe one of the strongest pieces. Alexandra's king is in the play, Divya's king not so much.
Look at this, Nazi, king c5 followed by king b6. is a very good plan.
It is. Of course, Divya has to focus on her own pawns, but I don't know, these two bishops, I feel like they are blockading the pawns quite well. And from practical standpoint, this is not an easy endgame at all.
So I was trying this move g5, yes, before. The position was a bit different, but I think I feel that you need to do something here. So how do you close?
It's so hard to evaluate. If we didn't have the eval bar, I don't even know what we would be saying.
I want to play f4, but first I need to save my bishop, so bishop g2, and I want to play f4, of course, here.
You know, I really want to cut off your bishop and play f3, but I know that yes, it doesn't work, because then your pawn promotes. So I have to drop my bishop back. I can't let your pawn move forward.
Okay. Yes, and that was the moment, I think, where we felt that even intuitively you want to keep the rook on a8, you probably should bring it to c8 and c1.
This rook is too passive. You can't win this game with a passive rook. Let's activate it, bring it to c1. You can still watch out for the pawns and also advance your own agenda, right? Rook c8 would be very strong here, and rook c1 back. But Divya has to find all these technical moves. It's not as simple as it looks. And Alexandra would be so relieved if she can save this game, because she's been losing since move 10.
Yes, but what a game. And actually I can see on Alexandra's face that she knows that she can save this game. You know, that
well, maybe
it's a miracle.
She doesn't feel like she can save it yet, but she feels like she has a chance to fight.
Yes.
Because before it felt like she had no options left. And look at Divya's face right now. She's not happy that she allowed this much. Yes. But she's still winning, so it's important to keep your composure and forget about what happened before. Approach this like a new game. You have a winning position against Kostyanyuk. Be happy.
But you know, if, as St. Louis legend said once, it's ain't over. Until it's over. And so we can use it here, of course. And let's see how this game will unfold.
Yes, I can't wait to see how this game finishes, because, yeah, it's playing for two result. But if Kostyanyuk saves this, it will feel like she won this game.
And I think that the game between Anna Muzychuk and Tan Jung-gi is very balanced. So I think that Alice Lee will maintain her leading position. Of course, Tan Jung-gi, if she draws this game, will also be on 2.5 out of 3. And they can be caught, by the way, Nazi.
They can't because they had a full point lead. And by drawing both of their games, they are guaranteed to maintain a lead. Wow. Well, we'll see if we'll have 3 decisive games or 2 decisive games today. We'll have to wait and see. Thank you for joining us. Back to you guys in the studio.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the Sinquefield Cup. We've got action, and that F4 miss by... There could have been a lot of wins today, a lot of wins. Let's get caught up, Peter. Where would you like to take us?
I think we begin in the game between Keymer and Prague.
All right.
Because that one is, I think, the closest to being concluded. And one of the positions we were discussing is on the board right now. Vincent...
He's just played knight takes e6.
He played queen f4, move 40, understandably took a pause on move 41 to kind of refocus and reset himself. And then played what we expected him to play, which is e takes f6 and knight takes e6. And queen c8 probably continues the game for a bit longer, but Prague very understandably doesn't really want to suffer. He took on b3. And now simply take, like queen b8 also wins, but you can also begin by taking on f8, as we showed. And king takes f8 loses to very simply check, and then bishop takes b4, including the bishop in the attack with decisive force.
Queen f8 and queen e7.
I'm guessing Prague is looking for some kind of a quiet move here to make, but there are really no quiet moves. Like you can maybe start pretending to push your passer, but you are getting mated on the other side of the board. Like queen b8 here starts creating threats of such magnitude that...
We had a situation there. Prague wasn't looking for anything because Vincent hadn't moved.
Yeah.
So... Vincent just went away, maybe wash his face or avail himself.
But I will note that queen b8, knight d7, and queen anywhere on the back rank, e8, d8.
E8 looks like the most.
Is also absolutely game over. There's nothing here either. So very pleasant, comfortable choice for Vincent of ways to just end the game on the spot.
I love your choice of pleasant, comfortable.
And Maurice,
we don't talk like that in Brooklyn.
Yeah, no, comfortable.
Like this is a killer, crusher, humiliating.
A comfortable win.
No, comfortable win. Can you imagine trash talking in Brooklyn and saying that? Yo, I got a comfortable win, man. What's up? What?
It's all pleasant,
bro. It's a pleasant.
It's all pleasant.
You got a pleasant win. What you talking about, man? You got a pleasant win.
They'll beat you up for just coming up with pleasant. That's
where you went to college, bro? Like what? Your pleasant win?
I actually haven't, and you have, which is a funny bit about it.
But Maurice, talk about how important a win that would be for Vincent. I mean, we think it's a done and dusted, but he was at -1 and Prague was at +1, and they're fighting for those GCT points.
I tell any student, I don't care what age you are, one of the most important qualities of any chess player, and it speaks to all of us who get to a decent level in chess, is resilience. You show me a player, just give me that word, please. Point to any player and say, you know what, he's resilient. Okay, that's not what we're saying in Brooklyn.
The man has resilience.
Yeah, that dude's resilient. No. But it is the right word.
Right.
And that is the ability to bounce back from disaster and keep your chin up and fight like an animal and win your next game, that's what Garry Kasparov was able to do.
Absolutely.
We know, guys like Magnus, they'll do. Just shake it off. It's a quality of a champion. And kudos to Vincent. I had some suspicions about him this game because he backed down a couple of times from big possible edges because he didn't want to take chances. And we were saying he's wounded from the last game.
Let's take a look at the standings and see.
But the fact that he was able to potentially bounce back, this looks like it should be a win. You can't give it to him just yet. But these are the standings, and you see Vincent's name all the way down, tied for 8th place with half a point. A nice win now brings him back to 50%. He will join Fabiano Caruana.
And Prague.
Prague will also be at 50% as well. And that's just huge news for him, for the tournament itself. Javokhir only drew, and he's in a heated battle with him for the 4th spot. Resilience, and that's what he has shown so far. Let's see if he closes the deal.
As far as to say perseverance.
Perseverance. Say it again.
Perseverance, which is a mix of perseverance and resilience.
Okay.
We'll forgive him. That's English is not his first language, even though he speaks like he's got a thesaurus on his side.
That's a very specific reference. I just needed to work it.
Right. Usually Peter, it's really frightening how much culture. How much
for a cricketer,
U.S. and British and every other.
How many podcasts I listen to?
Yeah. By the way,
incredible.
Is this crazy? We saw a pawn ending study, a rook and pawn endgame study.
It's extremely reminiscent.
Close, right?
It's very, very reminiscent to yesterday. And I was wondering why it's a draw, because we know how dangerous these are.
If Jordan's king was on c4, I think it's just a win.
By the way,
what?
We're getting another study.
That's what
Only one move draws in this position.
That was my question.
Rook g3 loses.
Which, of course, he wants to do with every grab the pawn, put the rook on d3.
You have to begin by playing g6. And the question is, why isn't something like this winning? And I'm guessing we need the rook to interpose somewhere on the 5th rank, or perhaps
if our pawn was on you just have space for the king right now to go king g7 and be a bit faster.
Cristian, pick up
not
the
only
action.
that, but there's another line which I think is much more incredulous to understand.
Yeah.
After d5, again, g6 being the only move is somewhat crazy, but okay, let's say Levon is going to understand that. But then he still needs to calculate everything after the very natural rook to g5.
Right.
Which, after king to f7, d6, guess what? I am still looking at rook to d5 and bringing the king towards that pawn and the promotion.
Right.
It seems you have to give up the other pawn on g6 as well. Go to g. Take a look at this. King to c5, and now there's only one move in the position. You need to give a check, king to d4, and then you have to go rook to e8. Only move that draws.
What?
In this one.
Good luck. Incredulous.
You're not going to find all of these things. There's no way you're going to play all of these moves. There's just simply no chance you're going to play all of these moves.
I think that this is just winning for white. I would curse myself for not winning this position as white.
I know. Oh my God!
What?
I realized why rook e8. King g5. Hang on a second.
Rook g8.
Yes.
Oh, that's sick.
I've tricked somebody like this before. One of my nastiest tricks is this exact trick. I always see this when it's coming because I tricked somebody so nasty in a game where I was busted. And they let me do this exact setup.
This is fantasy, guys.
It wasn't fantasy for me. I saved the game just like this.
Oh my gosh.
But there's no way he finds it.
Yeah,
by the way,
somewhat luckily for him, though, and he
G6, that's fine.
Good
beginning. Start with this.
Good beginning.
That's a good beginning. But finding king to e6, king d7, rook e5, rook e8.
What I want to say, it appears that you can play rook d3 here. King c5, rook c3 check.
Also, rook c3 check is not.
And this somehow does not lose seemingly, because if we go forward,
But it's, yeah. And
you still have to give up the pawn.
Yeah, but with the king on b6 cut off on the c file, I think this is easier to...
So hold on, I go king d5?
No, but we go king g5 here, as long as my mouse,
allows
eventually I will be able to make a move. So
you know, you're doing my heart good watching you struggle with the mouse. Because
so you either have to play to the b file.
D7.
So you're forcing my king to d7.
Yeah, and if king d7, king f6, king f5, I guess, right? Or king f6 and g5 even.
Guys, this is...
Even this I wouldn't imagine was drawing. I would...
But g3 pawn is gone, right?
Well, yes. I mean, I go rook d4, you take the pawn.
Okay, first of all, rook g5 was not played. He played rook to f1.
Yeah.
And he played it quickly.
Now it seems to be a bit easier, yes.
Yeah, rook d3 has to be played, but of course you do play rook d3 because what else can you even play?
The pawn is gone?
Yeah, he gave the pawn on g3 up. And now, yeah, even king h8 is a draw, which means that there's now a huge amount of leeway for
bad news. Bad news for the order.
No, the problem is you need lateral cutoff.
Okay.
Yeah. And the king is going to join his g pawn up the board. He's ready to sack his rook as needed, if it were even needed. But this Philidor position that's about to occur, you cannot have a g pawn on the board.
But the fact that you have so much free time that you can even go king h8.
Yeah, if king h8 is a draw.
But I understand, really but what I'm saying is it's because it's straightforward now.
Yes.
It's just you can't get Lucena position.
No.
You just can't.
With the g6 pawn on the board.
Because it's a g6 pawn.
Right.
So since you can't get that, then you can't win.
No.
The g pawn is we just can't be on the board for white to even think about winning.
I'm trying to understand if Jorden believes he's winning right now. Because
I think he does.
So fast.
By the way, in this position, it's interesting, there's a rook d2 and rook c3 check are draws. g5 loses to rook f5, once again with the lateral
with rook
cutoff.
Yes, the lateral cut.
King g7 on the board, king c6 on the board.
He's not foolish. Levon knows exactly what the situation
Levon
is
not
right
going
now.
to play g5 here. Interestingly, though, you can't start the race yet. King h6 will also lose. So basically, you make a draw by just chilling on g7, right? This is what you're trying to.
Remarkable. So you're saying rook d2 would also draw?
Rook d2 is a draw, yeah.
Wow.
This is actually not that easy.
I mean, this is
critical.
This is confounding.
Okay.
He has played rook c3.
He played
Levon gets
amazing.
He gets it. The only way you win this position is with the g pawn.
Jorden still thinks he's winning, guys.
But why?
He's playing very fast because what he thinks is that he's going to go king c7 after rook to d3 and put the king on d8, and perhaps he thinks
that's exactly
that
right.
That's
what he thinks right now.
He's going to be.
But how do you win that position? You have to build bridges.
Rook c1. He's going to put his king on d8, put his rook on c1, king c8, and force the win of the rook. And then he's thinking, I'm in time. Yeah. That's what he's thinking. Yep. He thinks he's winning.
And I guess the reason it holds is that when the king gets to d8, we put the rook on c2.
Show our viewers.
Yeah,
please, Peter.
I'm trying not to touch anything because, as you can see, okay, he played rook d3, but it doesn't really matter.
He's going to get the same position.
Rook c3 check, we go king d8. My question is, now we can start running, actually. Now we can play g5.
That's fine. That's fine. Keep going. Keep going.
No, but don't play
There's
G5.
Another very interesting.
Just play this position so we can see.
So
Go
this
G5.
is what Jorden thinks.
But rook d2 is a draw, though.
Jorden thinks that this position is winning for him.
Yes.
Why isn't this position winning?
Take a look at that. G5.
Right.
Let's say I go rook f5 now.
Right.
King g6.
Yeah.
Now I go rook c5 to get ready to go king c7 and cover my king and promote my...
King f6. Or actually king h5
f6,
is a draw.
yes. But king h5 is the natural way.
Coming around,
you're
it's
going
enough,
around.
yeah,
but after king c7,
there's
there's only one move. King to g4 is the only move at this point.
Why?
This is not easy stuff because you need your king on the f file to shoulder the white king whenever the race is going to come.
Let's show how king h4 loses.
What are we talking about, guys? That's exactly what you're supposed to do. Your king belongs on that side in these endings.
You lose specifically to rook c6, forcing you to take on d7, and from d7 the king will be fast enough.
Guys,
from
this
d8
is not
it wouldn't
over.
have been.
This is not over, guys.
No, this game is still very much ongoing. He's already played g5, by the way.
g5 is on the board.
We could write a book on endgame study.
No, he played g5 here.
You don't need to write the book. It's been written already.
He played g5 here, which is maybe even
from the games that they're playing.
Yeah.
This is just a reminder that you've got to study your basic endgames because they pop up time and time again.
Okay, we're going to see d7 most likely right
100%. There's no other move. You got to promote the pawn and win the rook.
Yeah, you have to. Well, I mean, there is rook f5, rook d5, which is also scary in its own right a little bit, but.
I got my money on Levon drawing this one. Any takers?
Yeah, I think he has this.
He should have, I would say, 80% chances right now to draw this.
Levon?
Yes.
It's Levon Aronian. It's like 99.9%.
That's
well,
possible.
come on,
Yeah.
Jordy, you gotta go d7. You've done everything to set up this moment for yourself. Go win the rook.
Was Jorden on the worst end yesterday of the rook endgame? Now he's on the happy
sunny
end
side.
of it.
The sunny side.
But he misses the win.
Was there a win? Well, I mean, there was a win earlier.
He was completely winning, yes.
Yeah,
well,
but
completely winning.
Yeah,
He was winning.
before the rook and pawn, though.
Yes.
He was winning when he still had a bishop against knight.
And by the way, he very quickly decided on this endgame because he played rook f1 instead of rook g5 in a split second.
I think that was a big moment.
I mean, he didn't think at all. He just said, I'm just playing rook, I'm just going this way, and it's winning. And now he's staring at the position and saying, wait a minute, what exactly is going on? And Levon is very clear on everything about the position, at least it's seemingly so far.
So, putting this in verbally, essentially Levon cannot stop the pawn from promoting. Levon is going to have to give up his rook for the pawn. So then Levon will be playing king and pawn versus king and rook, but he has to ensure that his king is escorting the pawn and will force Jorden to give back the rook.
And shoulders the white king from coming close
to his.
Because the only way that white wins is by bringing the rook and king together in order to stop the pawn from promoting, because the rook cannot do it by itself. So the black king must also be on the F file, not the H file, because the white king will just come back really fast. You can't push your pawn and your king at the same time and beat out a king trying to run back towards your pawn. So you need to be able to block off that king while you're trying to push your pawn down the board, because the rook will stop your pawn, but your king is going to escort it. So you have to keep the white king out. And this is how many, the white king out. This is how many blunders have occurred. Many players have lost this sort of endgame because they didn't know the shouldering technique. And so this is what he is anticipating is Levon. You're showing something different here.
Yeah, d7 g4 loses. I just wanted to check and I wanted to show, while everything you said is correct, but I also wanted to see if rook d3 and king g6 are both draws, but if you play g5, g4, you've lost.
And once again, show this.
Not shockingly, though, because you can't break connection between the king and the pawn. Rook g1 forces you to go g3, and then I swing round to b6, and regrettably for black.
Check.
This is a check.
Wow. So d7, we're expecting Jorden to play d7, and while there are drawing moves, g4 is not one of them. King and g6.
Don't separate your king from the pawn.
Yeah.
I think Levon probably goes rook d3. I feel like rook d3 is the way Levon would approach it, because you don't really want to mess around with ideas of rook d1 or.
And once again, d7, rook d3. I want to play the most direct I can after rook d3. I want to play rook c1, so I can play king c7 and make a queen. King c7. And
this is enough.
My king is too far. I go queen, you go takes, and you go g8, and you shoulder me.
Yeah, with the king
it's
on
not
the
that
F
the king is
file.
too far. It's that the king is on the wrong side. It can't eject black's king.
Yeah, this is
so king e7.
But you're not
now
even,
king f4.
Yeah, you're not
loses?
even. No, I think king f4 is also a draw.
King f6. G3, but g3.
G3 is cleaner. Yeah, why give you king f6 before we've progressed a bit further?
This is exactly what it comes out to. Keep the white king out of it. You will be able to escort your pawn. The rook cannot improve enough. Remember the famous Reddy study, rook d2, followed by rook d1? I don't know, we can't set up the position, but it's such a...
It's pretty.
It's actually possible to set up. Could you go back a couple of moves?
Sure.
Put the pawn back on g5. Okay. We're gonna fake set up this position.
Right.
So I need to waste some moves for black and get white's rook on g4. Yeah. Okay, and bring the white king over
to
behind the black king. So king e8 and king g6, king over, and king f6 and rook g4. No, rook g4, king here. I need the white king on f7 when this is the position.
Okay.
So we go rook g1, we go king f7, we go king f5.
No,
yeah, that's not right. Hang on.
No. The white's rook has to be on g4 with the king on f5 and king on f7.
Yeah, hang on.
It doesn't matter if he hangs the piece or some such. Yeah, rook g4, king. Yeah, this position.
Okay.
Right? And now...
rook g2.
And rook g2 is the move, yes?
Yes.
And now g4. And now rook g1 is the move. And this is the study. And now king g5? No, not king f... Not this one. King g5. King g5, and white should only have king g7.
Yes.
Yes?
And go around, yeah.
And this one says, Zugzwang, now move your king. My king's coming around and catching.
The other side.
Yes, exactly. Whichever side you choose, we come around. So this
and
is
the important part, of course, here is that the rook has to be as far away as possible so that king f3 in this position is not a tempo.
Does not gain a tempo. So this is the famous study by Reddy that shows the retreat and then the second retreat so that your king can pick the side away from black's king. And that's why he's drawing this one, because he's going to keep the king out by going to the F file and not the H file. Otherwise, white's king just strolls up the board very quickly and resembles that. So that's how you do it.
When I hear the passion in your voice, Maurice, I think to myself, my gosh, what a misplaced teenager.
What a misplaced life studying rook and pawn endings. You know,
Mom, look at the study by Reddy.
Oh, my family didn't appreciate any of it. You know, it's funny. I had an interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
He interviewed me
The
for his
famous
show.
astrophysicist. Yeah.
And Neil, we were talking about all kinds of ideas, and we were trying to talk about chess and science. And I have my opinions on that, so I was getting into it deep and bringing all these beautiful parallels and the like. And then Neil stops and he goes, you know, what occurs to me? I was like, what? It occurs to me that you had a misspent life.
Like me.
Because
me.
You could have done something with yourself as opposed to becoming a grandmaster.
Spank.
Neil. Funny guy.
That's not nice.
Well, you were busy studying rook and pawns.
I was studying black holes.
You could have been studying black holes. You could have been solving problems in the issue of medicine and health and really do something productive with your life in the world. Instead, you had to be a chess player.
Yeah. You keep a Rubinstein pawn endings. Wow.
But at least I know my king and pawn endings, I'll tell you that.
Inside and out.
Or my rook and pawn. Not all of them, but this one for sure.
Yeah, I didn't really like Vincent playing neither queen b8 nor knight takes f8, but he played h6, queen d1, queen g4 followed from Prague. And now h7 seems logical, and I'm pretty sure Prague already played king h8, of course, because otherwise you do just resign. You have to play king h8. And now white is winning by taking, and then taking on f8.
That's a piece.
But this one gets to b3.
Hello?
And
that's going to win a piece back.
Yeah,
so I have to play bishop c1.
Bishop c1, knight c4.
And now I have
And the only problem is knight f5.
And knight e7
And if you play b2, yeah, you get actually mated on the other side of the board.
I was thinking knight e7 immediately, by the way. I was trying to style.
You could, yeah, let's style it.
Somewhat of a big problem.
Yeah, let's style it. No, actually, knight e7, b1 queen. That.
Oh, b1 queen. Sorry, I was expecting you to take my bishop. Oh no! Forget my style points.
That's a cold shower.
Let's not do style points. Yeah.
No style points for me. That's hilarious. B1 queen.
And if you take on f8 here, you probably, I mean, it's such a big swing that maybe you don't actually win.
Wow.
You can go knight f8.
Never do that.
Yeah. You take on f8 now. Bishop takes f4 is probably just a draw. Yeah, mouse.
Oh, this is just great. I mean.
Yeah. So you have to go knight g6 check. King takes h7. You have to take with the knight. Black goes b3, and you do stop it with knight g3 bishop somewhere. Yeah, let's say bishop c1.
And knight d3.
Knight c4, knight d3.
This isn't the pretty way of winning the game.
This is messy, yeah. I
mean,
don't like
I
this.
do believe white's winning, don't get me wrong, but I thought the queen b8
Like
or knight
you can
takes
absolutely
f8.
imagine this somehow going wrong and you failing to win.
He might actually get tempted to go into this direction, just because you're stopping that b pawn. In the other one, you have to calculate all the mating ideas.
Yeah, he's still thinking.
But
And
remarkable.
Jorden did something which none of us expected and which I really
What?
don't
He didn't play
like. though.
d7?
Neither d7 nor rook f5. He played rook g1, which I think just speeds whatever
That
black
seems to
is
make it
doing
easy.
by, like why would he do that?
Wow.
King f6, like it's the same. Also, you can go rook d3. Regrettably for Jorden, you can begin by rook d3 because rook g5, king f6, you lose the pawn. So you have to play g7, and now you have the same position, only like a bunch of tempi down.
No, this is
Okay, that didn't.
That seems strange. Yeah,
Didn't
I
make
don't.
much. There's a logic glitch there somewhere.
And now, once again, I can give up the rook for the pawn if I want, but also now I no longer really have to because I can just give
Check
checks
again.
forever.
Yeah.
This is a very strange choice by Jorden. Not that he had a win, it was a draw, but
There was
why
other
go,
ways of testing
Why go rook g1, yeah.
Levon that were much more severe than this.
Why go rook g1?
Oh my goodness. Sorry, we've also lost track of the Sam versus Anish game.
This one is going to be the last one to finish, and the current position looks like this. Interestingly, Anish decides to preserve the pawn on a light square. I couldn't really figure out what was wrong with just playing h5, h4 here, and nothing really was wrong with it.
Okay.
Bishop g4, maybe. I thought. Okay, rook f6 is not in the top. I see now. Rook f6 loses to rook a5 takes g5. Or maybe it doesn't lose, but it becomes a bit
Not
awkward.
what you wanted. Yes.
Awkward. But yeah, the engine goes bishop d6 and says we are still completely fine somehow.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, he's gone rook h8 though, which is also fine.
The king on e5 looks a little funny. Can't I go bishop c4 and set up some kind of checkmating boxes? Rook e6 is on my agenda, obviously. Yeah.
Bishop c4 on the board. Yeah, king f5 is not the only move, but it seems comfortable enough because e4 check, we have the f4 square, which will be quite comfortable to us. And yeah, it's just very difficult. I imagine if we could play b3, b5 here, it could become problematic. Because then you would have to really start caring about it being two moves away from b7. But since it's very difficult to cross the b4 threshold, I expect this is going to hold.
Boy, I am having some very strange ideas here that just simply don't work, but they involve f4, pawn takes f4, bishop d3, king g5, rook g6, but no, I can't. On h4, you're safe. It's not even close. Wow, okay, back to Prague and Vincent for a moment, because Vincent had
Still
much
thinking.
cleaner
Yeah, I
choices
think he
than
could
this
have won
one.
faster, but he is still winning, yeah.
So once again, we were looking at queen takes g4, which strikes me as straightforward. Knight takes f8.
You have to play b3 because obviously if you lose the b pawn, you're gone.
Bishop c1, give me your knight.
You can also go knight f5, knight d6 apparently. And I think he sees it. Yeah, knight f5, and importantly not knight e7, which will run into b1 queen, but knight d6, and a mating threat from f7 cannot really be stopped properly.
Oh, that's actually even prettier,
Yeah, that
because
is
you get to go bishop takes h6.
Yeah, the only way to stop it here is knight h6, and then we go bishop h6, and we
At last, our bishop plays a role
the queen,
of a hero.
I do feel he's going to go for the bishop c1 line, though.
Yeah, I mean, both are.
Not,
that
not
knight
allowing that pawn to go to b2.
Knight f5.
This is actually mate in 10.
Yeah,
so
it's convincing.
Not bad. It's
for
not
sure.
bad. Yeah.
It's very convincing.
I will make an argument for mate in 8.
I'll go for that. No, but knight f5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Prague
b3,
has to play b3, and yeah.
Knight f5 with the idea of
no. Cristian knows his client.
He's my pick.
Yeah.
I have to
support.
know him. Yes.
But that knight f5 actually, with the idea of
And
knight
now,
d6.
but now actually the only path is f5 and then e7 and not.
Just don't allow b1.
No, the point is knight d6, knight h6 now might not be winning anymore. But
Knight d6, knight h6. That's a nice defense.
That seems to be a potential throw. Yeah, this is like +1 now instead of mate and 5.
Why would you do this to yourself?
As opposed to knight
As opposed to
e7.
knight e7 or knight h4, which are exactly
Going
the
to
same
g6.
move. Yeah, exactly.
You just need to get on the g6 square, so this is clean.
By the way, that's a nice checkmating pattern with the knight, 2 knights and a pawn. You don't see that all the time.
Oh, you know I'll be making a study out of this one when this is all over.
Oh, yeah,
You
yeah,
don't
yeah.
see
You get
positions like this
inspired.
and not get
by the player.
inspired.
Yeah.
But also, he looked, was Vincent, you saw the look of fatigue in his eyes. So it's not that he couldn't calculate the win. It's that enough already, right? It's so much work it's been, and he wanted to make absolutely sure that he's calculating correctly.
And one final thing I want to show. It seems like maybe knight f6 can interrupt all of those. And the only problem is knight h4 actually no longer wins for some reason. Why isn't knight h4 not winning?
Because you're
controlling. Yeah, exactly. This is what I was going to show.
This is a beautiful mate. I'm telling you, this is a study. I got to create something out of this. It's a beautiful finish.
That is nice. The knight on h7 smothers.
Guys, I just want to
Black
point
king.
out the fact that we for sure will have 2 decisive results in this round. But we could have had 4 decisive results. Jorden was winning. Sam Sevian had a win in 1 move.
In 1 move.
Arguably, maybe even close to 5.
Close to 5.
Yeah.
With
Well,
Sindarov
four
and
and a
MVL.
half, yeah.
We're getting some
for sure.
really exciting chess in
Amazing
this year's Sinquefield Cup.
And it pays to have, I will say, young players.
Lions.
I hate to say it like
Yeah,
that, but you know, they haven't been wounded enough yet to say, let's make draws. They haven't been traumatized enough yet.
Okay, so he played knight f6. Will he allow? Will he
e8.
take on h7 or resign? Is my question.
I think he's going to take
Yeah,
it.
He's actually allowed it.
Yeah, and-
Kudos. Mate on the board. You don't see this mate
Nice.
every day. Amazing comeback.
What a comeback by Vincent. What was the amalgamation of the 2 words that you were making?
Perseverance.
Perseverance. What tenacity? I can't say that.
That's easy. Good one. Good one, yes.
It's such a topsy-turvy situation as well, because Prague beat Javokhir yesterday. Vincent lost yesterday. He beats Prague today.
Yeah.
And we thought we had a narrative. The narrative is flipping
Yeah.
right before our eyes.
Huge win for Vincent, because right now he's half a point ahead over Sindarov.
Absolutely.
He's chasing
He's in a
him
chase
right
with
now.
Sindarov.
This is the biggest race that we're seeing right now for that final 4th position going into the finals. And Vincent right now is ahead.
Well, goes
But
to
let's
show
also
that
be
he's-
clear, we had a 5-way tie for first.
Yes.
And suddenly a sole leader.
And suddenly it's one guy.
What just happened?
The narrative of this tournament is up and down, sideways, backwards.
Well, it goes to show how hard and difficult the Grand Chess Tour is, that the challenger to the world champion, Javokhir, is on the outside of the bubble trying to qualify for the Final 4. Tough, tough, tough. Peter.
Now we see the 4 players still remaining right now in this round at the ends of this beautiful image.
For me, I've always thought the way of winning a chess game is just to put as much pressure on your opponent. Keep asking them the hardest questions. And it just seems to me, Peter, that Jorden got to a position where he didn't ask Levon the hardest questions. And he made it easier.
Easier, yeah.
With the rook g1 decision.
If you reverse the colors there, the game goes very differently.
Exactly. And the rook f1 decision that he made very, very quickly instead of rook
g5.
Rook g5. And there were other considerations
It's just
as
so
well.
unnecessary. I mean, after rook g5, you sit down, you calculate, you realize that you're actually going to be 2 pawns up.
Wow.
You owe it to yourself to at least try to understand that endgame, because you are
Exactly.
2 pawns up. I understand there's a lot of technical situations where with 2
Right.
pawns up, you're completely tied and you cannot make any progress.
Mhm.
But at least you stop and you calculate. And that becomes a study like defense for Black, which I don't know if he would have found it. Maybe he would have stumbled upon it, because you really cannot find it no matter how good you are.
And Peter, you've got that position up on your analysis board. For our viewers, this was what happened earlier. The move Rook F1 and Levon has established the position, and you're going to show us that Rook G5.
Yeah, we're not going to go through the entire line all over again, but you have to play
by the way,
King
look at
F7.
the engine. So the engine, the first few seconds says that white is winning.
Yeah.
It needs some time to actually understand that this is a draw, which means the defense is so difficult.
Yeah. Exactly. And here you go, D6, King E6.
And yeah, Rook D3, Rook D3 still holds, but yeah, the study-like draw is King E6 or King E8.
Can we go to that Rook D3 just because I saw some things flashing? Rook D3, King C5.
Yeah.
Rook C3, King D4. Is Rook A3 the only move right now?
Yep.
The only move.
Yeah, okay, good luck with any of that. Yeah.
Rook A3.
I think so many people would be playing Rook C1 there. Yeah, I mean.
So why not Rook B3? Can somebody explain to me?
Why would Rook B3?
Rook B3 loses to G4. Why does Rook A3 not lose to G4? Because we need to be giving as far. Okay. You need to stop King C5.
Gotcha.
You need to stop King. Okay, this is maybe
remarkable.
This is maybe possible to understand.
Rook A3 is a natural. It's either Rook A3 or Rook C1.
And
why is Rook
This
C1
is the thing about these endgames, though. They're very specific. The techniques are known.
And if Rook C1 we get
creating
cut off on the
distance.
E file, I guess.
Yeah.
But we know the general techniques. We know some specific positions. But we don't know all the specific positions.
Exactly.
And so in this one, it's move your rook away as far as possible so you can establish checking distance with Rook A3. But sometimes it's moving the rook to the back row to establish the back checks.
Right.
But which one are we in right this second requires extreme calculation based on the G3 pawn, the G5 rook, and that's where the work comes in.
To be honest, just to put it in numbers, if you go rook to G5, you have, I would say, about an 80% chance to actually win that game. If you go rook to F1, it becomes a 95% chance for black, for Levon to actually defend.
Draw the game.
So it's just a huge swing despite the objective evaluation.
And by not putting those key questions to his opponent, Jorden made Levon's life a lot easier. This is the current position, King F5. We can see that black has now got all the time in the world to go G4, King F4, and he can give up the rook quite comfortably.
He's nowhere close.
Comfortably?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Brooklyn? Comfortably?
Comfortably, that qualifies in Brooklyn.
Yeah, make a comfortable draw now.
No, this...
Anish is having some tough times right now. This is not going to be an easy defense for him because he, again, needs to make decisions,
I think
which are not easy.
We will come back to this rook ending when they're shaking hands. There's really not very much to talk about anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's go to Anish, Sam Sevian versus Anish.
So he is being finally more or less forced to go H5, H4 here, right?
Correct.
And he clearly did not want to do that.
He does not want to play H4, but he might have to do it.
No, he did not. And he did not.
That is a good move. I was unsure whether
it was
he
one of the better moves.
Go for it or not, but
one
it
of the
seems
better
like
choices,
But also, what do you do after rook to B6?
But it's crazy because, you know, you would think that black's king is in some kind of a mating net here, right, Peter? I mean, if you allow King F3, Rook E6, and E4, it's mate. Just like there are these mating
Apparently,
constructions.
Bishop C3 much better than everything else.
Okay.
But we can start pushing.
So if you start pushing, yeah, what's...
Now we go G4, H4, H3. We actually launch some kind of counterplay.
To me, this is
Let's see how fast any of this is, H4 only move, but also the only move you will make. I guess this is fast enough. Once you play H3 check with the other pawn on G4, there will be a decent amount of counterplay.
Let's keep going. Bishop E6.
What am I missing here? Bishop E6, Rook C6.
Check it, check.
King H1. Which I'm not sure why.
Yeah, Bishop E1 strictly the only move that doesn't lose.
Only move
but also I think you will play it, I think.
Yeah. Okay, big moment right now. Where is he going to put the bishop? Let's go to the live position.
Position. And he did play bishop
He played
C3. Bishop
C3. Kudos to Anish.
Well played to Anish, yeah. 9 against 11 minutes, there's still some time to...
So the challenge...
Time trouble.
Please, Maurice.
the challenge for Anish is going to be exacerbated by fatigue, right? You have to look at a lot of things, but right now they just made 50 moves. They've been playing for 4.5 hours, and you cannot discount the effect of time, energy, number of calculations, and
being on the back foot.
Being on the back foot all this time.
Pressure has all been on you.
And that's right.
Right.
So that's just what happens in those, and he has to.
We're going to see the handshake in the
he
other
has
game.
to suffer, and the pain and suffering going on too with that. By the way, the other game with Jorden, the rook has been sacrificed.
We are going to see
Levon will be getting his
instantly.
draw very soon, and there's the last of it happening on the board.
Another escape for Levon.
Yeah.
Another escape
That's
for
what
Levon.
he does. That's Levon Aronian.
Jorden will.
He is somehow on +1 out of those 3 positions.
What does he have on his
Isn't
shirt?
that like the maximum score you could put?
Those are pomegranates and
Pomegranates.
apples.
We call it the wallflower shirt.
No, it's a fruit.
Those are pomegranates.
Yeah, but wallpaper, the wallpaper shirt, it's a special brand. You got to go back to the 60s. Wallpaper was very popular. Congratulations to Levon. I don't know how he's done it, but he's done it again. He is at +1 with 3 very, how do I put it? Unpleasant.
Well, he himself said, "I'm so far playing very poorly," so I think we are allowed to echo that sentiment.
Exactly. Wow.
But again, the result is what counts. And
Exactly.
At any point, he can switch on his usual level. At which point, if he gets lucky and increases his level, I mean, that would be a fearsome opponent.
No B4 by Sam there.
I like rook c6. I like rook c6.
Yeah, we can shuffle for a bit, ask him some more questions.
Levon is like, man, am I getting lucky? What the heck is going on? Let's just pause our analysis as we have a very special guest in studio. Maurice, over to you.
Thanks, Yasser. I'm joined by a very tall German kid. With me in studio, Vincent, Keymer. Vincent, we had Levon on the screen just a moment ago, and it's sort of the tale of 2 days for you, isn't it? Watching Jorden almost beat Levon, and somehow Levon escapes again. You had that experience yesterday in the most bitter way. How did you take that and bounce back to today?
Yeah, it was very difficult. I guess it was one of the most painful and unnecessary losses in quite a long time. I mean, if I would have played this like rook c1 that was still winning, you would say it's like a great game. And just like that, everything was messed up, like the result, the feeling, the whole game. And also Grand Chess Tour itself is very important, but here we're also playing for the final. So it was, it was quite difficult, and I kind of didn't check chess at all for the whole day yesterday, so then only started preparing today in the morning. But I felt I kind of got a quite good feeling, and of course the opening was pleasant, even though I didn't realize it was so good. But knight.
Yeah, we just had to jump to this moment because it was a dramatic moment in the game. You could have taken on a4. Why did you avoid taking?
And it's giving the exchange, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Typical thing, Peter will ask me, why didn't you do it? It looks so
Peter Lako, your coach. Yes.
And rightfully, I don't know.
Did you just not like this position? You saw it, of course.
No, I saw it, but somehow now it looks much better than it did when I checked it. I don't know why. Clearly, unnecessary to not do this.
So you back down from this, but later you got a chance again when he played this move, knight a3. I think I just blitzed by it, right? The second time, was it here?
Yeah, that was very fortunate, of course. I think already here, bishop e7 is kind of very natural, and I thought I would have to go back and knight e1. And still, I am the one that should be on the slightly more pleasant side, but normally it should end in a draw. And I think he just missed this knight g3 move, and it's crazy that now once I get my queen out, the attack actually starts. I think it was just over.
No, it was tremendous attack, and you ended up taking it home. This last move, this position, you might play another 1,000 games in this not happening in a position, the final move, this kind of mate.
Yeah, it's rare that you get to mate with 2 knights, But yeah, it was a quite nice game, even though a big missed opportunity at the start. But generally, I'm just happy that I managed to kind of bounce back from yesterday, because I don't know, it feels like after the game, it took me some time to realize I'm actually now on -1. Well, I was pushing this game for 4.5 hours and actually very close to converting it. And then not only did I not win, which okay, can't happen, but I managed to lose this to some rook h7 puzzle rush trick. That was quite crazy. But yeah, I feel like today was, considering the circumstances, a quite good game, and hopefully now back to it.
All right, well, good luck. We look forward to seeing you win some more games.
Just one question for Vincent. Correct me if I'm wrong. Your coach, Peter Leko, is not here with you. With who did you have any discussions yesterday to try to get back on track after that difficult loss?
And I have to say, I think we're having some audio issues I've been hearing from Tom, so I'm not sure if it's which one of us it is, but go ahead and answer the question.
No one. After such a game, I don't really enjoy discussing even more what happened. So, I mean, I know what went wrong. Why is a different issue that it happens again is very unlikely. So it's not like I played a really bad game, so it's not like there was any general issue to discuss. So mostly I just I had to get a few things off my chest, and then I felt like I'm trying to get back to normal.
Is the hotel room okay?
No sharp objects in the hotel room. All right, I think it was something with your mic. They were hearing it through my mic.
Yeah.
At any rate, thanks very much, and good luck in the rest of the way.
Congratulations, Vincent, for that bounce back. As we take a look at our standings, as we have a few games already in the history books. Peter, sole leader.
Sole leader, yeah. Wesley is the only person of the 5 who were tied for first today who managed to win a game, beating a direct competitor in Fabiano Caruana. I really do want to look it up when I get back to the room. How many of their classical games, it's I think an 11th decisive classical game they played out of 51. How many of those were won by black? Is this the first? Probably
very
not
few.
Probably not the first one, but I'm assuming not very many of those were won by the player playing the black pieces.
Right.
Vincent beating Prague in that game that you just heard a description of. A couple of draws in one game still ongoing with Sam Sevian trying to push his slight advantage against Anish Giri.
But he basically just froze after this move, bishop to c3. He spent the last 7 minutes trying to figure out his next
move.
And
he just played
f3.
Yeah.
f3.
What exactly is this? Okay, it makes sense. You're trying to stop g4.
Yeah.
You're trying to stop g4, which at some point it seems like you're going to force black to go h4 himself, which psychologically is probably a good thing for Sam, because Anish is trying to avoid that.
Yeah, I think he picked up on the fact that Anish is trying very hard not to play h5, h4 without the pawn already being on g4. Bishop d2 also seems kind of logical, trying to provoke e3, e4, and then getting better control over the dark squares.
Well, if you can put your king on f4,
that would definitely be a second option you would consider. But maybe we can continue asking the same question, and perhaps h4 is going to be the best move here as well. And as mentioned, seems like Anish is kind of reluctant to do that to his structure.
Intriguing.
Sam down to 3.5 minutes though, which is going to become relevant.
He spent about 7 minutes on this move, f3. So a big moment in his estimation, at least.
Going backwards and forwards for just a moment, I feel like commentators curse. Maurice introduced the note of undefeated streaks, and suddenly Fabi's streak gets broken, but it was very close. MVL streak could have easily been broken as well, and that would have been 2 out of 3. How close was Sindarov to a big advantage? I know that Maxime defended well and made a draw, but it was a moment there when he had played f3 that we thought Sindarov had some chances, and it went so fast, Maurice, I didn't get a chance to see where he might have maximized his moments.
Well, you know, the engine actually doesn't give anything clear.
We saw after f3, right?
I think knight g3 is a pretty big mistake here. If we switch to my board for a second, in this position, this is move 39, and I'm assuming Sindarov did not have very much time. If you begin with rook a7, because I think it's important to sidestep all of the potential attacks on the rook, which we will see in a moment in the game. If you begin with rook a7, let's say rook a2, you throw in h2, h4.
Yeah.
I think you will be able to unpin the knight.
You can never go knight g3, knight h5, we're cooking.
If you imagine this knight actually becoming active, you could very easily, I think, get to situations which are problematic for black. The engine gives this check, and then another check from a2, and then after king g3, I think it goes rook a3 specifically to stop knight e3 from happening. Basically, black is trying very, very hard to restrict this knight. I'm guessing h5 here? Yeah, it does go h5 here. It really tries to make sure that the knight is out of play. Because if you do put it on, I don't know, h5 or even e5, really, where it doesn't create mating threats, but is participating in the game, I think you have decent winning chances. Absolutely. So I think rook a7 would have been, in practical terms, a much, much better try.
Yeah, but it's still not decisive.
Yeah.
It's not decisive.
Instead, he went knight g3, rook a2, and this is just a draw now because you can't afford the repetition rook a1, rook a2. I guess maybe he thought he can play h4 here, but g7, g5, I think this is missable. I think maybe this is what he missed.
And G4.
That suddenly g5 with the intention of playing g5, g4 and breaking open the white structure generates so much immediate counterplay that the game...
One tempo.
Yeah, because once again, if in this position, if you don't have g5, if you have to do something else...
Rook a7,
yeah, rook
h5.
a7, knight h5 starts becoming a bit of a problem.
I mean, we're saying about MVL dodging a bullet, but Sindarov dodged
Also,
a bullet
definitely,
as well
yeah.
earlier in this game.
Absolutely.
And we saw the moment when MVL played rook takes f6. I have it on my board. If he had just seen how good his compensation actually was in this moment, he could play bishop takes on f6, and you might look and say, well, the guy can play bishop e4. I don't get anything along diagonal. If you step off that diagonal, this pawn sits very annoyingly on this square. This knight could move at any moment to hit this bishop. And you have to actually find the right move here because, actually, I mean, you made this point during the broadcast, Peter, that this is the only move.
Remarkable.
But this is very difficult.
This is the only move?
Right.
To not go much worse?
Wow.
2 moves in? That's a challenge.
No,
and,
absolutely, yeah.
And also, even here, with your only move, takes, this position takes, and the move rook to b8, there's going to be a passer sitting on that square. Or you could go for this position, but we'll take on this square. Okay, maybe this liquidates a little bit too much. But this other position you could also take here. Black's the one who's dictating the play.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Right? Black's the one.
This is not easy stuff to play as white. I mean,
No, the first 2 moves. The rest of them are much easier.
Yeah.
But the first 2 moves right here, here, this one,
bishop takes,
and this one. Now, when you really take a good look at this position, you realize who's the only one with the potential here, and that you have tactics everywhere, and white has to find moves. Those 2 moves, bishop takes and then queen back to d7 specifically, would have given black a fantastic position to play with, and Sindarov would have to start finding real defensive moves in this position. He's almost on the verge of losing material if he doesn't find the move rook to e1.
That's a crazy move to find as well. Thank you, Maurice, because there was something about that game, a 3-result game, that I really thought that Maxime had opportunities. Then I thought Sindarov had serious opportunity as well.
Because the position, I want to say calcified, but I don't really mean that. I mean, by going so quickly forward to playing the most forcing moves, rook f6, knight f4, etc., the position just petered out. Sorry, Peter, that's just...
You were looking right at him.
It's not the first time.
I deserved it. I deserved it.
You were looking right at Peter when
I was. And I can't other way. It became static, is what you asked. It became static.
Well, I liked your technique a lot better than I liked my own. We still have a game, gentlemen.
We absolutely do, yeah. After
Anish
f3,
Giri.
Anish played bishop d2, king f2, bishop c1, as expected. And interestingly, Sam decided not to push. You can already play b3 before here, but I guess maybe he wants to No, not rook a6 immediately. He played
Rook C6 first, yeah.
bishop a3, and now rook a6. And now, if Anish goes bishop b4, he kind of reestablishes control over the best squares for the bishop. So I preferred, when the option was available, I think you start pushing.
Right.
Yes, black has h4, which might genuinely be the only move now, because the evaluation of the other moves seems to be decreasing with every second you leave the engine running. So you go h4,
right.
I guess maybe bishop e6 check. Interestingly, king
By the
f6
way, this
much
is-
stronger than king e5.
This is one of the issues that I've seen in a lot of lines. You always, whenever you get checked on e6, you have to go back towards g7, which makes not that much logical sense if you think about it.
Yeah, that is not easy at all. Yeah.
No.
The point being that now that you've secured your king, you can start activating the rook via d8 or a8 and then d8. I guess begin with d8 seems more logical. And you're trying to get the rook over to d2, and ideally, of course, you would like to provoke e3, e4 so that the bishop comes to f4. And then even if the white pawn gets to b7, it never crosses to b8 because
Right.
you have full control over the
But even in this position, rook c6, I still feel like white's close.
Check.
King e1?
Yeah, okay. Like it goes rook h2 here, which would be terrifying from afar. Like forcing yourself to forcing yourself to go for this rook ending.
And
King
I'd be
h2.
fearful that...
Yeah, look, rook h2 b2 it comes just in time, and you do have your own
another rook and pawn endgame study.
Yeah. Just in time, and the black
Wow.
pawn will be on h2 very soon. I guess you can actually convince yourself this is holdable, but we did along the way make a couple of only moves.
Amazing.
It's very testing.
Okay, so with one game remaining, we think Anish has enough to draw.
Look, he
but
has great chances to draw, but there's still some pressure.
For Sam,
There's still some
I
serious
mean,
pressure.
He's definitely the one on the sunny side. Let's
Hey,
put
look,
it that way.
get b4, b5 in a right fashion right now, and you're definitely in the pole position to win this one. So that's what Anish needs to avoid.
By the
right
way,
now.
I want to bring something up, and we will never know unless, I guess, Sam wins his game and we get him into the studio. But I think it's extremely crucial for his winning chances that he does not realize he had a 4 check.
Yeah. No,
If at some point,
think he did.
if at some point he looks through the score sheet and realizes a 4 check was a move he missed, I think that immediately bottoms out his winning chances.
I don't think he did.
Because
I
you
don't think
curse
he realized.
yourself.
Yeah, you just don't recover from
I don't
that.
think Anish realized, by the way.
Anish at some point looked like he was troubled by more than the position. Anish, I'm not so sure. I think maybe he did spot it eventually. But
By
he
the
can't, he would like to telepathically pass this information across the board, but he can't. Yeah?
Okay.
Bishop c1 was played. So where do we stand right now? Because my b pawn can start running.
We have to start pushing. It's time. It's time to ask specific questions.
Let's just pause our analysis and toss it to Maurice, who has a special guest.
Yes, we're with Jorden and Foreest after what looked like a bit of a missed opportunity in your game. The opening, though, he seemed to know and was quite solid. But then he started playing dynamically with b5 and sort of daring you to find a precise way forward.
Yeah, opening I didn't really see coming, but maybe as you can see, it's a lot easier to play, or to prepare with black at least. In the previous 2 games, I had good preparation with the black pieces, but now with the white pieces, I had no prep at all. And I just didn't see anything also, like when I was sitting at the board, I don't know, I was not able to zone in, but I just decided, like, let's take the pawn and hope for the best. I mean, I didn't see how it was too bad at least, but clearly I need to work on my end games, because yesterday I messed up and today I didn't put pressure in a good way at all.
Right. There was one moment for pressure, though, and it was when you opted for, I guess this is the analysis, this moment here.
G4 maybe? Oh.
You didn't play rook g5.
Yeah, rook g5, I thought king f7, d6, rook d3, king c5, king e6. What did I miss on the takes king e5? No, then king c6. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't even think about rook g5 too much. I just thought what I was doing in the game should be winning.
Sorry, let me just sequence our board. Sorry.
Yeah, this would have been a better try, but...
Well, sorry, so again, you said rook f1.
No, I decided to cut him off over the f-file. I thought it should be
And you
good.
played pretty quickly, too. You didn't. You just felt intuitively that this was a better way.
Yeah, clearly intuition is not the way to go in these end games, but yeah, mistake on my part, I guess.
I know it was tough, obviously, with the last 2 games. You got great prep and negative results. No prep today, good results. Is chess fair?
Yeah, maybe not to prep at all. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to do, but I feel like at least in my end games I can. Like the prep is good, but the end games are very bad. So it's clear what I need to work on. That's good, I guess. But
that's great.
Yeah,
that's great to have a target. I know that for sure.
Yeah.
But you can't work on your end games during the tournament. You still got 6 rounds to play.
Yeah, I'm not going to grind rook end games all night now. So that's not going to happen. But yeah, just hope for a bit of better luck and to play a bit better for sure.
All right. Well, good luck getting your head clear and. Hopefully, no more rook endings.
Yeah, thank you, Maurice.
Good luck, Jorden. Indeed. I feel the anguish as well. You know, you have this great preparation. You pull it out, and you don't get a result, the hoped for result. Sam Sevian, Bishop C1. He
Bishop
seems
C1
to be struggling,
and,
Peter.
Sam is kind of resolutely refusing to push his extra pawn.
Yeah, she's refusing to go e4.
And this was about as good a spot to play b3 before as possible.
As you'll ever get.
Yeah, and Anish is continuing to give him the chance, but you would prefer the rook on a6 because it's not in the way of the pawn, right?
Right.
But still, even here, just do it. You have to do it eventually.
Gotta go for it.
Yeah.
Now it's as good as any time.
Kind of a weird dance game going on.
Sam is down to his last
23 seconds.
Well, he's not running very many risks, to be fair, but although I did find a very spectacular way to lose for white here. If you, yeah, it's not going to happen. He finally played before. I'm not going to show my.
You found a way for white to.
I found a very nice cooperative way for white to lose in 4 moves, but it's very cooperative.
Very cool.
Now that I mentioned it, I thought, okay, can we make an immediate draw with white for some reason, like begging? Can we do this and this? Regrettably, no.
Oh, this is a counter to what happened. What he could have done.
Yeah. Yes.
By playing f4.
Yes.
And f4 and right and discover along the same along the
But
rank.
obviously, this is completely irrelevant to anything but my brain worms.
No, but it looks very similar to what Sam could have done to win the game.
And by the way, finally the players are discovering pass pawns.
Yeah.
Or should I say pass pawns are being discovered? B4, push
and H4. H4.
Okay.
You eventually probably have to park the bishop on H3. There's really nothing smarter than this. Yeah, so bishop E6 check being
By
played.
the way, wasn't King F6 supposedly the right decision?
It was once again, and now Anish maybe is in trouble after bishop H3. Yeah, he should have played King F6.
He played King E5 immediately.
But you don't really want to step back into a discover check. This is not how your
brain works.
How your brain works.
Yes, but you have a lot of time on the clock. Your opponent has little. You need to stop and look at those things.
And tell me why.
And now bishop
after
H3,
bishop H3
sets up.
Bishop H3.
Which he will play.
Rook A8.
Rook A8. We go. Hang on a second.
All right, time's ticking down, so you need to make a move. The most natural one is bishop H3. What is he thinking about? You've got to move.
Come on, Sam.
Oh, he's played rook C6.
Sam went down to 2 seconds, by the way.
Yeah, and this is the second best move, but it gives black a tempo to play rook D8 now. If Anish,
rook D8?
Yeah, but also bishop D2 is an improvement for black compared to bishop H3, because before is hanging. I mean, if Sam realized he has bishop H3, bishop takes before rook G6 here, credit to him. That isn't winning, but it is winning the G5 pawn, because your desired bishop E7 drops the bishop to rook E6 check.
Right.
But yeah, rook C6 is a strange choice. I think you're supposed to play bishop H3, and then you were asking what happens after rook A8. We give a couple of checks, and then another check, and king C3, I guess.
Yeah.
And we go rook C6 check, force you to put the king on a second rank. King B2 loses, so you go king D2, and now we start pushing this one as well.
That's a chance.
It's a draw.
But it's a
But
puncher's
it's a
chance.
draw you absolutely will not make every single time. You will make some of them with black, but not every single one.
Right.
Bishop a3 appears to be maybe the only clean draw in this position, which is already very, very tricky.
So from the current position, rook c6, you're suggesting bishop.
Bishop d2 played, and the problem, yeah, and he did see that, so he played bishop h3 here. I guess his point is, with the bishop on d2, he doesn't have to worry about rook a8, a2 check.
Right.
So, no, this is, in a way, this is very well played by Simon Huffman.
It's subtle.
Yeah.
It's subtle. That's two connected passers coming.
He spotted counterplay, and he found a tactical way by giving up his all-important passer on before. He found a way to stop the counterplay and trade it for the g5 pawn. Regrettably for him, the resulting position after rook g6, the machine just goes rook a8, rook g5, it goes king f6. But honestly, optically, it looks like it might be winning for white.
Of course.
Right. You put your king on f3. And
I don't think Anish wants to play this position.
I don't think he has a choice.
In this moment, he could play rook to b8.
But that's probably the same position, right? Rook g6. It's the same position. You can't avoid it.
Well, there's a more active rook in this position, though. No?
Yeah, that is true. Rook b8, I think we go rook g6 anyway, or rook e6 followed by rook g6. But let's say I just pretend I don't understand the difference at all, and I do this. Yeah. You do have rook b3, but I will put the rook on e5. You're not winning my... there's... Whoa, okay, that's another skewer. I keep on running into...
There's the activity of the rook.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
I think rook b8 is bishop b4 is supposed to be the best move according to the engine. But I think rook b8
perhaps allows white to preserve the pawn, though.
Can we go rook c5
Exactly.
check?
I think rook c5 check might worry.
And b5?
It's a problem.
Yeah.
But I don't think Anish wants to give him those two connected passers.
Yeah, it's not going to be comfortable for him.
With that position with the pawn on f4 and the king on f3, you don't look automatically drawing that position at all.
Not at all. No.
Those pawns look like they're going to start moving up the board.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
And Anish...
This is very worrisome. And this is why, honestly, I think this decision by Sam has to be credited, in particular considering how low on the clock he was.
Mm. Very sneaky geometric to have spotted this idea.
By the way, just if you don't, one of my favorite devices is a pattern that I absolutely loved to achieve. Rook c5 check, rook b8, rook c5 check, king f6, b5.
Okay.
Make a decent move. That's too decent. I wanted to play bishop c8, b6,
yeah,
b7.
That would be quite nice.
One of the very nice ones.
Yeah. Maurice?
Maurice, I tell you, Sam, finding some subtleties at the very end here.
I love what he just did. It's really amazing, this idea of bishop takes rook g6. Yes, it may be a draw, but I'll tell you right now, nobody wants to play this position. Now, it turns out that activity could be the secret here because this bishop is a problem. But look at this. Rook h2 is not that big a deal after check, king f6, and the bishop can now move out the way. And look how coordinated of a unit white has.
Nice.
You don't feel good about the fact the guy might play e4, e5, start chasing your pieces back, and it looks obvious for him to do so.
Right.
So Anish is analyzing this. Look at the clock situation. We are in crisis mode right now for Anish. He could be losing in the next few moves. And I know that sounds like hyperbole, but look at him now. He's terrified of what might happen next.
Sorry to say we have to go to a commercial break, but it's going to be a very short one. Folks, don't move. We'll be right back on the other side of this commercial.
I enjoy trying new opening ideas, new concepts and new ideas in general, more than like playing the same thing again and again. And I think I'm someone who gets bored with playing the same thing again and again.
I like to, focus on old ideas, but my team is like working in other type of style.
New ideas for sure, and this is something I do every single day. This is something that makes me fall asleep with excitement and makes me wake up with excitement, because I think tomorrow I'm going to check this rare opening and discover something that hasn't been yet discovered. So that's my main motivation in playing chess.
I certainly enjoy finding new ones more. Like to me, that's more of a creative part and something I find more interesting.
It's an interesting question about new opening ideas. There's nothing like really new to be discovered on the first few moves. Like all the openings already have the names. Usually they are named after players at were living at the beginning of the 20th century. So since then, it's more about going deeper, wider, making smart choices. So for me, a lot of modern chess is not so much, to try to reinvent the wheel, but to pick the right approach for the right opponent.
Well, it's becoming more and more difficult to find new ones. So whenever I get the chance, it's very enjoyable, but it's getting rarer and rarer these days, I would say, to discover new stuff. Chess has just been so analyzed, and honestly, going over endless that I've done before is kind of dull and boring job, but it's also part of what you got to do. You got to remember your lines, and sometimes you got to revisit your old notes. So that's a bit boring, but finding new stuff is very exciting when it does happen.
I think discovering new things for sure. That's by far what I prefer.
I mean, definitely discovering new ideas, because maybe you've been playing an opening since you were like 5, 6 years old, and you've seen it basically all your life. It's kind of fun sometimes to go back to them and check what they are, but new things always, help you stay in a kind of creative mood, and it's fun analyzing new stuff.
I mean, ideally it would be finding new ideas, but of course in these days it's more and more difficult, and most of the players will come up with it already. So, with the engines being so strong now, but in general, of course, it's much more satisfying to discover something new.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I'm the type of player who kind of does better copying other players' styles, copying other players' ideas. For example, guys like Fabiano, they're good at finding new moves, new things, but that's not my specialty, that's not my skill. So it's very special to me if I'm able to popularize or find new variations in early on.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage. Let's just jump right into it. Sam Sevian has achieved the 2 connected pass pawns that he wanted. Anish Giri went down on the clock, just as we suspected he would.
Sam is actually above on the clock now, which is a very, very new situation for this game.
Anish did not want this position, and why, Peter?
Well, if you imagine White managing to unpin themselves, like if you give White time to play a 4 King F3 and E4, I think you do lose.
Right, that's brilliant.
Regrettably for Sam now, after something like King G5, if you play F4, you've run into an immediate draw with Rook E8.
King D5
and King D5 is on the board. So Sam now has to find a way to play F4 in such a way that Rook E8 doesn't...
What about Bishop E6?
Check.
I guess we play King...
And now F4.
Yeah.
No Rook E8 because of Bishop F7.
Yeah, it goes King E7, but then we've achieved something. We've achieved something. We can put we can park the bishop back on H3.
This looks nice.
And maybe we can find a way to...
I get it. Rook E6 will guard the pawn.
But this is not easy.
No, this is work. This is definitely worth trying.
Yep.
That's the way to do it.
And plus, you don't want to give up your H pawn.
No.
Right? So you have to be careful of that. And boy, if that pawn gets just E3 to E4, it's starting to roll, and you better have something specific.
If it gets from E3 to E5, even if the engine still holds it, in practical terms, I think you're gone.
Exactly. The biggest thing for Anish is to trade rooks, if you can, at all costs. I'll give you the pawn for the rook, except if the pawn gets too far. The pawns get too far. So we need to put a king on F6, bishop on D6, trade rooks, make our draw, we smile.
Right.
Good luck getting that position.
You're
so far away from it.
Definitely not getting,
Yeah.
and time ticking down and him trying to figure out what to do right now.
Sam Sevian, Sam has gone down to 2 seconds and 3 seconds.
King d6 will be a second time this position appears on the board. You can still give a check from g6, but then you will not be able to give a check from g5 because Anish will claim.
Right.
He'll have to play.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
A move needs to be made here, which is not rook g5 check.
Well, that's your bishop e6 check.
I guess bishop 6 or king e2, or maybe rook e6 in some cases could be considered.
Rook e6. That looks just awkward after.
But then rook h7 e7 might be actually.
Bishop e6 just feels the most natural.
Yeah.
He's resisting it.
Question is, bishop e6, what if I go king e5?
F4 check, king e4.
King e4, yes.
I guess if you go king e6, maybe I do something smarter, hopefully.
So we're expecting.
I have maybe is this a draw? F4, king e4, bishop f5 check? Probably is a draw because the h-pawn is very far
Maybe
advanced.
we can show that.
I should show it,
Yes.
Bishop e6, king e5, f4 check. No, f4 was a mistake. I saw bishop c4 probably winning, but I do have this. But both, actually king e4 does lose, but all the moves backwards. All the moves backwards provide black with enough counterplay.
King to e2 on the board, not bishop to e6. I feel that's a slight missed opportunity because bishop e6, king e5 is not even the most obvious move. Now king to e2, completely different situation.
He wants to play e4 check?
I guess he will have to play e4 check if rook e8 happens. There's also rook a8 and rook b8, which are reasonably sensible options as well, I suspect.
Anish still under some pressure,
I would like
guys.
to play against because after bishop
e6
check,
yeah, so maybe
at
we go
least I
rook.
can cover
maybe
a2.
Maybe we do this, yeah?
Yeah. I just,
yeah, bishop e6 check, and now I have a feeling king e5 is a bit of a mistake, but once again, something that Cristian referred to, the king needs to step out of the danger zone. It's much safer on like e7 or c7 than it is.
Because if you do stay in the danger zone,
But I don't know
king
if
e5,
Anish understands this.
He already had one option for that and didn't take it, so...
I would go king e5 most days.
Right.
Yeah. And now we can throw in rook h6, actually, the engine says, because rook b2, we have king d3, and
right.
This square is taken away.
That's
40 seconds each.
Oh,
This is a tricky ending.
This
for
is
nail-biting.
very, very much a game still, yeah.
We talked about blunders and time pressure, and this is one of those. And Anish has put his rook on the E line to try to change the pawn configuration to dark squares, making it that much more difficult for Sam to be able to push those pawns. Yeah. You get one push, but you don't get any more. And I think this makes great sense in the position. Because now Sam needs f4 eventually. A bishop on g3 would be the next stop. You plant a bishop on g3, you never lose.
Right. Then you got a beautiful blockade. So king d4 makes sense.
I think we play rook g5.
Yeah, I like rook g5.
We play rook g5, and the hope is after rook d8, maybe we play f4.
Rook g5 is on the board.
But,
whoa.
Yeah, but the problem, I mean,
take a pawn?
Anish does have this option if he wants, and then we will be here for a while.
No, but that's just a draw. That's not an option.
Just a second. Who made dinner reservations? We're going to have to change. We're going to have to change the
We have
times.
rook h5. But interestingly, the engine starts suggesting we can even drop the h-pawn and activate the rook. Wait for you to take, so you don't have rook d5 check. Activate our own rook, and it says this is now easily holdable as well.
Just incredibly smart to create the light square formation so that the dark squares can be controlled.
Right.
Really, really smart of Anish.
And this is why we liked Cristian's suggestion of bishop e6 check better. Because
much better.
You want to preserve the hope of keeping them on dark squares for as long as possible.
Let's see the live position right now. Rook to g5. Anish with a big decision right now.
He's not just going to want to give the pawn away.
Is rook e5?
This I don't like. It kind of stalemates your own rook a little
Wait a minute. Rook e5, rook g8, right? Or rook g1
Or rook
perhaps.
g1, yeah.
He grabbed his rook. I like. Sam just shook his head there and said, "I was about to do something."
The king is about to be cut off on the d file.
Yes.
This is back to being alive.
This? No.
Guys, I'm
that
gonna
was
call
a
it
funny
right
moment.
here.
That was a funny
You think
moment.
Sam
I
will win?
think Sam wins this game. I'm calling this one. I think Sam wins this game. What's your prediction?
I might have to agree with you. I hate agreeing with you, but I might have to agree with you.
Come on.
Because the king is going to get cut off.
Yasser?
The rook on e5 is not on a great square.
No, the bishops of opposite colors. The bishop.
No.
So you're with a draw. Okay,
Yeah,
Peter.
the drawing chances are so high.
I think I might take white now, yeah.
Okay, we have three.
Well, wait a minute.
Three
Hold
victories
on.
and one draw.
Hold on. I mean, I would take white
No,
as well.
as in I think I'm taking Sam, not white. I'm taking Sam.
Exactly. So you think the chances of winning are greater than the chances of a draw? I think.
Yeah, so you get to lord over us.
Oh
if,
yes, this
if this is a draw in the end.
This is a 3 for
Okay,
1.
okay.
Like,
Come on, Anish.
now you're rooting hard.
None of us is buying dinner, by the way. So
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
don't
wait a
worry
minute.
about that.
Well, I'm not doing the dishes.
This is a thriller.
Okay, so Sam cuts him off. That's very nice. But how are you going to be advancing these pawns? Because I've been told.
No, it's still a
put
draw.
bishop on
I'll find a
G3.
way.
It's
I've
still
been-
a draw.
I've been
if
told-
you give this position to an engine.
So bishop f5
Yeah.
is the next move, followed by f4, no?
Yeah. And if you can't stop f4, you probably
Wait
lose.
a
yeah.
minute.
What?
Wait a minute. Bishop f5, rook g7. Go ahead and play f4.
Exactly. Rook g7 is probably needed, actually.
Well, but it's an obvious move because f4 allows rook g2 check and rook g3 check.
Okay, fine. I play bishop g4, and what you got?
I don't know.
Back to e7, maybe.
Who the hot?
By the way,
I have rook a7 now because you've taken away the g4 square from the king. Yeah.
Come on, stop it. He's not going to find all these moves in time pressure. We got help with an engine here. Let's go. This is how it's going to go.
if you give a
Turning
check,
on me.
guys, on d3 right now,
Yeah.
is rook king b4 the only move?
What?
No.
I would want to.
Rook
He's-
d5,
he's
by the
gone
way,
rook
we have a completely
d5.
different
He's
situation.
trying to be sneaky.
He's gone rook d5 and
Like
now.
you're forcing my bishop to a good diagonal.
Actually,
Bishop-
any square. it
Bishop
says.
d4, bishop d4, bishop e5. You guys told me put the bishop on g3. You got the perfect blockade.
That is the truth. If it gets to g3, that is going to be a big problem.
the perfect blockade you described.
Bishop
it as.
G. If he allows
This probably-
bishop
this
g3, then
probably should not
Yasser is
have-
going to be smiling.
Probably should not have been allowed, yeah.
The bishop just wants to get
But
on
that
G. Even,
bishop f5, f4.
even
was
bishop
interesting.
g1 here is possible, no?
Just trying to get there as fast as possible.
That's what I'm saying. Because
yeah.
to me, I just saw put my bishop on g3, and good luck.
King c4.
King c4 played.
Guys, with 10 seconds, you start seeing ghosts, is what
Yeah.
it all comes down to.
I think
right
I
now.
want
Not
to
only
try.
do you start seeing ghosts, you stop seeing the board. Like
Exactly.
Jorden said, you just stop having clarity.
Yeah.
And you make natural
I want
moves.
to try rook h5, actually, guys.
Well, yeah, why not?
Why
I
not?
think he wants rook b7 or rook a7 or something, but those moves might be losing.
But
Well,
the
bishop
drawing
e6
move-
check starts showing up.
Yeah,
No, why did I
the,
put my
the
king
drawing
on
move
C4?
here.
Nobody wants to
apparently,
put their
is
king on c4. This is the point. You start making
Well, the thing is, if you go rook
Suboptimal
a7,
moves.
rook b7, I have bishop b6 first.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And that's a
Yeah,
huge
no,
problem.
That
in
king
the
on
position.
c4 is problematic.
Rook h5 right now is a very testing move, and he plays it.
King d4 might be the only clean solution. Machine says
Look
bishop
at this.
e4.
Look at Anish.
Wow.
What
Anish
happened?
found king d4, knowing he had to get off the square.
Instantly. By the way, instantly. He didn't
That was
spend it.
impressive.
That was a cool move.
That was very impressive.
Why is this move cool? I
Hardly
take a pawn.
made.
Because once again, we need to wait for rook takes h4 and then we activate.
And
the
then you
rook.
swing, and then you guard all the dark squares. That's elite.
Rook h4, you do what?
Rook b7. I
Rook
guess.
a7.
I go king f2. I run like rabbit.
You're not
A7
running
or
anywhere.
b7, yeah.
King f2. I run like rabbit to g4.
Bishop g4 was played.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
Bishop.
But now we can go rook
G4.
a7, yeah, or rook b7. He chooses rook b7, but there is no. Hang on a second. Is there a difference? Because it's not on my. No, not much of a difference.
Anish has worked it out.
Yeah, I think this is drawing more comfortably than.
But rook d5 and f4, what's the deal? Oh, there's
rook
many.
f2.
There's
We
too
can
many-
lose into.
There's too many
Yeah, we can.
ideas. No, forget it.
Self-mate in 2.
Nice.
That would be very.
Is it self-mate or
Helpmate.
Helpmate. Yeah.
Helpmate.
Helpmate.
You helped us a lot.
Yes.
I think both work.
Yeah.
Self-made, helpmate.
No,
But
that
guys,
last
I
King
was
d4
only
was
trying
genius.
to draw the game.
I'm sorry, King d4 was.
If Anish wins the game,
That's not gonna
well, what's my prize? Do I get the confetti treatment? Do I get this, the mug shot?
No, you try rook d2 here.
What about bishop e6?
Ooh, setting up
But
a
rook
discover
d6,
check.
I can just still go rook b2, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that endgame is a drawn with the king on b2.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to.
I wouldn't want to. Yeah, there you go. He's setting up a discover.
Yeah, and I think rook e7 is
Somewhat
probably the
too close. Yes, if it
rook
is.
e7 might be.
My screen says rook b6 is a draw, which implies that. But that's actually a tempo better than rook b2 check, because the king will be on c3, not on b2.
Right.
Maybe even more than a tempo, because I go king d3.
He's reaching
and
for
your
his
king
rook,
is not
by the
coming
way.
back.
Yeah, I think rook b2 is really, really asking for it.
It's losing. Yeah.
Anish is
really
reaching for his rook. But rook b6, bishop f7, keeping the discovery alive.
Rook
I think he's going to go rook
I think
e7.
Rook e7 is probably what he's trying to play. Yeah.
He doesn't want to see the opposite color bishop
No.
endgames.
No. Not unless the king is already on e5 and the pawns are on f3 and b4. Yeah.
Okay.
Well
rook
played.
e7.
Well played, Anish.
So bishop g8.
Yeah, bishop g8 actually.
I mean, try to make it as
h3.
But that king is that bishop started to leave.
h3.
Like you lose the plot a little bit trying to keep all these threats alive.
Well, I have a win. Rook e8, rook d8 check. That hurts your feelings.
No, I'm not trying to. I love your bishop all the way out of the way. It's just.
It's a discovered
Just
check.
what to do here. That's.
You're reaching for the h pawn, Peter. You're going to give me the h3.
Machine says h3 is good enough. Yeah.
Actually,
I wonder if king b4 is good enough, because that is what a human would play maybe. But b4 is weaker than h3, because now after rook h5, your king is not on d4 but on b4.
And rook a7 doesn't activate.
Or g7, it still holds, yeah.
Okay.
He's put it back on h3.
I don't like that.
Yeah, and now rook a7 or rook b7.
Rook a7.
Now he's going to put it back on e6.
Well, the thing is, he can
That's just a
always
waste.
repeat.
That's just a wasted move.
Yeah, you can always repeat, yeah.
By the way, Sam went down to 4 seconds.
He did?
Well, wait a second. How do you stop bishop? I was thinking bishop g1 here, but maybe he has rook h5.
Before you get to the g3
Okay, I have a
square.
question for you guys.
Yeah?
If rook a7,
Okay.
is Anish not going to start getting worried about f4?
Well, he's played rook a7.
Yeah, this is why we put the bishop on h3, because we've given ourselves the g4 square.
Right.
But wait a minute.
But there is rook a3, though.
There's rook a3.
And rook e3 check.
And if you play bishop e6, we actually step into the discovers because we are in control.
Yeah, no, this we have no worries.
And this is a draw. Rook
Yeah.
e5, king d4, and it looks like we're getting mated on the g4 square, but
you're
we're
not. Yeah.
No.
More studies for Maurice.
More studies.
Okay, 10 seconds for Sam.
No, he's losing it now.
Go back, bishop e6. Go back, bishop e6.
Bishop e6 is the only way.
And bishop g8. That's the way to go.
Right.
I was thinking he's losing the plot, but bishop g8.
That's the only way.
If you're going to play h3, then bishop g8 is worth it.
Exactly. You can go rook
By the way,
h.
bishop g8 is somewhat risky because that h-pawn can potentially start moving.
Yeah.
So
18
it's a decision.
seconds.
You can absolutely understand the reluctance to disconnect the bishop from the h3 square.
Look, you're not losing.
Yeah.
Put the bishop on g8.
10
go for it.
seconds for Sam.
Oh, no, he's backed up.
Okay.
That means he can't go back to e6, right?
Yeah, after rook...
rook a7?
Has it always gone to
bishop
e7?
he
It's
went
gone
to
to
b7
it's gone
and
to
to
b7
a7,
first,
so-
so...
Okay, so you may get one more chance to put it
Yeah.
on e6.
Or g8. He played bishop to g4.
Yes.
Now, but I'm saying to repeat the position.
Exactly.
Now the rook's on a7. So he's actually allowed to play bishop
Yeah, I think
to
he should.
e6.
I think he should go rook d2 though.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think just rook d2 and
I think
just
he should
chill.
go rook d2. Although now rook a3 exists.
Rook a3 is
Because
super
originally the rook was on b7 and rook b3 would have run into a skewer.
Understood.
But now rook a3 exists. Yeah, he's gone rook d2.
And rook a3.
Yeah, but now rook a3 activates the rook to such an extent that h3 starts becoming a threat. Bishop takes h3 check and pick up one of the pawns.
Here comes the rook.
By the way,
Yeah,
bishop
Anish-
e6 would have not been possible.
That
Because
would have
rook
been a
e7, I think it would have
Was
been
a threefold because of the rook on e7.
Rook on
Okay,
e7.
that's important.
Yeah.
Okay.
But now what? You can't play e5. You can't play f4. What are you supposed to do?
This one Anish will hold. Yeah,
But
without them.
He's making
I
it,
like
guys.
the point
He's
that
making it.
h3 is actually a threat. If
Yeah,
it's
and
black
rook
to
c2, I
play.
think we comfortably play rook c3 in this position because f4, king d4, king f3, bishop d6, and
Yeah, no, like, this is.
it never crosses to e5.
Yasser knew his man. Got to give him credit.
He
I
made
don't
it.
feel like a winner. I feel like I wanted to see a victory. I wanted you guys to be right for a change.
Yeah. I think,
yeah, sure you did.
Sneak that in. Smirking.
I was waiting. That was a delayed reaction,
yes.
guys. I really expected you to be sharper. Come on.
I was
come
waiting
on.
for everybody else to start looking at you, but you managed to sneak that in.
For a change.
For a change.
Okay, interesting moment. King D4. Does that allow King F2?
I mean, it's a legal move. I don't think it changes very much, though.
King F2, King C3. Rook C3, sorry.
Yeah. He's gone King D4.
King D4, King F2. It's a try. I like it.
Rook
It's a
C3,
good try.
Rook C3,
We can also go
B2.
Bishop D6 because we have Rook D2, Rook D3. We can actually establish our beloved full
Bishop
control over
on
the dark
G3.
squares.
Oh,
Yeah.
that bishop gets to D, that bishop
That's
on
it.
G3 is an ox. You never get
Yeah.
You never win.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go Bishop D6.
I think Sam is now aware that the blockade is too good.
But Sam didn't make the most of what may have been some.
Well, that was what I was asking.
Not
Peter.
that it was
you,
easy.
you got to pressure your opponent. You've got to keep asking
5,
the
4,
harshest questions.
and King F2 played.
He did play it.
Yeah.
And now Bishop D6, very strong.
You don't have to, but you I was
Bishop
going to
D6
say,
is a monster
you can maybe force the rooks off, but you can force the rooks off in such a way that maybe loses, so maybe don't. I thought we can go Rook C3, let's say Rook A2, we can go King D3 check, King G2, Rook C2 check. But that is really pushing it, yeah. He begins with that, actually, yeah. He goes Rook C3.
Okay.
You can just chase Rook A2, Rook A3.
No, but Rook B2 as well.
Yeah, so Rook
No,
B2, Rook B2
because
the only
then
attempt.
King C3 discovered check.
When? Where?
No, here.
How?
Here.
Not like this.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, but it was like if you go Rook A2. Rook
No, I'm talking about
A3,
right now, so
right
that you don't
now.
have that on the next move.
And now we're expecting Bishop to D6, right?
No, now we go
You
Rook
just
D3.
gave a check.
No, now we go Rook D3.
That's
100% Rook D3.
100% Rook D3. Yep.
And next move, is he mating? There's no mating construction of the king, nothing.
No. No, we go Rook D3 and we actually get the
setup we want.
get the rooks off the board, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Rook D3 has to play Rook A2. Wait, can he play Rook E2?
Maybe Rook E2, yeah.
But there is.
But you're just like
Bishop D6
Black
again.
is just completely safe now. Bishop F4, Rook D2, we can start offering all
Brilliant.
kinds of Rook drakes.
No, once this happens, it's over.
Yeah, easy draw now.
This is totally dead.
Yep.
Yep.
We're seeing maybe 5 more moves in this game. Think more?
I don't know. Once you see Bishop to D6 to G3.
It's going to be more moves because they have to figure out the repetition.
Right.
But yeah, once the
It
bishop
draws in-
hits D6, it's inevitable.
Yeah, draw inevitable.
I am in.
And it's too easy for Anish now, as a matter of fact. There's not much to think about. You're not causing him any problems.
7,
8 seconds.
6,
He keeps
5.
He won't lose on time.
But
he's going
he did it with 3 seconds on his clock. He's got 33 seconds. He gets a bonus.
Yeah,
of
we've
30
been
seconds.
here before, so he once again has the option of Rook B2 if he wants it.
But again, Rook B2, just simply Bishop to D6.
Yeah, Bishop D6 is always going to be fine.
Yeah.
That's always going to be fine.
Eight
seconds. Rook to B2. Okay.
Okay.
Just important not to go for the tactical blow of Rook takes F3, Bishop takes F3, King C3, discovered, check.
Yes.
That has a drawback.
Yes. But it's at least a 50-50, right?
It's a bit of a flip, that one, yeah.
Yeah. Rook F3 check.
It's a bit of a flip.
Well, worse would be Rook C2.
And then King D3.
And then King D3.
No, but this is the one I meant. If you begin with King D3, you do actually get the rooks off the board, but you... Actually, this holds. This doesn't lose. But nobody does that, understandably. It's a little bit too risky to allow that, but this still holds.
Yeah, you're in time.
Fine.
King E5. He's actually headed to F4. And that's so drawn.
Well, I kind of like it. I'm starting to like black more.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Black is trying to mate the king.
I have a favorite story on the topic, yeah. When one of the maybe 2 times I got Rook and Bishop on the stronger side, I was playing against the Russian Grandmaster Vladimir Malakhov. And he kind of pushed me towards, like, I stopped at move 30 because he was kind of pushing me instead of me pushing him towards.
You said enough, yeah. I've had enough.
The rook was too strong.
Yeah, I wasn't making any progress against the, like,
but he was improving.
No, you start seeing ghosts yourself. And Anish is seeing a few ghosts. I'll guarantee you Anish is thinking, maybe I'll mate this guy.
Wait a minute.
You might do something random, and maybe I'll mate this guy.
Right, the king goes to h3. Some bad things suddenly start popping up. No, this is like a fabulous blockade on the dark squares now. No losing chances anymore.
I mean, he could win the bishop. Right?
There's G1 check, rook takes G4, you mean?
No, I mean if you get your king on F4.
Yeah.
Okay, he'll play rook H2, obviously, if you play check.
Right.
But I was just thinking, if you ever take the pawn and then rook H1, bishop H3, bishop E7 check, king H5, give me your bishop, and then we're going to be here another 80 moves and make you suffer.
Probably not happening, though.
But
something tells me that this is probably not happening.
So again, 36 seconds for Sam means his clock went down to 6 seconds. So I think it's like Ray Robson and who's the other player who's constantly going down on the clock? Scares in this tournament. There's another player who's
Prague?
No? Yeah. Prague went down to 1 second on an occasion.
Yeah, 1 second, 2 seconds, somehow.
Yeah.
But it's clear now that there's just no way. But how does he do it exactly? There are still some challenges, no?
Rook G1 check, king H2, rook E1.
Sorry, rook G1 check, king H2 what?
Rook E1.
Rook E1, and what about rook F7?
Rook F7. Bishop F2. Followed by bishop G3.
Bishop F2 is annoying.
Yeah.
With bishop G3, but can he get a pawn at E6? Just trying to somehow sneak the pawn at E6.
I know.
With rook F5 somehow and push.
But with the rook on E1,
no, it's
on G3, the king on E5, how are you going to sneak anybody through the F4 blockade?
You know what you do? You keep trying and hope the guy blunders.
Blunders on that.
Finally, bishop D6 is on the board.
Took him long enough.
And why not?
And why not?
And why not?
Yeah. But someone has suggested bishop G1
okay, so rook H7 check, rook C2. I think
H7? Rook H7.
Mate on
rook
H2.
C2, king H3, king D4.
There we go. Now
we can take
cooking.
because there's bishop H3.
What?
And it's still a draw. I thought I was being clever, but I was being as dumb as usual. But it's still a draw after king E3. The blockade on the dark squares is so strong that
so good.
the evaluation has not changed, actually.
That's annoying.
Yeah. He's very close to that bishop to G3 setup, which he could have achieved, I think, earlier.
Yes,
I think
100%
is on the board as well.
But rook D7 played.
D7
so let's get the live position. Rook D7 played.
D7.
Okay. We can go, we can do whatever we kind of please, but...
Yasser, I guess Peter's old enough as well. This increment stuff is so annoying because they can defend forever. Remember when we
Walter Brown was saved by increments. I mean, he had so many time scrambles in his life, and increments. And I remember Alexander Ivanov.
Oh my gosh!
I played one game against him in my entire life. It was in a Gaussdahl Open in 1991. I got destroyed on the white side of a modern. I think it wasn't the Pierce, it was a modern. But I've heard stories because I think my coach played a bunch against him when he was still in Soviet Union.
Mm-hmm.
And there was this famous story of him. He was a habitual Zaitsev player with the black pieces.
Yes, that's right.
And there was a story, potentially apocryphal, but maybe not, of him playing a very mainline sharp Zaitsev, showing a novel. And this is 2.5 for 40, by the way. This is not 90 for 40. This is 150 for 40.
Right.
The old days, the golden days of time controls. So he shows like an important sharp novelty on like move 21 and loses on time on move 25.
That's impressive.
And that apocryphal story got retold as he made a novelty in the game, and his novelty was losing on time.
Not
in a theoretical position.
Not how it was told to me.
Exactly.
No. And he was a prominent theoritician, had a lot of new ideas, but he also liked delving very deep into things.
Into the time troubles.
Yeah, I lost to him and then very fortunately beat him in Foxwoods one year.
I remember the Foxwoods Open.
And it's playing players like that in open tournaments that teach you not to move quickly in their time pressure.
By the way,
because
again,
they play like geniuses.
5, 3, and he did it with 1 second.
Yeah, but it's typical. Sam is going to do this and immediately make his move. It's only if he drops the piece that.
Well, that's the thing. These are beautifully weighted pieces. The House of Staunton makes these gorgeous, gorgeous sets, and it's not that they're slippery. It's just that it's very easy that you're sliding a piece down the board. It kind of goes off your hand. It slides, and suddenly your flag is down.
Also, you stop moving exactly in the center of squares as you're supposed to. Notice he's not adjusting that king on G2. It's slightly off center.
Slightly off.
I would like to adjust it for you, but you know what? I'm going to let you be sloppy.
Right.
It's your time.
Brought back memories. I know Yasser was here. Were you two guys, Maurice and Cristian, commentating on the 2021 St. Louis Rapid and Blitz?
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to say F4 check. F4 check.
King H2.
F4 check.
Triangulation action.
Was it
King takes F4?
Yeah, you take the bishop.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bishop is hanging. You know what?
Yeah.
Obviously, I was going to play rook and bishop.
Were you doing the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz in 2021?
Yes, I think so.
It brought to memory, I think the last time I lost on time in my career, or the most recent anyway, maybe not the last, but the most recent, was I was playing against Shahriar Mamedjarov in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz with the white pieces. I outplayed him completely in some game. I was completely winning. Then I was just simply better. And then I'm playing some endgame. It's no longer winning, but I'm a pawn up, completely safe. I have decent winning chances. And he gives me a check. At that point, I think I have 20 seconds. I play the planned move, realize it immediately drops a full rook into a fork. And instead of, but I haven't released the king, it's in my hand. And instead of making any other move, I just sit there and giggle until my time runs out.
Yes, I was here for that. The commentary there was a bit stunned, let's say. You left us.
This guy was 8-time Russian champion.
I know. It makes
Giggling with the king in his hand?
Yeah, you just forgot about your clock.
No, I thought I had 20 seconds and I have time to enjoy how stupid I am.
Right. Nope. And
Peter, I've seen some of your best games, and you're a complete genius. That was not one of your favorite moves.
No, that wasn't the finest. No. We're seeing what looks to be getting closer and closer to a repetition.
What move number are we on?
100-ish, 96?
96. And
this is definitely passing 100. Sam is figuring out a way to just keep the position going.
Not easy.
And Anish doesn't look like he's going to make some dramatic blunder. And the problem, of course, is it's opposite colored bishops and the dark squares. That move he made a long time ago, rook e8 to make e4 get pushed.
Yeah.
And you're seeing the strategic benefits of that move because these pawns are frozen on light squares.
E4
There's just
F3.
no way to play f4 or e4, e5. And the bishop is, well, if that bishop had been on g3 a long time ago, we would have been going to dinner.
Yeah. The dream is to play e3 and f4 check. Illegal, but that is a dream. Bishop f5.
New position. New position, we're up to move 97.
Move 97.
Sidestepping from the...
Bishop c5. I thought he was going to play rook a1 there and just
He wants to activate the king. He wants king f4.
Bishop f5 introduced f4 check. That there was a threat of f4. He could have played rook to d1 just to maintain the bishop on Then king h3.
It would have been darkly ironic if having blundered f4 check earlier in the game, Anish would blunder it again 60 moves later.
It didn't work the first time.
No.
It worked the second time. Okay, Peter, talk to the current position.
Well,
how do you get a trick?
You can
Where's
maybe
the trick?
you can go king h3 g4. You can sort of change the.
That's what I wanted to ask.
The
Can I
outlook
do
a little
this?
bit. Rook
I guess.
h1, king g4. But I guess we go rook g1 check here, and we go for.
Oh, I immediately eat the pawn.
Yeah, and because of the threats, you will have to give up on f3, and those are.
But I don't understand. If you play king h3, I play king f4 with both hands, no?
Oh yeah, that also is pretty good. Yeah.
You're a party pooper.
Yeah, that is also very, very solid. Rook c7.
Rook c7.
Bishop e3 seems.
Yeah.
Seems solid enough.
Yeah, just fasten that bishop on the dark square. Bishop e3.
No, this...
Trade rooks, anybody?
Fast closing in on the draw.
But we've been saying that for...
But not before.
We've said that for the last 25 moves, probably.
Not before they get to their 100.
Right.
You know what? They better at least get to 100.
Right?
Well, they're
Century.
They're two moves away.
Yeah, if he blows it right now, and then we don't get a chance to say, well, at least we commentated another 100-move game.
Right.
These are
we've
the
had our
paltry leftovers that land on the floor that we're trying to pick up as commentators. At least they got to over 100 moves.
We've had our share of centuries.
But, meantime, Cristian is checked out of this one.
Right.
He decided to leave it up to...
Hey, he's making dinner reservations. He doesn't care
You
about
guys
the
got
rest
it.
of us.
You guys got it. All covered up.
He trusts in us.
Yes.
For this particular task.
I think we can manage this one, but...
I don't know. I feel nervous without Cristian.
Although I could drag Cristian back into this. Cristian, have you ever lost an opposite color rook and bishop endgame in your life?
I'm sure I did. I'm sure I did.
Sure.
But I cannot remember off the top of my head. But
No, that was a really exciting story you just told us, Cristian.
well, it was not a very exciting
moving. It just warms the heart the way he just threw in all those nice metaphors and imagery. Amazing.
Can't remember.
What a storyteller.
Look, pay attention to the game, guys.
Bishop
Come on.
e3.
Yeah.
Bishop e3.
Okay, the blockade is almost
You
complete.
may well think so, but I can't possibly comment as the quote goes.
And Sam, looking just at the frozen nature of those pawns.
Check.
and
The
he's
king will
throwing
go
a
to
check.
f4, I would
He's still
assume.
trying.
Why wouldn't you go to f4? This is where you start dreaming of mating that king. by the
Of
way.
course.
Just-
Of course.
just some-
King f4. Rook c2 check. Bishop g1. Mate on
Yeah.
h2.
You had my thoughts exactly.
The thing is, that's not mate, because I always have king takes h4 and bishop h3.
Yeah, but then we have bishop f2 and we take your bishop. And then we make you suffer and make the commentator suffer another.
Yeah, let's...
I mean, it's going to be at least 50.
I've got something wrong.
We got triple zeros on our screen. That's
for
not true.
Anish Giri's clock.
Let's maybe zoom in on the...
Now, he has over 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He's not. He's definitely. What?
King
Anish,
D4.
come on. Why are we going to
D4.
D4?
I was sure
Of
we
course
were
you have
going to dinner there.
F4 would have just sealed the deal, no?
100%. King D4. Okay, that's a confusing one.
Time to change the structure somehow. Let's go. E5, rook c5, though, is a bit regrettable. It does change the structure, but not maybe in the way you would like.
Hold on. E5? What's
Rook
the
c5.
trick? Oh.
It changes the structure by removing some of the structure.
By losing it. Yes.
Yeah.
And, okay, Sam did not see anything better than to give another check, but the king just came back.
Are there any brownie points for torturing one of the top 10 players in the world?
Who's torturing who?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, first,
That was my question as well.
First of all, we got to establish who's doing the torturing at the
Hey,
moment.
rook d5 check followed by rook f4. Rook f5 is mate, isn't it?
Well, if you go forward, you're not contractually obliged to go forward. In
True, but you know, that might. You got a dream.
Look, if you try to establish that construction with bishop f4, you lose after rook to d5. So there's one way you can lose this position.
There are tricks.
Yes.
It's a bishop.
Well, just describing this as a trick is maybe...
Helpmate.
Yes,
Self-mate. What have we just said?
Because like, if we are saying bishop f4 loses, we probably should also mention rook c7 loses. And rook d1 also loses. Right?
Yeah, those are losing moves.
No, come on.
Just to make us aware, the last pawn move was quite some time ago, and if we do make it to 100, move 119.
That is correct.
A draw can be claimed.
That was e4 check, was move 69. So
nice.
Pawns haven't moved, no captures made.
By the way, Anish.
But is he really down to 7 to 16 seconds, Anish? Are we seeing this correctly?
That is a little bit confounding.
By the speed of his movement, that was probably the case.
Yes. I'll
and
agree
I
with
guess
you on
back
that
to
one.
c1. But then after rook d5 check, we get to play e5, e6 if we want.
Yeah.
And
what?
kind of
Look at this. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
Let me make a call to folks know I'll be missing dinner.
Maurice.
I'll be missing dinner for sure. Why wouldn't you do it?
He could have played king f4 and this would have been nothing.
This is going to happen.
This is
Rook
amazing.
d5.
King f6, e5 check, king g6.
And e5, it's going to happen.
Yes.
Remarkable.
Yes,
You can be 100% sure we're seeing another 30, 40 moves in this game.
Yes.
Here it is. It's happening.
I can't believe he's going to get an e5 check.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. What is it?
More
move 104, so we're looking at move 154 before we walk out of this place? Maybe. And by the way, he gets e6 whenever he wants. So that's going to be move 204.
Anish also made sure e6 was a check for some reason. I don't know why he insisted on e6 being a check, but e6 is now...
Look, right now, I feel like Sam's chances are starting to flare anew.
Stop it.
Sam's chances are starting to flare anew.
So I won the first phase. And
No, you didn't win anything yet.
Second,
you didn't win anything yet.
We're back in the game.
We are back in the game.
I was chilling on the couch. I'm back at the desk. I'm ready
Suddenly,
for the next 2 hours.
Suddenly he's interested.
Unbelievable.
I'm ready for the next 2 hours, guys.
We had lost Cristian a long time ago, and now he's
By
back.
the way, after king f6, I mean, it doesn't work, but like
there is
this,
a rook check, yeah?
This is winning, right? It is winning, yeah.
My goodness.
Regrettably,
bishop f4 check wins your
bishop
rook.
f4 check exists, yeah. And alternatively, you would like to play e7, but once again, bishop f4 check exists.
Okay, the nice tricks.
He's not doing any of that.
Yeah, but hang on a second. King f6, rook d7. Play e6 already, Sam, come on. King f6, rook
No,
d7.
he's trying to preserve the 50 moves. Doesn't want to rush this move. Because later he might have to play.
Come on, yeah, come on.
Okay, here
King
we are.
f6. Yeah, rook d7 is after rook d7.
Rook d7, rook c7.
Rook e1 might be the only clean solution now.
What about rook c7? Rook
Ah,
c7 e7.
Yeah, rook e7 e7. Yeah.
Never mind, you're losing. Wow.
And this is our panel of announcers
I think rook e1 is genuinely the one clean solution now.
wow.
Because bishop c5, Bishop c5 appears to be losing.
Did he play bishop c5? No.
No,
hasn't
rook
played
e7 is on the
anything
board right now. Anish is in some trouble.
Okay, wait a minute.
We are about to lord it over Yasser here.
Yes, sir.
That was such a...
It was so good, right? Wasn't it, Yas?
Solution.
Now
King
he has
F4 was
allowed this to happen. All he needed to do was get his bishop on g3 a long, long time ago.
Yeah.
Why did he play king f4 instead of king d4? I don't know. But when you get tired, this starts to happen.
I think he's reaching for rook c7.
Yes.
I think he's reaching for rook c7 and that loses.
Why does rook c7 lose?
He was
Rook
trying to
c7,
pick
e7.
the rook in a way that he was going to move it back towards c7 potentially.
Yeah. Down to a
c7,
minute.
e7.
Yeah,
What is,
that would
and
wake you up.
Put that on the board because
That's
you
it.
had this brilliant idea of bishop f4.
Yeah,
If rook takes rook,
rook c7 with the idea of making this draw, but regrettably you've lost to e7. Yeah.
He saw it. He saw it. He's not going for that anymore.
Now, yeah.
Wow.
He's not going for it. But there was a
That was a
millisecond right there.
moment.
No, but the thing is,
also, when you see it and you go, whoa, I almost lost, and my time's ticking, this is when the ghosts and the error is creeping, you make some other blunder.
Right.
So
Yeah, but
this,
Your only move allows rook f7 check, and now you have to play king g5 and trust that you're not losing after e7.
Well, we do have a bishop f4 check and bishop d6, right?
You do, yeah.
Yes,
you
you
do. Important not to do it from the c5 square, of course, because that would
But that's
get
the only
skewered,
way,
yeah.
by the way. So,
Right?
I mean, guys, this is... you have 16
and look at,
seconds.
he's panicking now, 16 seconds left.
Or
Starts
bishop
to get
f2 apparently
serious.
is a draw somehow.
Wow.
Look at this.
8
He's
seconds.
not clear on what to do. Let's get the live board. Will he play rook e1?
Rook
He did
c8.
not.
Rook c8 loses. We know it
What?
loses, we don't know to what.
Oh no,
Rook
that pawn gets
c8
all the way
loses?
now.
Just rook
It's
f7
over.
and
Rook
e7.
f7 and push.
Rook f7 e7 wins, yeah. This
Oh.
is
Anish has blundered in time pressure in the most improbable fashion.
Oh my goodness, rook
Because he had
f7.
Unbelievable.
solid blockade.
Followed by
pawn was on
e7,
E4.
And he sees it.
around it.
Sam sees it.
To be so alert after a 5-hour
Bishop f5.
game.
Bishop f5 check first. Get away from my rook.
So that we can play
It's a straight win.
E7.
No, it's just...
It's
yeah.
not even a thing.
Yeah,
it's just a
there's-
straight
there's
win.
nothing-
King moves,
there's nothing
push,
even to think
put the
about.
bishop on d7, and that's the end of the story.
You don't even have more than one
that's it.
check. Yeah.
That's it.
I guess he
Wow.
goes e7, rook a8, bishop d7. He give no e7, bishop f4 check maybe,
Okay.
and
He's done it.
king h3. I want to try. But we have rook f5 check. I wanted to try rook
Rook
a2
f8?
here.
Was rook f8 a problem, or?
Yeah, but regrettably rook f5
Check.
check exists.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's over. What a turnaround. We were counting this as
an-
simply drawn, but chess
a
is
stone-
cruel,
stone cold
even
draw.
for the best players on the planet. Everyone watching should note this. Don't beat yourself up when you lose games that seem like you should just make a draw. As even the elite ones, and look at Anish
Yeah,
right there.
I saw that.
You saw the look.
Yeah.
And he's shaking his head now. He cannot believe he blew this.
Yeah,
But
'cause
this is chess.
He had such a great dark square blockade.
It's not even like he had it in the bag. It was there. That was it. He just relaxed. He probably relaxed. He might have actually started thinking about winning that game. Or at least
no
trying to
doubt
keep
he
the
started
game
thinking
going.
about winning.
Keep the game going. Maybe he's going to flag because he was getting sometimes close to that final second.
Yeah.
Sam Sevian that was.
And here we are.
Oh, no,
We're
bishop
waiting
d7.
for bishop
You're not
to
fooling
D7.
Sam now.
It's over.
Yeah, we have rook f5 check here. Rook b2, bishop g1 creates a threat of mate in 1.
He's going to resign.
And resignation.
Wow.
Incredible.
Wow.
And look at Anish now needing to say, I was definitely drawing. Yeah, you were.
Yeah, dude, 100%.
Chess is evil.
Totally. He's got some demons to exercise after this one. That was really a
They're
stunner.
chatting, so let's see if we can hear them. No.
No, I don't.
We're not getting the audio.
We can't. Maybe the viewers can, but we can't.
3 wins out of the 5 games, and let's just jump to the standings and count the chickens that have come home to roost here.
Yeah,
Wow.
and, Sam is now back to 50%, and Anish dips down to -1, and Wesley is proudly atop the leaderboard.
Absolutely.
With his win with the black pieces against Fabi today. 2 players on +1, Levon and Maxime. 2 of the players who won yesterday lost today. Those being Prague and... Actually, is that true? No, that's not true. 2 players who were in +1 lost today, being Fabi and Prague. And this is the situation.
Yeah, as we sit here in stunned silence, we're going to throw it to the Cairns Cup and Almira and Nazi for a breakdown of what happened in that tournament. Over to you, Nazi.
Thank you, guys. All the games have finished at the Cairns Cup. And Almira, tell us how the day went.
Well, it was a very hard-fought round. However, we have only one decisive game today, so maybe let's have a look at the standings.
Absolutely. Catch us up.
So Tanjungi and Alice Lee are still leading the event with 2.5 points out of 3, but Divya Deshmukh won her game with the black pieces against Alexandra Kostyanyuk, and she is on the 3rd place with 2 points. Bibisara Soubayeva, Anna Muzichuk, Karissa Yip, Stavrula Tsulakidou are in the pack chasing this trio. Hampi Konero and Vaishali Rameshbabu are only at 1 point, and Alexandra Kostyanyuk at the bottom of the standings has no points at all.
Yeah, Kostyuk still suffering. But this is how tough the tournament is. And Almira, tell us about upcoming pairings for tomorrow.
So the round 4 pairings are featuring Stavrula Tsolakidu taking on Alice Lee with the white pieces. Tanjongi is playing with the white pieces against Vachier-Lagrave Babu. Carissa Yip is playing against Divya Deshmukh.
Big matchup.
Kampi Konero is facing Anna Muzichuk, and Bibisara Ausilbaeva is taking on Alexandra Kostyuk with the white pieces.
Well, can't wait to see what tomorrow brings. And I'm afraid that they had more decisive games today at the Sinquefield Cup, which is unacceptable. But we'll be back with 3 or more decisive games tomorrow. Let's hope so. Now back to you guys.
We do catch the full coverage of the Cairns Cup from the very beginning to the end, and you can see it later this evening on YouTube. As we start to wrap up our show, Maurice, some final thoughts of, we did not see that coming.
Well, you did not see that coming. How'd you get we in there? The 3 of us called it. Yeah, sir.
Good point. I stand corrected. Touche indeed.
But again, time pressure makes fools of us all. Yesterday we saw time pressure blunders in every single game. This time it was Anish. We did see Fabi do something bizarre as white, losing right out of his preparation.
What is that?
Vincent getting it done, being resilient. 3 wins. That means I don't know when this has ever happened after 3 rounds. We're better than 50% in decisive results. Yeah. Out of 15 games, we now have 4, 3, 8.
8 out of 15, yeah.
8 out of 15 games decisive. I remember a Sinquefield Cup, we had 8 wins the entire tournament.
There were definitely years like that, yeah.
That's insane to have 8 wins. This has been a barn burner of a Sinquefield Cup so far.
Fantastic.
Money is disappearing rapidly.
Bonus pools dwindling. And Cristian, you get the final word as we prepare to say goodnight.
Well, I was just looking at my spreadsheet here with the results for each round. And about 20 minutes ago, I set Sevian versus Anish Giri as a draw.
Right.
Because we were all thinking that this game is going to be over anytime soon. Right. But it felt like Sam, with each passing move, he was slowly finding something. And then, again, when Anish went down to his last few seconds, that's when he started seeing ghosts. That's when he made the crucial mistakes. Yeah. And this is exactly what you need to do. You need to get your opponent down to their last few seconds and hope. And very often, the combination of the pressure, the tiredness,
fatigue is a very important factor there.
And the psychological factors that all play a part into this one. Perhaps Anish is just not feeling like himself in this tournament. And Sam Sevian was rewarded. Just an incredible, once again, day of chess. Wesley saw with the black pieces against Fabiano. When did Fabi lose last with the white pieces at the candidates against Anish? Still, that doesn't happen very often. So just incredible games all around, incredible chess all around, and I don't think tomorrow is going to be any different, guys.
Not at all.
No, it's got to be different. It can't keep happening.
Can't keep out.
It's insane.
Thank you for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. Be sure to join us tomorrow for round 4 coverage of the Sinquefield Cup. Good night from St. Louis. Wow. Proud, everybody. That's a good shaky.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.